How do I turn it on and off?
If you'd like a conversation with me, you are more than welcome. That sounds like fascism to me. How about we shut down other people's opinions, Mr. Fascist? Is that what you want?
I am standing in a public space.
You are also a fascist, sir.
You nearly hurt that man.
I'm here for polite and reasonable discourse with anyone who would like to talk. That's not very inclusive, sir. That's not very tolerant. Do you not think we should be calm and tolerant and not dump horse shit around? Why don't you come and tell me why? Did you do that to your own bag? Did you put horse manure in your own bag, lady? Why don't you come and tell me why? I'm glad you brought your bike back. You are indeed violent fascists who wish to keep people out of your... Why are you giving a Hitler salute, sir? Why are you giving a Hitler salute? Put your hand down, sir. This is disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. What an embarrassment you are to your town, sir. And yet I'm the one who has been assaulted, sir. Because that's the fascist way, is it? To stand and have a reasonable discussion while being assaulted by fascists. What have I lied about, sir? What have I lied about? What have I lied about, sir? Communists. Why don't you talk to me about communism? I'll talk to you about communism, and I will tell you the difference. I will tell you the difference between communism and liberalism after you finish defacting your town square. Are you a big bully, sir? You're a big bully, sir, aren't you? Oh, that sounds like body shaming to me. Why are you body shaming me, sir? What do my looks have to do with it? Is it your good-looking privilege that you wish to exercise over me? Is that what? You unable to control your temper, sir? You look like you are unable to control your temper, sir. You're a communist, sir. You're a communist. Why don't you put up your mask and come and assault me? I'm right here. I'm right here, big boy. Come on. Come on, you're a big man. Do it. Do it. You know you want to, you bloody fascist. Come on, you fascists. Let's have it. I am here for reasonable dialogue. When our communist interlopers get tired, I will still be here to talk to people. Sir, socialism doesn't work, sir. Socialism doesn't work. Come on in. Come on in, we'll have a chat. It's always nice when a straight white man starts trying to drown me out. He doesn't check his privilege. I can carry on talking after you're finished screaming, you know. Keep screaming. See, we brought electronics, so I don't have to yell. It's wonderful. So who thinks they know anything about fascism? I know quite a lot about fascism because I had to study it along with communism to know exactly why I am a liberal. Oh, cover your face. You never know who's watching. Oh, the fascist is back. Why is there an EU fascist over there trying to drown me out? What's wrong with hearing an alternative point of view? Why would we not be able to have a reasonable discussion in a quiet city in Devon, or town in Devon, sorry? Why is that impossible? These are the people who live among you, ladies and gentlemen. Communists and socialists who will identify liberal and then...
publication.
They will not listen. They are not interested in listening. They do not believe in democracy or dialogue. They will not hear you out. They will not treat you fairly. They will bully and berate you and be violent to you if they have the opportunity. Hence my need for stewards and the police. I should be able to do this without any kind of protection whatsoever. But people like you make it impossible. And you know it because you are desperate to come and attack me. It's on your face. Everyone can see it. But the thing is, I could take you and you know it. Yes, you know I could, you little shit. Yeah. Look at all the police resources that these communist agitators are using up. Oh. Stunning and brave, sir. Keep throwing, keep throwing. Stunning and brave. I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. Your fascist friend is drowning you out. Your fascist friend is drowning you out, sir. I can't hear a word you're saying. Right. Do you reckon we can move slightly away from the horsemen, now they've dumped it? Just over there, something like that? True, but I think we should move now. I know you don't. But do you know what this is? Do you know? It's a free country. You don't know what I said. You don't know what I said. And what did I say? What did I say? You don't know. You don't know. What did I say? What? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. That's a lie. Sir, lie. Johnny, get me another mic, man. Keeps coming out. But we're going to move slightly over there just because they're not horsemen here.
I think the distance.
Right, okay. Yeah. So we're going to move up a little bit there. Yeah. Right, ladies and gentlemen, could you step back slightly, please? Because we're going to move away from the horsemen here that the communists have so lovingly given us. Believe it or not, we'd actually rather cups of tea next time. Right, can we start moving? Yeah, I know. Can't trust the communists. Right, excuse me, sir. Do you mind if I move past there? You seem rather nervous. What's going on? Why are you so angry? I agree that Palestinians are being oppressed, you know that, right? Do you know that? You don't know that, do you? What do you know about me? The answer's nothing, isn't it? I'm also quite in favour of the green movement. Is that weird? Should I not be? I think we should ban plastic bags. Do you agree with that, sir? Ooh. Are you not embarrassed about yourself, sir? Right, let's go this way. Excuse me, sorry about that.
Live here today in Gordon, just for you. Why so scared of a people's vote? Because they know they would lose. Not a very good reason to hold the vote, because you know you're not going to win it, because you wouldn't get away selling state lies, illegal spending. Illegal spending so serious that it's been reported to the National Crime Agency, so like the FBI of the UK. know the reviews? Back, look it up, it's on the internet. Yes, 50% of the people. That is not anymore on the side.
You don't know me, you know nothing about me. Yes, I do. It's a work of art. Here you go, a work of art that is used in UKIP, expressed by an artist. That's how we go. That's how we go. Well, top up. That's nice.
Please, this man just assaulted me.
Move back, he just told
This man
you.
just assaulted
Move back.
me. Can I hit him over the head with a megaphone? Well, you just stop him from assaulting me. What it is, I've told him I've got hearing damage. I'm not putting it in there, there's nothing near it. No.
You're not here to debate, are you, really? You're just here to make
Ladies and gentlemen, please move back. Fly up, Team Snap, please, in the interest of safety.
I wish there's no law against entertaining people with Beethoven.
Let's have a conversation.
I don't want to talk in a conversation with a passion.
Well, then go away. If you don't want to talk, that's fine, go away. You don't want to debate. Well, you come here and say, I don't want to debate, everybody. I come here to tell you what I don't want to debate. What's the point of that?
Don't touch me!
Think of alcohol, sir. You've been drinking, haven't you, sir? You've been drinking quite heavily, haven't you, sir? Is it even 1 o'clock in the afternoon yet, sir? Are you going to keep drinking every day at midday, sir? Is this the responsible thing to do? Do you think you're a good representative of Thomas? I don't believe you are, are you? I believe that people such as you, civil people, should have civilized conversation. And they're not represented by you and your delightful dog. The dog probably does have more to say than this gentleman, yes. How much more are you going to cost?
Cole, grab battle.
I'd lose that.
Can we have a round of applause for the Lionel Blair stare here?
The police, I'm not allowed to go over there, but I hope you can hear me from here. Where you are,
Where's your dad?
Is the
Point to him. When you see him, point him out to me.
Is it not? The unaccountable, the unelected, those that are doing.
They lied during the referendum campaign. They're still lying. They don't want the people's vote because they know they will lose it badly. That's not democracy. That is fascism.
Do they format you with a disc?
Democracy is fascism.
And the gentleman over here, Mr. Milo,
You're doing it, that's not
Mr.
right.
Milo, unpronounced supporter of Britain, a right-wing fascist, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, who hassles parents and grieving children of the family who's about to come.
Oh, the fascists are back. Shut down our.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Johnny, you're gonna have to figure this out, mate. What's going on? On the plus side, those batteries won't last very long. So as soon as they run out, we'll carry on. We can wait for him. We've got spares.
Recharge them.
So why don't?
Hello. Right. The avoidance of doubt on the floor is false manure over there in the POS.
Over there's a fascist. Oh, you absolutely are. Supporter of the Fourth Reich. Want German domination of Europe. You're a total fascist and you know it. Don't want free speech. Can't listen to opposing opinion. Definitely fascist. It's all adding up, mate. What's going on here? Come on. Yeah, can we get this guy a UKIP sign? Probably should drink after midday next time, I think. It's probably just good for you. Yes. Yes, of course. What would you like to say? Would you like to do... Mate, you're going to have to bring this closer or something, because these keep cutting out. Yeah. But, would you like to have a conversation? I'm happy to have a conversation with you. Would you like to have a conversation? Yeah, I know. I wish they'd stop too. Yeah, I know. Because it's right in my face. Well, that's nice. I do, because he's right in my face. Yeah. I think it's just his breath. But no. Johnny, what's going on, man? Yeah. Right. Oh. Chap. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, we had a guy with a milkshake. Oh, that's very original.
No.
Very new and original. Did you get that from the Daily Mail too?
Which one had it?
The milkshake shop through that sell milkshakes.
Yeah.
Today.
Really?
Very nice to live.
Because of our lovely communist agitators, apparently all the local shops have been asked to stop selling milkshake in case one of these little commies decides to assault someone with it. To be honest with you, it's a real shame, because I love a good milkshake, so, you know, if he'd wanted to have passed it to me politely, I would have drank it. Sorry, can you hold that for a sec? Cheers. Thank you very much for saving me that. I appreciate it. Right, I think it's you in the way. So if you can, I'll move out. If you can stand great. Right. Ah, thank you for putting the flag up as well. So, I would love to speak to some of our communist interlopers about whether they think the British flag is something we should fly in Britain. I think that's an important conversation to be had. I can't help but think, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, you'd like to talk, could you? Okay, yes, of course. Yeah, if we can get a bit of semblance of order, if we can back off a little bit so other people can hear, and give this gentleman a kind of a stage here, that would be wonderful. Sorry, you'll have to give us a second because these fellows are not really respecting you here, I believe. Is there a way we... Well, I do my best. You know how it is, you know. Who knew that Totnes would be such a violent place? Who knew? I mean, honestly, it seemed like such a lovely time when I was looking at it on the map. Well, I can tell that. You can see that they're off their rocker. But, oh, watch the doggy. Watch the dog. Yeah, I love dogs, man. I got 2 corgis the other day. 2 corgi puppies. They're amazing. My wife's frustrated because I keep pissing on the floor. But, well, I say it's the dogs. Excuse me, sir. Why are you causing so much trouble? Why can't I just talk? Why can I not just talk, sir? Why can I not just talk? What do your kids do, sir? Do your kids do that? You haven't got any kids, have you? That's what you do. Yeah, compose yourself, sir. I think you should compose yourself, don't you? Yeah, there we go. So, are you? Oh, you're a violent communist, aren't you?
I'm not a communist.
You absolutely are, sir. Look at you. You absolutely are, sir. You don't know what you stand for. You hate this country, don't you? You hate me because I like this country.
Are you just going to...
Yes. Yes, I'm literally just going to stand here. I'm literally just going to stand here and talk. If you would like a conversation, we can have one. But what we need is you and your communist friends to calm down and back off a little bit so we can talk. Well, can you get your other little communist friends to back off? Back off. Well, why don't you ask them? Why don't you ask them if you want to have a conversation with me so I don't just talk over you? Why not ask them? No, our ability to have a conversation, is contingent on us actually being able to talk.
Well, we are talking right now.
Not properly, not in the way you want. I'm talking over you, and that was the thing you complained about just now, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Come on, you know it was. Is that infringing? If I can, I'm desperate to, sir. I'm absolutely desperate to hear what you have to say. But until we can get a little bit of space so we can actually have a conversation, I can't. It's the way it is.
You're the one managing the security.
They're my stewards because you guys are a bunch of violent communists. You're a bunch of violent communists. That's not necessary. Well, why would I need security? Of course you can. Of course you can. Hello. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Lovely to meet you. Don't worry. Yes, I don't think this doesn't represent Totnes. I know. Don't worry. And of course you are. Of course you are. That's the only thing I'm here for. Look at that very privileged white man shuts down women's speech. Typical. He's very white. What happened to my tea? Thank you. Oh, is that a racial slur, sir? It's a working class racial slur. That's because he's working class and you hate the working class, don't you? Like all socialists. Good man, got you. Why are you trembling? If what I'm saying is not true, you just laugh, but instead you look fucking furious. And you're furious because I'm right and you're wrong. You hate the working class. You hate them and you know you do. Why do you hate them? Why do you hate them? I will. Let's get some space. Let's get some space and we'll debate. Now that sounds great. Let's all back off a little bit just so we can actually get a bit of space so this gentleman can tell me what he thinks. Can we back off a little bit, please? So this gentleman can talk? No, I'll give you a microphone. We just need a bit of space. Yes, I know, because I am here for dialogue. Unlike you, of course. But we will talk. We just need a little bit of space because it's a bit claustrophobic, don't you think? Oh, smile. I know. That's because I'm surrounded by working class lads who have got to keep a little middle class shit like you off me. Yeah. Hey, yeah, this isn't mine, so don't break it, because it's not mine. I didn't pay for it. Again, it'll be a working class lad you'll be putting out, so don't break it even more. I thought you weren't laughing. Oh, come on. Come on. Yeah? That's because you... Come on, right, okay, let's, right. Hang on a sec, sorry, just wait for the drama to stop. I think we have to move a little away from the thing because it keeps. Right. Okay. Yeah. Just don't point it at the thing. Apparently, you've got to hold it fairly close to your mouth though, and you've got to point that bit at you. Yeah. Yeah. But you've got to point that at your mouth, okay? Because otherwise people won't hear you.
I don't think they're going to hear me anyway.
Well, yeah. It's one of the Remain guys. He's one of the Remain fascists. They won't let other people speak. It's terrible.
I don't think you have the right to speak, to be fair.
Well, then you're a fascist, aren't you?
No, not necessarily.
How can you?
Speech is based upon the fact that what you're saying doesn't damage other people.
That's not true at all.
And what you're saying does damage
That's not true.
Normalise
You can't prove any of this. This is you being hysterical.
Is that right?
That is right. Well, prove it. Who,
Should be on the person who made the comments. Like you made comments.
you don't understand how bird proof works, sir. Well, should we move that down and out here or something? See what's see if that helps.
Take your fucking hands off me.
Why don't you try not badging through the?
Take your hands off me.
Hey!
Hey, take your hands off me.
Thank you, officers. Thank you. We honestly just want to have a chat with people. We have some very angry communists here today. Who knew that Totnes was a hive of communism? Well, I'm sorry, but now you'll know who they are. I'll go tomorrow, but you'll know who these chaps are. So you can be able to talk to them at leisure.
I think it's going well.
It is going very, very well. Right. Can the young fascist who wants to shut down free speech? Woohoo! Hey! Right. Hey! Could the lead communist come up and talk to me, please? They're the ones who seem to be bringing all the hate. Yeah. Oh, there you go. I do have an extensive fan club. Yes, sir.
You better tell the lovies over there. A racist.
Ah, your friends are here. You must be thrilled. Oh. I certainly will. The thing is, no, yeah, it is, absolutely, sir. But the best bit is they can let them chant and wear themselves out, and then we'll still be able to talk without any problems. So we'll let them go. That's not very polite, sir. Are you a representative of Totnes? Are you representing Totnes here? But you're a member of, you're a resident here, sir. Are you a local resident here, sir? Are you a local? Ray-Bans! Look at those Ray-Bans! That's my glasses! Oh, hello. Oh, nice shirt. Sorry, can you hold that? Is it? Okay. So,
You're going in?
of course I'm going in. They're not going to do anything. They're middle class punksters.
Do you want me to give this to John?
Yeah.
Leave me alone. Get away! Get away from the property!
Sean, where's our bottle of water I gave you?
Blow dry, sir. Something we take.
Just hold this forward.
Oh, it's okay. Actually, mate, yeah,
Please do not do this, sir.
Let's get them started. We're going to let them turn themselves out for a minute. No, not sorry. Record it on the signal. Is there anyone who would like to talk? You know, like liberals do. You're not liberal. You're not liberal. Right, you're not liberals. I agree. Yeah, I agree. We can talk all day. Oh, where are you going? I'm here all afternoon. I'm here all afternoon. So, well, that's good. That's good. That's very welcoming and inclusive. You're a very good representative of your town. Do you know that it was 52.3% leave here? How'd you feel about the EU? That must have stung, mustn't it? Damn! Actually, all the other people don't support my position. That must be rough. Rough. Anyway. I don't care. I don't care. Isn't that good? People aren't welcome in Totnes if they want to have a discussion on the issues. That's very interesting, isn't it? Very progressive. Shutting down speech is very progressive. That's what progressives do when they get control. When they think they're strong enough, they'll shut down anything they don't like tyrants. Absolute tyrants. Very interesting. You seem very proud of your tyranny. Yeah, you are. Nod. Keep nodding. Keep nodding, because people will see this. You'll be famous for your tyranny. It's okay. We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. We're here all afternoon. Literally, this is my day. This is my day. It's always nice to see the middle classes out protesting against other people's freedom of speech. It's always nice to see that. Very popular opinion outside of your bubble, that. It's going to make you very popular. It's nice that the fascist is announcing himself over there, isn't it? So, what do I hate? You're opposing hate. What do I hate? Oh, lady. What do I hate? What do I hate? What do I hate? You don't know, do you? You don't know anything about me. You don't know. That's why you don't. Of course you can't, because then you might become educated. Then you might learn something. I'm sorry? Bullying women. It seems like you're bullying me. Am I bullying you, or are you bullying me? I am, yeah, that's right. You don't have to talk if you don't want to talk. Not one person in this crowd can define fascism. Not one. Not one person knows what a fascist is here. Oh, apart from me, actually. I know what a fascist is. I know because you guys don't know what fascists are. Oh, sorry, do you mind holding? Hello. Thank you. Well, I'm best. I'm my very... Stand back. You got to stand out of the way, man. Yeah, I really wish they'd come and talk to me too, because I think we could have a proper conversation. What? What happened there? She dived? Oh, right. What a surprise. What a surprise. Someone creating a fake crime against themselves. What a surprise. Yeah. Yes, mate. So, let's talk about fascism. Does anyone know what fascism is? I will. Fascism is a totalitarian. Damn, right. Let's bring this a bit more central. Sorry, we got to make that central, right? So, fascism, let me explain to you. A history teacher, define fascism. Wrong. Well, yes. It's the term you're looking for, lady, is totalitarian. It's totalitarian. Now, I am a limited government kind of guy. I'm a libertarian. I want less government interference in my life, not more. So how could you call me a fascist? You can't. So now you have demonstrated that all of your friends are idiots. They don't know anything about fascism. They don't know. No, that's not. A fascist, I'm asking for it. I've come here for political debate. I have come here for political debate. You are the fascists here. You are trying to shut me down. I am here for debate. I would love to, but we can't. Let them back off. Then back off. Back off and we can talk. Back off. Right. Let's get some space. Come on, let's, like civilized human beings, let's make some space. Let's make some space. I will. Make some space. Make some space. And she can speak. Then get back. Make some space. Let's hear what she has to say. Let the lady talk. You are preventing the lady from talk. Well,
don't worry, you'll be fine.
I know I don't want to be on.
Why can't you oppose me? Why are you afraid of opposing me? But why? What's wrong with that? Yeah, but you're giving it to the fascists, are you not? Well, yeah, but I don't understand why you're not allowed to engage in public dialogue.
I am, but I have to still.
Yeah, but you won't be in trouble. Why would you be in trouble? You won't be in trouble for telling me I'm wrong. Come on. Okay, well, thanks. But at least we can agree that I'm not a fascist if I'm for limited government. At least we can agree that. As a history teacher, you must know that.
Neo-fascist movement, though, couldn't it?
Well, define neo-fascism.
What do you mean by limited government?
Well, as in, I think constitutional government is the way forward. Constitutional democracy. As in, I want limited powers and accountable politicians. That's why I'm here talking to people, because I want accountability. You guys can come and hold me accountable for the things you think I've said.
How would you limit the power of politicians? What would you
Oh,
do?
definitely via constitutional. Basically, I'd like the United States of America, a written constitution. So a historic constitution has been nice, but it requires a kind of culture of good faith,
Isn't that
and I think
what
we've lost
the
that.
EU has given us with all our human rights laws and so on?
Yeah, well,
we got that.
we
And
wrote
we've already
those.
got a constitution come up through our history.
Well, yeah, but the
So
thing is,
actually,
hang on.
We
It's
don't
not-
need one. We've
it's
got
not-
one defined by our
Yeah, but
laws.
it's actually not, because ours is a historic constitution. It's not actually clearly defined, and so we don't have constitution. No, listen.
Well, it is.
Listen.
It's really clear
I will
defined.
explain. I will explain what I
Okay.
mean if you let me finish.
Okay.
Right? What it requires is a certain level of good faith when it comes to interpretation. I believe we've lost that, which is why we now have hate speech laws infringing on free speech. Now, you might not like the things that are said that hate speech laws are catching, but that certainly is a violation of our principles of free speech, which are codified in our laws, in our historic constitution, as you say. Another one is the sovereignty of Parliament. We don't get to set our own immigration rules. That's actually set by directives from the European Union. That is overriding the sovereignty of Parliament, and that means that Parliament is not sovereign, which is actually a legal problem. There's currently a legal challenge in the courts over this very issue. So at the end of the day, you can sit there and say fascist, 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 but I'm a constitutionalist, I'm a Democrat, I want limited government. Nothing about what I'm saying comes from the socialist or fascist traditions. I'm a liberal, a very strong liberal at that. And that's something that, honestly, the progressives don't like.
I don't think so.
Well, what am I
think-
saying that's not liberal?
I don't think We have our own
Yeah, but it's-
democratic institutions
Yeah.
that have grown up through the hundreds,
But they're becoming
hundreds of
politicised.
years. You're imposing something on us that we don't need.
No, I think we do need this. I think that you guys are in exact proof that we need this. Yeah, but the fact that you're trying to stop me from doing
We're a
any
very
of
different
this.
country from the United States. The United States is a massive country with lots and lots of
Yes.
states. It's a federal government.
Yes.
We don't need that. We're a
Well, I
small
didn't say we should be the United
What
States.
you're saying about a constitution, and as soon as
Yes.
you start talking about freedom of speech and impingement of the freedom
Right.
of speech, you're then imposing your own ideas about what freedom of speech should be, and it's
Well-
not right.
Well, yeah, but I disagree with you that I think we should have freedom of speech.
we
you
should
clearly
have
don't.
freedom. I believe in
But you
freedom
agree
of
with hate speech laws, right?
But I don't believe that we should say things that don't hurt people or inflame their opinions.
How can a
so
word hurt
it has
someone?
to be. So it's freedom of speech with responsibilities. We have to have responsibility for what we
Well,
say.
we do have responsibility.
But then that's not true. But then your definition of freedom of speech, it's already there. Why are you trying to change
But it's
something?
not. It's
that
actually
works
being
really
suppressed.
well?
It's not working
No, it's
really
not
well.
being suppressed.
There are thousands of
You
people.
are saying
No, it is
inflammatory
being
things
suppressed.
about women. No, you're not allowed to do it.
Yes,
It's-
I am. I'm allowed to say that. I am absolutely allowed.
You
Do you know
are
how I know
not
I'm allowed?
allowed to.
Because I wasn't
Because of
arrested.
hate speech.
I wasn't arrested.
Oh, well, that makes it okay.
No, I'm not. They're not contacted. It's lies from the media. No one has contacted me.
And that's the sort of thing Trump would say as
Yeah,
well.
but
Lies from
do
the
you
media.
trust the media? No,
Some
you
of it,
don't.
Because
Don't be
actually, I
silly.
think the BBC actually are very much UKIP supporters. They keep
You,
putting
the
Farage.
BBC are UKIP
They
supporters.
keep putting Farage on and all sorts.
Farage isn't a
They're
part of UKIP.
socialists. So it's he was though, wasn't
Yeah, but
he?
he's
I mean,
not now,
it's
but
UKIP in a
come
different
on,
colours.
come on. No one's going to say that
Come on.
BBC supports
Yeah,
UKIP.
Well, they are.
That's
they are
ridiculous. That is
more- they are
ridiculous
more
on the
leaning
face of it.
towards that. Anyway,
That's ridiculous.
regardless of
90%
that,
of BBC
right
coverage has been pro-Remain. Look at any BBC Question Time. It's Remain, communist, conservative.
And why do they take?
Your information from a variety of sources.
Yes, you must. Yes.
That is the best practice.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, not just the BBC.
Well, I totally agree. I hate the BBC. I think we should get rid of the license fee, frankly. But the idea of freedom of speech, it actually does allow me to say things that offend people. That's the point. And it
It's
really
not
is, as
like that.
George Orwell
Freedom
said.
of a speech with responsibility.
Well, there are
It has to
responsibilities,
be.
but nothing I've said has been
Not
illegal.
to offend people.
No, that's
But
not
you've
true.
been
That's
on
not
the
true.
edge of it
No,
illegal.
no, not at all. I totally
You've
agree
been
with
on the
George
edge of
Orwell on this.
illegal.
If freedom of speech is to mean anything at all, it must mean the right to offend. It must.
No,
because otherwise we're
I
not free, and it's your
disagree.
feelings that
I
are tyrannizing me. Yeah, I know, because you're a tyrant. You want me
I
to
am a
stop
tyrant.
talking for your feelings. I don't care about your feelings. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I don't
Alright.
care about your feelings.
I think you just managed to say what you actually represent.
Yes,
well
yes,
done.
free
You just
speech.
said you don't care about my
No,
feelings.
but you don't
as
care
a
about mine.
politician.
You don't care about my
yeah,
feelings.
but I'm not a politician.
Yeah, but you are intimidating me along with all of these other people.
Yeah,
Do you not
so-
think that I should
think
feel
you've just
intimidated?
said what you needed to say about
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Well done, lady.
Yes, well done. I love demonstrating the tyranny of the middle classes. It's wonderful watching you demand other people shut up for your feelings. Yes, sir. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, please get the microphone.
You're talking about... Well, I don't want to be part of your press.
Well, then, sorry.
So you're only open to a dialogue when it suits your press?
Yes, because I want to show the rest of the world what people say.
You're only open to a dialogue?
I want to give him a mic. He won't take it. Get your bloody facts in order.
Okay, I'll take it out.
Thank you. I'm sorry,
seeing a
but
lot-
it's necessary. I want everyone to hear what you're saying. I don't just hear my side of the story.
I'm hearing a lot of contradictions from what you're saying. You're
Yes.
you're talking about freedom of expression, you're talking about freedom of speech, and
Yes.
yet your ideology towards so many facets of our society is filled with so much prejudice.
what's my
If
ideology?
you got
Well, hang on,
into
hang on,
power,
hang on, hang on,
would
hang
would
on,
you
hang on, hang on,
afford
hang on.
these same freedoms? Would you afford the same freedoms to us if
What-
you were in power?
what do you
It's
think
a question.
you're doing here?
It's a
Hang
question.
on.
It's a question.
Right. I'm giving you a platform right here. I'm recording this. I'll put this out to the world. Yes, I will give you the right to free speech because I can't take that away
Because
from you, to be honest.
I'm a white man. That's why.
No.
Yeah,
no,
that's why you're
that's
giving me the
awful.
freedom.
That's
If I was a
awful.
Muslim, if I was a
Of course I would
homosexual, if
talk
I was
to
a woman, you wouldn't have
Of
the same
course.
respect
I
for me,
just
would you?
spoke to a woman. That's an awful racist thing to say. That's absolutely disgraceful. We'll talk to anyone about anything.
So
how
answer my
dare,
question.
No, how dare you? What? I'm literally. What? Would I afford free speech to people who aren't me?
Would you afford free speech? Would you afford free speech in the same way that you have been sat and talking about freedom of expression like we're suppressing
Yes.
it? I think if you were in power, you wouldn't afford that the same
Why
right.
would I not? Why would I do it now? Why would I do it now?
Because you're not in power.
Wrong. That's you talking, not me. I am for free speech for every. What I want to do is Section 127 of the Communications Act. That is the thing that is suppressing free speech in this country. Everyone has a right to free speech. It is one of our inalienable rights, and it is being suppressed. So no, I would not take it away. I'm an activist for it. I'm giving you a platform, despite their best attempts to stop me. I am going to carry on giving a platform to people as much as I am able. Don't sit there and say that I wouldn't do it just because you're a white man. That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. You should be ashamed of saying that. Why do you say it so blasé?
How do you say everything that you've said so blasé?
Because I mean it. I really mean it.
Do you mean it when you make these comments?
Well, when I make jokes, yes. I stand by my jokes.
You stand by your jokes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. You're going to have to use this.
I'm not going to be part of your press anymore.
Well, have fun. Thank you. Right, is there anyone else who would like to talk? Like this man was wrong on, I would like to provide people a platform to air their views. That's what I've done in every city so far, and that's what I plan to do here despite the fascists. So, is there anyone who would like to talk to me who disagrees with me? We must have a few people around here who disagree with me. Can we talk like reasonable adults? Can we talk like reasonable adults? Oh, fascist, let us talk.
Do you want to talk?
Oh, yes, please. Right, thank you. I don't suppose we've got a bottle of water around or anything.
Thank you.
In fact, my tea's just there. Sorry, I've got a bit of a dry throat from all the shouting. I do apologize.
So I know you talk to people who disagree with you, and I'm not sure that I fully fall into that camp, but an interesting
That's
camp.
okay.
So I came from a very left-wing background
Sorry.
and would have happily swallowed the pill that told me you were racist,
Yes.
a bigot, all that, up until about a year and a half ago. And then I swallowed the red pill, so to speak, and now I find myself vehemently fighting for the right of freedom of speech. But also I'm curious as to why there's this huge divide, because I find myself standing with one foot in each camp, if you like, angry and confused as to why the two camps are so far away from each other. Do you have any explanation for that?
Honestly, I think that the explanation might be very long, complicated, and academic on that. And I don't think it's something I can really get into right now while we've got such an audience.
That's a real shame.
But yeah, it is a real shame, isn't it? But I've got plenty of this on my channel, which I'm sure you're aware of. But I want to know why these people think that what they're doing is acceptable. Because, I mean, I would never treat another person this way. You know, I'm trying to provide a platform for them to have their views aired. And yet they...
Maybe I'm in a unique position to be able to enlighten you a little bit.
Yes,
Seems
please.
as for most of my life, I've been on that side of the fence.
Please do.
And
I'd love to hear it.
It's a wounding, a sense of pain that people get hurt. Now, I understand that this is taking it so far that it then becomes wounding for this kind of dialogue, which I appreciate so greatly. But I wonder if there's any space in your platform and other people's like you platform to be able to hear and empathise with some of the pain that people go through.
There absolutely is, but it can't be done when they are so aggressive towards me. I have not come here aggressively towards them. I mean, I don't have the numbers here. You know, I don't have a small army of people trying to intimidate someone. But I completely agree. I mean, if you, in the next few days, I'll have the other conversations with Howard in other places, and I'll put them up, and you'll see that there. For example, I talked to a rape survivor yesterday, and she said, "Thank you for allowing me the freedom to joke about what happened to me. Because if you allow this to, if you allow this to control you, then it will dominate your life forever." And she said that she found that mocking something takes the power away from it. You know, it takes it back to you.
Yeah.
You are the one who's in charge then. And then she was like, and this gave me a new lease on life. You know, and now she's got a fiance and she's moving on with her life because she found herself falling into the, all men are like this, I hate all men, that kind of mentality. And she was becoming unhealthy, in her words. And so it was one of those things. It's like, look, I understand that it can be unpleasant to have some jokes told, and I certainly wouldn't do it in certain contexts. But I think the right to be able to tell rude and unpleasant jokes is an important one that really does empower us as individuals. I honestly believe that.
Yeah, I think it really straddles that divide exactly the divide I'm talking about. Yes, we can joke about rape,
Yes.
but with a sensitivity that allows people to heal rather than deepening those wounds.
There's always a context, and there's always a time and a place. I mean, if I was at a dinner party, of course I wouldn't do that. That would be terribly inappropriate. But if I'm on my channel, which has got the sort of atmosphere of a comedy club, well, that's different, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, Jimmy Carr,
I guess
Frankie
there's some
Boyle.
confusion about Sargadava Khan and Cole Benjamin, the person,
Absolutely,
the
and
political figure.
I'm probably responsible for that myself, and I think the media's had their own hand in that as well. But that's why I'm doing any of this. That's why.
So one question before I leave you in peace.
Yes.
Is if there was a message that you'd like to leave Totnes with, Devon
Yes.
with, like beyond this, assume that all this miscommunication has been resolved in people's minds, and you actually want to deliver a message, what would that be?
We need to have calm and sensible dialogue. That's
Like
all.
what we're doing now.
Precisely. We need to actually engage in good faith with one another's positions. Because, I mean, when you're chanting fascist at someone, that is not an attempt to engage with them in good faith.
And it demeans the term as well.
Absolutely. And that's a genuine concern, because there are fascists. There are genuine fascists, and they will never say we need to talk.
No.
They will never say that.
No.
They will say we need to shut you up. And that is the worst thing you can do to democracy. Because Paul Joseph Watson actually said this best in an interview recently. He said that free speech is the lifeblood of democracy. And I really stand by that. It's our ability to talk that means we can actually facilitate the issues that need to be discussed, because the only alternative is violence.
Yeah.
If we can't talk...
I don't think that message has really got through.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. If we can't talk, we'll talk shortly. We'll talk shortly. Tell me why. If you can stop interrupting the lady, then... I love the way you have to say, I'm not a fascist. But anyway, it is the lifeblood of democracy, and if we can't talk, the only alternative we have is violence.
Yeah.
And I think that he'd be very happy with that. That's not what I want.
I don't know.
He
Be
seems quite angry.
reluctant, perhaps, to put people in that camp. I know it's tempting, and I know there's a lot of issues that we've got to sort out.
That's true.
But
That's true. But
okay.
You have to understand, I'm in sort of fighting mode at the moment, because they're coming at me quite strong. But you are right, and I'm wrong on that one.
Okay.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you.
Thank you. Can I shake your hand? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Very brave, thank you.
Right, chap with the glasses, would you like to talk? Right, so before we start, what's your name, sir?
Dave.
You got
Dave.
Dave, nice to meet you, Dave. How would you describe your politics?
I'm an anarchist.
Right. So you're what? Would you agree that that's a form of communism?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in equality of distribution necessarily. I believe that market systems can be an equal form of distribution.
Really, that's really interesting. How could they be in equal form if they're done individually?
Well, for instance, you might have somebody who's living on a relatively
Do you mind if I put my
geographically remote
glasses on?
place.
Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I've got the sun right
It's all the same, I'm wearing some. Yeah, you could have someone who's living in a geographically remote place. Doesn't make any sense for them to have their products taken off them in order to be distributed totally equally.
Mhm.
As long as the fundamental principle is that people have to have enough to live, and that society is, capable and welcome to redistribute when it's clearly, unfair, then I don't see that there's anything wrong with the market system.
How can anarchy facilitate that, though?
Well, anarchism is just the principle that people have the right to do what they want to do, providing it doesn't hurt other people.
That sounds like liberalism to me.
It might to you. It's an extreme form of liberalism, some have said, but that's not how I interpret it.
Well, no, that's an interesting way of putting it, an extreme form of liberalism, because I think the main drive behind liberalism is to give the individual self-determination. And I
It's
think that's what
important
you're
that the
saying,
individual
isn't it?
has self-determination, yeah.
Yeah, but the question is then, how do you maintain law and order?
By social organisation. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. If someone commits a crime, then you have to act to deal with that in a positive way. I mean, it's not necessarily about imprisoning people. You have to recognise that if someone's hurting someone else, it's probably because they're ill.
But wouldn't you need like a police force to investigate that sort of thing?
You might have a community-based force that would do that sort of role. It would have to be elected by the whole of the population.
But I think that's actually how we run our police forces
it's
in
not.
local areas.
No, it's
Well,
it's
are
actually
the
not.
police do not?
They're not
live
elected,
here?
are they?
Well, no, they train. They go and train to become one.
That's not relevant to how they're like picked. That's not
Well,
relevant.
no, it's
at all.
volunteers.
Yeah, that's still not relevant though. I
But
mean,
would-
I'm talking
would
about
the-
election.
Yeah,
I'm
but would the
talking about
people
basing it on what
standing-
people want.
Would the people standing also not be volunteers?
Yeah, they would have to be volunteers, of course.
So the only real difference I can see here is that you'd like an election on anyone who was volunteering to become a policeman.
Well, a consensus principle,
I'm
but
not
this
against
is
the
on
idea.
a very
I'm
this is
not
a very
against the idea.
specific point.
Yeah, no. But the thing is, I'm not saying it doesn't need to be discussed, because I think there might be merit to that. Because I agree with you that there are definitely some policemen who are doing it for the power and not for the responsibility
Power
to
corrupts.
the community.
Absolute
And
power corrupts. Absolutely.
Absolutely, Lord Acton was completely correct. And so it's one of those things where
That
I
wasn't
agree
Lord
that
Acton,
we.
but
Sorry?
that's not Lord Acton.
It is
it's
Lord
close
Acton.
to Lord Acton, but it's not Lord Acton.
Well,
Lord
he said
Acton
power
said
corrupts and
power
absolute
has a
power-
tendency to corrupt. Is the
that
Lord
tendency,
Acton quote,
Sorry, good correction. But I do agree with you that there's definitely a need for accountability, and I do think that's actually really interesting. Voting for the volunteers, as in like
We're
a
speaking
local
about
election.
accountability. What makes it okay for you to say the things that you've said when it comes to normalising rape?
My free speech as an Englishman.
I don't think that. What about accountability for your free speech as an Englishman?
You are right here holding me accountable.
Yes, I am. And
Yeah.
the
You
rest of
won't
the
get other
anti-fascist
politicians doing
protesters
this, will
here
you?
are also, and that's because they don't want to
The
hear those
fascist
things.
protesters.
No, the anti-fascist
They
protesters.
seem kind of fascist, though.
No, they're anti-fascist
Shutting down
because
free
you're a
speech is a bit
fascist.
fascist.
No, free
I'm a
speech, if
liberal.
it hurts someone, has to be restricted to a certain
So
extent.
you
can-
want to restrict free speech?
If it hurts someone,
Yeah,
yes.
but what hurt has been done?
Well, you're normalising
How-
rape
How in anarchy are you going to restrict free speech?
by a community organisation.
So bullying?
No,
Mob rule?
No, not
Well,
mob rule. It would
well,
have to be organised on a consensus basis, so everybody would have to be involved.
A government.
Self-government. Community
But that is-
self-government.
the government is made up of citizens of this country.
No, well, it's not, though, is it? It's made up of rich people educated in Eton and Harrow.
Yeah, but they're still citizens of this country.
That's as may be. That's not really relevant to the point, is it?
Well, yeah, because what you're describing is you need a government to make anarchy work.
A government which is controlled by the people and organised by the people.
Well, now that's interesting.
Everyone,
because
all the people,
I'm
not just a
actually-
small minority
Well,
of
yeah,
voters,
I
as
don't know.
most of the things that you support.
Well,
for
no,
instance, the Leave
like what?
vote. Well, for instance, the Leave vote.
That
It
was-
it
that-
was a
what?
very small minority. It was a very small
Out of all the
majority
voters, we
and a
got the
minority
majority
of the
of voters.
population. Out of all the voters, you got a majority of the voters. That doesn't mean it should be pushed through. Democracy means
Why?
the voice of the people.
Yeah, but that's
It's not
the
the voice
voice
of the people.
in
It's not
action.
the voice of a very small majority of voters
Yeah,
and a minority of the
Are
population.
people
So
not
that's
allowed
not
to
the voice.
abstain from voting?
Of course, they're allowed to abstain
So
from
what's
voting.
wrong with that?
It's the dictatorship of majority rule. And
Well,
as we can
yeah,
see,
that's-
that the
well,
election,
it's
the
just- that's why
referendum
we
was
have
incredibly badly
constitutionalism.
written. Constitutionalism. We don't actually have constitution. We don't have a constitution
We
in this
have a
country.
historic constitution.
We have the Magna Carta, but it's not actually a constitution in this
Magna
country. It's
Carta
not
actually
legally
isn't part of-
binding.
Magna Carta isn't part of UK
We
law
don't-
now.
we don't have a constitution.
We had Bill of Rights in 1689. Like, do you not know any of this stuff?
I don't know. You may know something that I don't know. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but we have a long historic tradition of
It's not
constitutionalism. We actually invented the idea.
The point is that that's not relevant. All you've done is taken this off to a different point.
No,
It's
but I think that is
constitutionalism. It's not relevant. No, it's not
Well,
relevant.
that's how we keep governments accountable. That's how
No,
we keep them from
but
becoming
they're not
tyrannical.
accountable, though. They've pushed through various things over the last 20 years. The Iraq War,
I agree,
austerity, universal credit. They've pushed through many things that were opposed by the majority of the
I agree.
population. So they're not accountable
Can
at
we
all.
get Tony Blair in jail?
I would very much like to see
Wouldn't
Tony Blair
that
in
be
jail. I'd
great,
also
right?
like to see Theresa May in jail.
Yeah,
I also
yeah,
think
come
that
on.
you should
Come on,
be in
let's go round
fucking
of
jail.
applause.
I also think you should be
calm
in jail.
down. No, why? Why should I be in
You
jail?
have normalised rape.
No, I haven't.
Yeah,
Who
you have,
thinks
and you
rape
used a
is
racial
normal?
slur
Who thinks
and
rape
refused
is
to
normal?
apologise for it. A racial
I'm not
slur
gonna
which is rooted in
apologise.
slavery.
I'm not going to apologise for being naughty to
You s-
Nazis. To hell with them. Why are you defending them?
You're a joke.
Why were you defending
You are
the Nazis?
absolutely a joke.
I
You
was
are
insulting
supporting Nazis. The UKIP party has close relationships with the far right.
No, they don't.
Yes,
They're
they
the
do.
only party in the country that prevent the far right from joining. Yes, really.
No, the Anarchist Party is the only party in the country which should stop
The
far
Anarchist
right from
Party isn't
joining.
fit for government because they hate government.
No, we don't hate government.
Of
We
course
are in
you-
favour of community
Yeah,
self-organisation.
but it's not going to happen, is it? Let's be honest.
Well, that's your opinion.
Well,
That's
you can't
your
make
opinion.
it
Why do you
happen.
think it's not going to happen?
Because I think that the government will stop you from what I guess would sound like a revolt.
Well, I think if everybody is in favour of something, and I think if everybody opposes the government, which it seems that they're getting very close to doing, then I think that, yeah, revolution is possible.
Well, what do you do with the people who oppose the revolution?
Well, they have to. I mean, depends.
They have
on
to
the,
be shot?
No, it depends on the circumstances.
You've
I
got a
would
machine gun on your top.
Yeah, it's tongue in cheek. It's tongue in cheek.
Oh, it's a joke when you do it, but not when I do it.
Well, no, they're culling the badges.
It's okay when you do it. This is the problem that we have with
That's
you.
the fucking Parliament. Let's have a wait a minute. If you ask me, if you ask me the question, the simple answer is that since they're culling badges and they're killing a lot of people, the point is to make the point that the rich people are the people who are causing that and who are pursuing that. And if you're going to cull anyone, probably better to cull the rich than the badgers because they're
I
the
don't
real
think-
issue.
I don't think we
I'm
should
not
shoot
in favour
anyone.
of genocide. No, I'm not.
Oh,
in
you're
of
not in favour of genocide?
No,
How brave.
I would never be in favour of supporting state violence.
So, but what are we going to do about the rich then?
Well, the rich need to have their money redistributed.
But that's going to involve state violence.
Not necessarily.
What do you mean? You think they're going to? You think
Community
they're just going to give it away?
Community
Hang on, mate.
self-organisation.
Hang on. Come on.
Community self-organisation. If you have a
but they're
vast
not-
mass of people, look at the 1990s. Look at Eastern
They're
Europe.
not just
If you have a
gonna give
vast
their
mass of
property
people, you
away.
can have a velvet revolution and you can redistribute money.
They're not just going to give their property away. You're going to have to take it by force.
If they, obviously, if there's a case of self-defense, then there's a case of self-defense. But
Yeah, but they'll be defending themselves from people trying to steal their stuff.
It's not their stuff. It's not
It
their
is.
property.
Of course
no,
it
all
is.
property is theft.
Right. I disagree. I'm not an anarchist.
Fuck off.
You don't have a job, do you?
I do have a job, actually.
Oh,
I've
where'd
got
you
2
work?
0-hours contracts.
Oh,
Yeah.
that sucks.
Yes, no, it's pretty crap.
Yeah, no, that sounds awful. I actually really hate the 0-hour contract thing. I hate what the Tories are doing
Yeah,
to
I'm
this country.
sure you do.
Of course I do. I'm not a Tory.
No, you're a UKIP supporter.
I-
You're
yeah.
a UKIP MEP.
Well, I'm a candidate, but thank you for thinking I'll win.
Candidate,
But that doesn't mean I'm a Tory. I'm obviously not a Tory. No, seriously, look, I've
Do you
worked-
have any policies?
Yes, loads.
Would you like to tell me one?
I'd like to leave the European Union.
You'd like to leave the And what
Yeah.
else?
I'd like free speech in this country. I'd like to erase group rights in this country as well.
Erase group rights. What does that
Yes.
mean exactly?
It means politicizing people whether they like it or not.
And what exactly
Just like
are
you're
you
doing with the people who are abstaining from the vote, in fact. Because to say that like 17.4 million out of the 30 or 36 million who voted, you're saying, well, what about the people who didn't vote? Well, they chose not to become political. They chose that. You don't have a say over them. They have a say over them.
But I do have a say on how. Well, I don't even actually have a say on how democracy is organised in this country. But I believe that we should have a say on how democracy is organised in this country. And I don't believe that majority, a very slim majority, is one that should be pushed through. Especially
Why?
when the referendum was so incredibly badly worded. I
Well-
believe we should have another vote.
What do you like about the European Union?
Don't particularly like the European Union. It's somewhat left wing, more left wing than the UK. But
It's neoliberal.
I don't favour any state.
Yeah, well, why
Or
why
any
would you
association of states.
Why would you not want to reduce the size of states in principle, though?
Well, because the Parliament, the power that we have in this country is associated in a much smaller
Oh,
group
man,
of rich people than it is in the EU. But I mean,
Yeah, but
I'm
no,
not
it's
particularly
very-
in favour. I
it's
mean,
very in
you've shifted this
favour
to
of
something where
rich
you feel
people
that
in the
you
EU.
have a strong basis of support. But the fact of the matter is, I'm not even particularly pro or anti the EU. I didn't vote in the referendum myself.
If I was an anarchist, I would think the EU was the worst thing that could happen to this country because it's an increasingly big state. They want to create a super
But it
state
is also
that-
decentralised, more
No, it's
decentralised
not.
than the
It's
state that we have in this
incredibly
country.
centralised.
No, it's not.
It is. It's I've been there. It's really
Well,
centralised.
when you
And
have
they create-
every
no, listen.
nation in the association has a veto over a decision, that sounds like decentralisation to me.
No, that's the opposite. Decentralisation would be each nation being autonomous and making their own decisions. Like I would like devolution from London.
If a decision affects the whole of the union, then every person in that union should have a right to decide on it.
Yeah, but they don't.
No.
You
but
don't
the-
even get
but
to
the
vote for the
nations
people
do.
who
But
decide
the
on it.
nations do.
You
Well,
don't.
That's an aspect of a
You've
deeply
got even
undemocratic
less
system
control
that we have in this
within
country
the
as well as
European
those
Union.
countries.
Yeah, but you've got less control within the European Union. I mean, wouldn't it be
I
better?
don't really agree personally, but there you go. That's your opinion.
What control do you have over the European Commission?
I mean, I can vote for an MEP.
Yeah, but the MEPs, listen, the MEPs can't propose or repeal legislation.
All you're doing is
No.
shifting this onto debate about the EU. And the fact
Yeah, well,
of the
I
matter is, I
asked
don't
you about
actually
the
care
EU.
about the EU. What my opinion
Well, then
is
why are
I'm
you
in
against
favour of
Brexit?
total democracy, like total anarchist, self-organised democracy.
Okay, but
so that means that everybody gets a right to a decision, and everybody gets a right
Yeah.
to a veto over a decision that affects them. They have the right to control their own lives.
Then
That's
nothing
what
will
I'm in
happen.
favour of.
Then
well,
nothing will
that's
happen.
your opinion.
Yeah,
and
well, if
that
every
doesn't
single
surprise
person
me
can
that you have that
veto-
opinion, because you're a white dominant man who's in
I?
favour of sexism,
Am I a white
racism,
dominant man?
and fascism.
You
Yeah,
seem to be
you
a white
absolutely
supremacist,
are.
sir.
I'm not a white supremacist.
You seem to think
in
that
any
white
way,
people are
shape,
better than
mean, or
non-white
form.
people. Why is that?
What would make you think that?
Because you're calling me a white dominant man. You don't know anything about
we
me.
have
I'm
a,
not
we have a
dominant
system
over
in this
anything.
we have a system in this country which intentionally favours white dominant men.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
How does Sajid Javid end up being an important person in the Conservatives?
Because he's really fucking right wing.
Because he's a white man, right?
No, because he's a really right wing
Yeah,
bastard.
so it's not about race, is it? Then it's about
sometimes
politics.
it's about
No,
race.
it's not. It's
we have a
about politics.
structurally racist system.
How's Gina Miller a pro-Remain campaigner?
You can't
such a
cherry
prominent
pick
one?
examples and use that to disprove
You
the point.
You can't say that this is a white supremacist system if there are non-white people
Didn't
doing
actually
well.
say it was a white supremacist
Oh, well, sorry,
system. I
that
said it
the
was a structurally
implication, I
racist system.
Well, I don't agree with that either.
Well, you may not disagree. with it,
How
you
is
may
it
not agree
structurally
with it.
racist?
It's structurally racist in so. Oh, for fuck's sake! This is bullshit.
You can't explain it. You can't explain it. You can't explain it.
You're a prick, mate.
Everyone knows. That's
rape.
just
Because
an
you said
argument
that
for
you would break-
popularity.
You said that you would
That's just an
break
argument.
under pressure.
You're
and-
getting angry because you don't understand the things you're talking about.
No, like I'm getting angry because I'm being drawn into a debate which is becoming increasingly elitist. So people can't
No, you
understand what we're
don't-
talking
now we're
about,
making
and you just
excuses.
keep changing
You
the
don't know
subject.
what you're talking
the
about, sir.
important point is that people have to understand
You're getting
that
angry
you.
because you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not angry.
You're
in
very
that
angry.
sense. No, I'm not.
You are very angry because you don't know what you're talking
As you
about.
like.
The European
I do
Union is
know
awful.
exactly.
It's the antithesis
Change
of
it,
anarchy.
change it to a subject, subject that you
European
think you've got
Union
control
is the
over. Change it
antithesis-
to a subject you think you've got
Well,
control
what do you
over. Go
want
on.
to talk about? You got nothing.
Should we talk about your rape? What you said about rape?
Yeah,
That
it's a
you
joke.
you would cave under pressure.
Yeah, it's a joke.
You would cave under pressure.
It's
So
a
you
joke.
could be a rapist in
No
some
one's got that much
circumstances,
beer.
could you?
Yeah. What about your joke? Your joke's okay, but my joke's not.
My joke is about raising awareness of the fact that the rich
joke's about
oppress us.
murder.
Your joke was about normalising rape.
Murder
and
is
saying
worse
that
than
rape
rape.
was
Your
okay.
joke's about normalising murder.
We already have murder in this country.
We already have
people
rape.
die all the time in this
So?
country. We have
So?
thousands of people under
Yeah.
a system and universal credit who are being oppressed day by day. People committing suicide because they've got no money left. That's the reality. We
you
already
think
have
it's
murder
okay
in
to
this
joke
country.
about murder?
No, I think it's okay. I think it's important to raise
So
it
it's
as
not
a debate.
okay to joke about murder?
I think it's important to
It's not okay to joke about murder?
It's
But you're
not-
doing it on your shirt now.
No, it's raising the debate about murder.
Well, what? Maybe I was raising
We
the debate
already
about
ha-
rape. Yeah, that's an important thing, don't you think? It's the biggest killer of men under 45, but are men oppressing women?
I believe that men are oppressed just as women are oppressed. Women are maybe more oppressed, in my opinion.
So
but
is
it's
it
certainly
not fair to want to have a debate about why men commit suicide so much? Because they do.
Of course it's fair, but you've changed the subject away from what you said, which was to normalise.
No,
You
I
said
don't-
that you
I
could be a
don't-
rapist in some
but you're
circumstances,
normalising
didn't you?
murder.
No, look, it's
That's
not
the
me.
same thing.
It's not me.
It's a
a
joke.
badger.
Yeah,
it's
but
not me. It's a
yeah,
badger.
but
You
I was
said
just
that you would
telling a
commit
joke.
rape under some
No, I didn't.
circumstances.
No,
Yes,
I
you
didn't.
did.
It
You
was
said
a
if there was
joke.
enough pressure, you would cave.
It's
You would
a
commit
joke.
rape.
Are you pressuring me to cave?
I beg your pardon?
Are you pressuring me to cave right
No,
now?
of course I'm not so pressuring
But
you
the
to
thing is,
cave.
I was obviously making a joke, because you're obviously making a joke. Why are you taking a joke so seriously?
It's
a
not.
joke,
It's
not
not
a
obviously
dick. Don't
making a
take it
joke.
to heart.
No, it's not actually making a
Of
joke.
course it's a
It's
joke.
not funny. It's not
It
funny
is
to people
funny.
who are victims of this
I think
shit.
it's funny.
It's not funny.
But I think it's funny.
Well, I don't actually.
Because
yeah, what
I'm a
gives you the
free
right-
man, that's why. And he's a free man. He doesn't have to like it, yeah. But I don't have to care whether he likes my jokes or not. I mean, I don't like his joke, but he doesn't have to care about that. Thank you very much for having the discussion. I very much appreciate it. Right, okay, let me grab. Has anyone got a bottle of water around or anything? Yes, I'd love to talk to you. Can I just get a drink?
Testing. Hello.
Right. I know you're not.
I have something for you. Only if I'm funded by you, Kit.
This is people. Yeah. That's the kind of left we needed to get out. Because these people are fucking.
It's so bad. Like,
yeah, they don't think their opinions through.
Everyone's just like shouting fascist at each other. I don't know. It's just a buzzword now. I don't even know if it means it.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I'm for limited government, so that's.
So it's like it's brought out all the worst people, all the like most radical, like old left people.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no, like if they really.
I'm so sorry. This is really like a communist enclave.
No, it's all right. That's why we're here. We're here to flush them out.
Little do they know.
That's freedom of speech.
Exactly.
I love freedom. I follow you. I'm gonna leave.
How's it going? Did you enjoy the chat with the Oh. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Come on.
Thank you.
Right. What was your name, sir?
I'm Al.
Al, nice to meet you, Al. Sorry, I have to shake hands with everyone because I think it's an important ceremony.
It's a pretty decent thing to do. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So, amongst all the mess that's going on, right, and the slander and the smear and
Yes.
all that muck over there and such.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I ask your or UKIP's? So I went to a Green Party MEP vote thing the other day, and I got to say it wasn't as well reported as this. Anyway, so a lady there who was by no means like the representative, but she gave me a flyer of Green Party. Said I asked her about the problem with Europe, and she said that in terms of the green problem and climate change and things like that. So lots of laws.
Hang on a second. This guy's about to be a fascist at us. Would you like to do some fascism, sir? Come on, dance monkey. Go on. Where's the
scream
Come on.
fascist at
Come on.
me?
Let's have the fascism. Oh, you can't get your. There we go. Why don't we have a chat, sir?
broken?
Sorry to give me a second. Sorry about this. Why don't we have a chat, sir? Sir, you've come all the way over. Why don't we have a chat? Why can't we talk?
After me.
Yeah, after you, of course. We'll queue like British people do. I think the right
We
way.
like a good queue.
Well, it's the only way to organise. What
This
else?
is
What's
very
the
true.
alternative? You know. Like,
Right.
oh, come on now, sir.
So.
Well, what? I've got a microphone here. Would you like to have a chat?
I don't like talking to white supremacists.
What?
I don't like talking to
you
people
won't be
with
talking to a
loudspeakers.
white supremacist.
That's not what it says on your Wiki Rational page.
Yeah, but I wouldn't trust Rational Wiki, mate.
Couldn't you wait your turn, mate?
Work for Alex Jones.
No, I haven't. I've never worked for Alex Jones. Who do you think I am?
What's your name?
Carl Benjamin. No, Carl Benjamin. You don't even know who you're talking to, sir. It's not appropriate. You don't
You're
know
in
who
the
I
wrong
am,
place,
sir.
mate.
What are you doing? Don't you feel silly now? You don't know who I am. You're not here to listen to anything anyone says, and you think I'm someone I'm not? That's embarrassing for you, sir. Come on, should we have a conversation? Should we have a conversation? We can have a conversation about anything?
We can have a conversation.
Okay, well, if you can wait for this gentleman, then we can have a chat afterwards.
Please.
You're allowed to be wrong as well, sir. Right. Hi, how's it going?
Take two.
Is there any reason that you're standing so
Action.
close? Do you think that anyone deserves personal space? You're just standing, but inside my personal space, aren't you? Seems like you're angry. We don't have laws. Maybe we should get some. Do you think we should? Do you know what's interesting? It's actually you can't actually legally rape a man in this country. Isn't that interesting? It's only women you can rape. Yeah, but legally not so. You know but that's. I'm sorry to hear that, by the way. But legally, that's not something they're going to care about. Do you not think that's a problem?
Do you want a milkshake or a smoothie or something?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. Well, okay, John. Right. Right.
I've been waiting here.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Let's talk then, sir.
So I went to a Green Party meeting the other day. This isn't the start of a joke, anyway.
It does sound like one, though, doesn't it?
So this lady said the reason that we should be part of Europe is because our parliament in this country is so cruddy that we haven't allowed any environmental laws to be passed through this country.
Right.
It's all had to be enforced externally from the EU.
Yeah.
I know you're running as part of the Europe and not so much change, but it's all still the same thing in my kind
I'm
of
running to be an
opinion.
MEP for UKIP.
So in essence, lots of people may want to know what are your views on.
Sorry, Tom, come on. Let's give him a little bit of space, if that's all right. I would mind you not touching me. You were touching me. You were touching me.
You're technically touching.
You're touching him, sir. You've moved in. Yeah. It's going to hurt me. I don't know if that's true.
I'm questioning him.
Yeah.
Who says I'm going to vote, mate? Yeah,
exactly.
Put me in a box.
Of course I will. All of this is going to go up.
I'm not a fan of him either,
Yeah. But he doesn't like what the left is becoming, and you're an example of that.
Yeah.
You may think so.
Well, that's what he thinks.
Your other MEP wants to come in here and debate him. Was that be a
Yeah,
good idea?
is that okay?
So if he can finish, let the other MEP come in here, see how it goes.
Come on. There's no need for any of this, is there? I mean, is this how you would run your people's democracy? Would you run your people's democracy this way? It doesn't seem very polite, does it? It doesn't seem very. Well, I thought that's what you were describing. Earlier. Well, you'd be part of it, wouldn't you? You'd be part of it.
You'll just shout
But
instead.
if this is the way you're acting, it's not going to work, is it? I mean, look, the government isn't here telling us what to do, so you have to be responsible. Well, they're not telling us what to do. They're here to protect me from you because you look like a violent psychopath. That's why they're here. You honestly do. Look at you. Look at you with the gun on there, the thing that you can pull up to mask yourself. Yeah, cull the rich. I mean, Jesus, man. You seem like a nut. Well then, okay, back off so I can talk to this guy. Right. I'm sorry about that. Right. Okay, make sure there's a bit of space there because the connection. Right. Right, so you went to a Green Party meeting, and I'm standing for an MEP. That's where I thought we were. So
this lady from the Green Party who gave me the leaflet said that the better reason why we stand for Europe and join all that is because they actually implement good laws for our climate. Can I just ask you what your views on this? Maybe climate change is a bit too much, but
we can talk about
maybe to my idea, reducing corporations' ability to create plastic bottles, and for all that plastic to be just mass produced as it does.
How about I tell you what I think? Because I'm actually so I don't know anything about the climate change debate. like the science of it. I'm not a scientist, and I mean, I just accept what scientists say because I don't know, right? So I don't want to get into the detail of that. But if we can reduce the sort of anthropogenic nature of the debate and change it to like environmentalism, as in what can we do to help the environment, then I actually think I have some ideas. I mean, like, for example, the UKIP manifesto does have a part on this where they talk about it. Right. And the only part of the manifesto I actually disagree with is the fact they want to kind of try and revive coal stations in the north, which I think was them trying to bring jobs back to the north. I think it's a noble idea, but I think it's the wrong way to go about it. I think we should actually be promoting nuclear power. I actually think this is a much cleaner, much safer. I mean, people always bring up, Chernobyl or something. Well, yeah, an old Soviet nuclear power station, probably not the best example of nuclear power. I think that, with modern technology, I think we can have safe, clean, and sustainable energy. Yeah, I know there are problems. Nothing's perfect. But I think that we can learn from these mistakes rather than just discard the whole thing. But when it comes to plastic, I'm actually completely with you on this issue. And I'm glad Milo isn't actually here, because he'd be chewing my ear off, going, no, that's not very libertarian to let the government do this. But I'm not a libertarian, I'm a liberal. I think that the government does have a role in regulating certain things. And I want to keep our streams and rivers safe and clean, and I don't like the microplastics in the environment. And I've spoken to a lot of other people in UKIP about this. They're small g greens. They think that we do need a green and pleasant, and we have to keep it green and pleasant. And that means let's just use paper and glass. Paper and glass don't ruin the environment. Or like hemp or something like that for bags at supermarkets. Yeah, exactly. Right. Decriminalize drugs. It's a health problem. It's not a legal problem. That's an archaic way of looking at things from 100 years ago, And like you say, hemp is actually an amazing resource. There's a lot we can actually do with that. And I think hey, yeah, you can. But of course they do. But everyone everywhere does. This is the thing. It's an archaic way of trying to be puritanical about these things that needs to go. Don't and treat it like a health problem if there's a problem. You know what I mean? But when it comes to plastics, yeah, I agree. We've got to start phasing them out. We can't be tyrannical about it and say, right, every plastic will be banned tomorrow. We can't do that. But we can. Yeah, exactly. But we can slowly phase it out. Like say, right, we're going to make sure that we'll regulate that every plastic bag, within like 3 years or something, will be out of a supermarket and it'll be replaced by hemp bags or whatever it is. Whatever replacement we want, paper bags, whatever. I think it by increment, and then so in like 10, 15 years, we will have phased out plastic. And the thing is, I think that if we become more mindful as consumers, we'll be naturally inclined to go, no, I don't want a plastic bag. I want a decent replacement.
Lots of people do that as it stands.
Yeah, my wife is actually the one who got me into all this way of thinking. So I was like, you're absolutely right, darling. We do need to be responsible, because I'm the sort of lazy guy who'll go, I'll pay 5p for the bag. I don't care. And I'm starting to hate myself for doing it. I'm like, oh no, that is actually lazy, And I really should get on with actually doing my part. And I think that if we'll do our part, we create a better world. That's how it's done. So
cool.
Yeah, no, I'm totally down with that, and I've spoken to a lot of people in UKIP about this, because I was feeling them out. So because I'm like, yeah, plastic bags are gross, man. Plastic bottles are gross as well. Is there anything we can do? And they were like, yeah, that'd be fine. They're all fine with it, And so it's like, we're going to take over the Greens. But is there anything else?
So as well, because I got to say, big up to the Hot Cross Bun, who's out there somewhere. What a ledge! Asking you maybe similar kind of questions, but from a non sort of set religion point. What do you really judge someone on? Is it their bank balance, or is it the actual moral values that they uphold?
I think it's their behaviour. I think that's how you should judge people. It's the way they interact with you. I mean, like, I think that you can say any joke you like, where online or whatever like that. But as soon as you're talking to someone, if you're up in someone's face and shouting at them, I think that's morally wrong. I think you've got to treat people with an individual with respect, and I think that's how we create a decent social fabric in this country. Because I mean, the way they've acted, even if you disagree with absolutely everything I'm saying, that's not acceptable behaviour, is it? Come on. So.
Thank you, Carl. That was. I'll probably go on for more and more, but thank you. That was that.
Thank you for coming out and asking me questions. I really appreciate it, and thank you for the performance.
Hello there.
Oh, I very much approve of your T-shirt.
Thank you.
Very much approve. And again, I'm not an expert on fracking or anything like that, but I'm very much aware that David Cameron's, I think it was his uncle, owns a fracking company, and suddenly, fracking in Britain would be a good idea. No, David, it's a bad idea. We've seen what happens in America with this.
Well, this T-shirt was created by a group in Totnes called Frack Free Totnes,
right,
to highlight the fact that it's been banned in everywhere apart from England. So yeah.
Well, we
And
should be banning it next.
We will be soon. Like
Good.
Natasha Engel just resigned because she realises there's no future in fracking in this country.
Excellent.
And that is the case. And the way we've done that is by taking mass civil disobedience through, for example, Extinction Rebellion and the climate strikes, highlighting the climate emergency. So my name's Larch Maxey.
Nice to
I'm
meet
an MEP candidate alongside you, and I consider it alongside you, not against you.
Thank you.
Because what I'm here to do is to invite you to recognise the climate and ecological emergency and to take appropriate action on that emergency. So what we try to ask people to do is to tell the truth, let it in, actually really feel it, and then act appropriately. So are you willing to do that?
With the principle, and I was just saying, I'm going to start forcing myself not to buy the cheap plastic bags because I really do agree that they're gross, and I think we need to get rid of them. And the thing,
so the climate emergency is a bit more beyond plastic bags.
That's where we've got to stop, because I actually don't know anything about the debate really. It's not
so I'm a scientist, so I can help you out there if you want.
Well, no. But the thing is, as soon as I listen to your side, I will not be able to analyze the information you give me, and I'm not suggesting you're wrong or anything like that. It's just I won't have the expertise needed.
It's just the science. We just use the science.
But the thing is, I know that there are people on the other side. Whether they're
what other side? Other side of what?
The other side of the debate. And
you mean the people that deny science, deny climate change?
I don't know.
I don't think we should be giving credence to climate deniers.
Well, this is the thing.
Do you think we should?
Well, no, I don't know. I don't know. That's the thing. And so this is not my debate, you know.
So it is your debate because it's your future.
Well, hang on. Because yeah, they've got a right to be wrong. That's what I feel, and they should be heard. And I mean, there might be something about what they're saying that is true. I don't know, right? And like I said, I just don't know about the debate, so it's not my subject. But I do agree with like individual points, like the fracking. I completely agree. Getting rid of plastic bags, I completely agree. And I spoke to the Extinction Rebellion protesters myself. I've got a video of myself interviewing them. They were lovely. They were absolutely lovely people. And I mean, some of them had views that I thought were very extreme, and that I don't agree with, like banning oil and things like this. You know, that's not going to happen. I think that's just ridiculous. But I would like to incrementally reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, and not just because of environmental reasons. There are geopolitical reasons to do that. I mean, like, I don't want us to be reliant on Saudi Arabia. I don't want us to be reliant on the Gulf states. And if we could phase in electric cars or something like have government initiatives to put up electric charging stations around the country and have tax breaks for electric cars or something, then I think that would be a fantastic way of changing the country incrementally for the better.
So do you have a sense of the urgency of this? The reason the government has declared it a climate emergency, an ecological emergency, is that we have this year to go from emissions rising to emissions coming down. That's the science. Even the UN General Secretary has said that.
Yeah.
So incrementally isn't actually up to the job. What's up to the job is that we appoint citizens' assemblies, ordinary people like you and me, to decide the policies based on all of the evidence. Are you familiar with citizens' assemblies?
Like I said, this is not my subject.
So citizens' assemblies is politics. It's not climate change, it's politics.
Yeah.
Citizens' assemblies is what they've been using in Ireland and around the world.
Oh, right, okay,
yeah, so it's ordinary people selected, like a jury system.
Yeah, that sounds
the jury
great.
system is the saving grace of the English legal system.
Of course it is.
Ordinary people.
It's the gift we gave to the world.
Exactly.
It's amazing, yeah.
So ordinary people in a citizens' assembly have all the information. They're the experts on tap, not on top. So they have all the information, including the climate denier perspective, and then they make the policies based on that.
Right.
And that's what we're advocating, and that's what I'd like you to advocate.
I like the sound for that. That sounds great. I love this kind of people power initiative. The only question I have is, what do we do about China and India? Because as I understand it,
can answer that easily. Yeah,
they are the massive polluters of the world, actually. So what do we do?
So what we do is all any of us can do is what we can affect ourselves.
Yes.
So we stay. That's why you and I are standing, because it's something we can do.
Yes.
So in the UK, we have a huge role to play in the global scene. The other countries watch us.
Yes.
We've got a massive historical legacy of impact around the world. So if we take a proper stance, we've already declared emergency, that's a good first step. But if we actually appoint a citizens' assembly and start doing the policies that are needed, the rest of the world is watching. There's a huge appetite for this. People are realising that our future's on the line. What we're facing now is the potential for our kids to be the last generation. That's the risk, according to the science. We don't want that to happen. So if the UK steps up, the rest of the world will follow. America, China eventually will follow. It's easier for us to do it here
Let me take that point
now.
Because I think that's very interesting, because I'm a bit more cynical when it comes to what you're suggesting, that because I like the idea that we step up and lead the way, and I think that is how we should definitely move forward. But I'm a bit more cynical because I think the economic investment that China and India have in manufacturing and industry like they do, which is the cause of all the pollution, I think the economic investment is going to make them overlook the moral stance we've taken. And I think that the regular people of those countries who need the money that they're making to pull themselves out of poverty, I think they're going to be very resentful if we try and take that away from them. So I think we need a solution that works for them as well as us. But that's the problem, isn't it? Because otherwise, like you say, it's an emergency. So what do we do?
So there are a lot of win-wins in here. Like,
Right.
we create more jobs. Renewable energy creates 6 times more jobs than fossil fuel energy investment, for example.
Right.
We insulate every home. That creates loads of jobs, and people have warm homes at the end of it.
Yeah.
That's really cheap. For the price of the HS2, which is a vanity project, every home in the UK could be insulated.
Right, okay.
So the solutions are there, and they are the
Okay.
solutions for China and America as well. China's got the worst pollution problems in the world.
course, yeah.
They're starting to realise
Beijing is disgusting.
that's why they invest more, produce more renewable, like solar panels, than any other country in the world. So the solutions are there. All we lack is the political will.
How do you feel about nuclear power?
So I think is the wrong answer to the wrong question. Basically, we energy efficiency, and then renewables can do the job. That's what we need, because renewables will create way more jobs, and it's much safer and much easier to. If you make a mistake with renewables, you just take it off the site, and then you do something else. With the nuclear, you're invested, and also it takes a lot of energy to extract.
Oh, hang on a sec. Oh, okay, go on.
Just to add something there, thank you. When we mine for these rare earth minerals to produce the solar panels, I'm not sure about wind turbines, isn't that releasing a lot of, the way I understand it, again, I'm not a scientist, doesn't that release a lot of CO2 into the atmosphere?
That's a great question. So what we've seen over the last 10 years is a massive drop in the toxicity of the renewables. So wind turbines are pretty clean, actually. They're just for metal and moving parts. So yeah, sure. In their operation, they have some damage. But the RSPB. Let me just finish. Sorry, let me just
finish, sir. Let him finish. Come on. Let him finish.
Let me just finish. So the RSPB have advocated wind turbines for about 15 years because they know that the risk of climate change is a much bigger threat to the ecology than it is from wind turbines. But solar panels are the ones where you've got the real problems, and batteries. So those two technologies have massively improved in the last 10 years with very little investment. If we actually properly invest in it, we'll get them a lot cleaner still. The main ingredient of PV photovoltaic is silica. It's sand. It's not. It's not inherently toxic. We can address those problems.
Yeah, because I mean, it seems to me that this is a very long-winded way of going around nuclear power, because I think nuclear power would solve a lot of these problems as well as not kill birds and things like this, And I do wonder why. I've spoken to many environmentalists about this, and they kind of sigh and go, well, yes, but I would prefer this. I think we could maybe have a reasonable amount of both, because I've heard that one of the things is the amount of renewable energy is not like nuclear power is very productive. It's very productive, and that's its main strength. So you don't need much to create a lot. Whereas with renewables, like with solar panels, they're very energy inefficient, which is just the nature of them. And so you'd need vast areas covered in solar panels to create the same sort of effect.
Well, the efficiency of it as per unit area of PV has increased massively over the last 10 years as well. So the panels are getting cleaner.
There's a natural limit to it. There's actually a scientist on YouTube called Thunderfoot who's done a really good expose on this and said, look, they're a good idea, and when we can use them, we should. But I don't think they're the solution. But I hope. I tell you, we'll stop now so we can talk to someone else. But I tell you what,
I just said the two problems with nuclear. It's too slow, and
Yeah.
it has a lot of embodied energy in it. So it's not up to the job. Renewables provide all the solutions we need. We can already fuel ourselves with renewables. We just need a bit more investment and energy efficiency. So.
Well, I tell you what, thank you so much for coming out and having a conversation with me, and I hope to see you in the European Parliament. I hope we both meet each other there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Right, is there anyone else? Oh, have all our protesters gone? Oh. Hello, sir.
I'm not going to talk about Fukushima.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's the thing. Like, that's one example from somewhere else, because wasn't that a tsunami?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but
Yeah, so that's a natural disaster, isn't it?
Yeah, but you look at Hinkley Point and Fukushima. We are. You can get a.
So yeah.
Hello, Carl.
Hello. What's your name, sir?
My name's James.
Nice to meet you, James.
Basically, I'm what you call a climate change denier.
Yeah.
Okay. I think.
Where's the green chap?
Yeah. Their argument is 99% of all scientists agree that man-made climate change is a thing, which is actually it just isn't true. There are not 99% of scientists who think that. And when you look at the real climate scientists, like believe it or not, a chap called Willie,
Yeah.
who's a Chinese chap who actually is really doing the science, and even Piers Corbyn, which is Jeremy's brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jeremy's brother is a proper scientist. And basically, the temperature on Earth is governed by one thing and one thing only.
The sun? Yeah.
Yeah, the
It is-
sun.
it is warm, yeah.
Yeah. And if that heats up, we heat up. If that cools down, we cool down.
Yeah.
And at the moment, that is on a phase where it's going to be cooling down, okay? And the problem is cold kills more than heat. If you look back to where civilization actually grew, when you're talking
Can you
about
move
the
out of
Roman
way of the
Empire.
speaker, please.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you move out of the way?
You're looking at the Roman Empire. It was 2 degrees warmer than it was now. Is now.
Yeah.
Look
Well,
at the Dark
you
Ages.
can look at the medieval warm period. and
Yeah,
whatnot.
the
It goes up
medieval
and down,
warm
yeah.
period was when we built those fantastic, wonderful
Yeah.
cathedrals.
And then the frozen Thames during the Victorian era.
Yeah. Well, back into the Maundy
Yeah, yeah.
Minimum.
Yeah.
We are going back into a Maundy Minimum. Yes, climate does change, but it's arrogant. I think, and CO2 is the breath of life.
Yeah.
Everything needs CO2 to
Well,
live.
that is
They
plants
are
thriving.
demonizing the actual. Yeah, they are.
Do we have to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, CO2 is only 4%. So
Yeah.
sorry, Carl.
No,
I
no.
do. I talk the hind legs of a donkey.
That's okay.
But I don't believe nuclear is safe. I think if you look at the fallout from Fukushima, right? Okay, that is being hidden. And if you go and actually do some research on what is really happening in the Atlantic Ocean now around Japan, you would never ever advocate for nuclear.
But we're not
again.
we're not in an earthquake hotspot or anything.
Yes, we are. We are in.
Are we?
Yeah, we are due a tsunami up the Severn Estuary. We're overdue by about 100 years up the Severn Estuary. Basically, you've got a volcano over in the Canary Islands.
Yeah. Okay, hang on.
And that's way overdue. That will go. That's gonna.
And you hold it up there, more up there, because I think you're holding it.
That's going to knock half the mountain into the sea, and we're going to get a tsunami.
So
okay, that's happened twice
Can we not build
within
it
the
away from
last
the coast?
700 years.
Can we not build it away from the coast then?
Yeah, Hinkley Point couldn't get closer to the bloody coast. It's on the sea.
Yeah, but can't we build away from the sea?
No, because we're building Hinkley Point now.
Oh well. Yeah, I don't think it's just as simple as that. But like I said, I'm not an expert on this, so if it's okay, I'll talk about politics. I know a lot more about that. If that's all right.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Yeah, but
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, you can't advocate nuclear.
I told you to be honest, though, isn't he?
Oh yes, yes, I remember.
We put it down there for your dog. It's all right. It's only water. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Whack that in your pocket, mate. So we'll need to give that to Callum. Yeah, I've got organisers because I can't do everything. Right. Okay. So right. So can we create a slightly bigger circle now that the protesters have? Sorry, I'm not. Just so we've got a bit more space now.
Stay away from me.
Yeah. It's because I think it's interference with the thing. So, excuse chaps. Sorry to. Can we make a bit more of a wide perimeter now? So now that the where did they go? God, that's lazy, isn't it? Honestly, absolutely lazy. Can we get a little bit more space? Sorry, it's just now that we've got the space, I feel we should occupy it. You know, I like that. I tell you what I spent all my youth in goth clubs. I never dressed like it because I'm too shy, frankly. But I spent all of my youth in goth communities and heavy metal communities. And one of the things I saw a few years back with the bloody SJWs going on about how the problem with heavy metal are metalheads, and I'm just sat there like, no. They're the kindest people in the world. They are the people who are the ones getting not just pushed out of regular society, and that's where they go to find people like themselves who have been, frankly, dispossessed. And I was just so angry reading this bloody article where they're like, oh no, the heavy metal people, the goths are the problem. No, they're not the problem. They're lovely people, and I know because they were my people for a very long time. You know. So no, honestly, I'm not trying to pander or anything, but it really frustrates me when people say stuff like that. And it's like, well, look, it's okay to dress strangely. That's fine, you know. Right, so I would love to talk to that chappie over there. I would absolutely love to talk to him. I know he's... He thinks I'm Milo, yeah. Hello, mate. How's it going?
I just want to say thank you so much for
Oh.
all the work you've done. You've been absolutely great over the last few years.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for all the work you've done because we've been watching from the sidelines for ages and none of us actually wanted to stand up and do anything. And I know you didn't, but I just want to say thank you for actually doing this work for us.
Oh,
because
honestly, I
we're all
really
lazy
appreciate that,
fuckers.
man. I mean,
And
you know,
thank
a bit of milkshake is really not the end of the world, you know. And to be honest with you, on such a hot day,
Oh,
it was a
I'm
real
jealous.
pleasure to wash
Yeah.
myself off. You know, it's like, yeah, sorry,
It's quite good.
but yeah, we'll get you some water to wash off if you want. But no, it was really nice. You know, now my hair's all stuck though, so you know, never mind. But no, thank you so much.
Thank you,
yeah.
Carl.
I tell you what, it's like I can't believe how angry they are. Like, just so angry that I dare come and talk in their town. And intolerant, isn't it? Yeah. Sure, yeah. Can we create a bit more space? Because I mean, I feel that we can all hear, and I kind of want to walk around a bit, if that's all right. Now, because you know, when they're all pressing in, you start feeling a bit claustrophobic, you know. But now we've got the space. It'd be nice to be able to. Oh, that's much better. Stretch my legs. So yeah, what was your question, sir? Or comment?
It's not so much a question.
Yeah.
It's about the rape thing, of course.
okay,
The
yeah.
not rape thing in your case.
We haven't talked about that.
No, I actually went to talk to some of these people, and some of them actually, believe it or not, talked back. I myself was raped by my ex a year ago.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No, it's all right. And I went up to these folk, told them I've been raped. Why are you talking for me?
Yeah.
Like, they go, we're not talking about you in particular. So then why are you talking about it? It's not a problem.
Yeah.
It's a joke. That I want to live not fearing for everything that happens in my life. I want to sit there, be able to tell a joke about racism.
Or whatever,
You know?
Yeah.
It just annoys me. And I see you getting harassed all the time by
People like this.
yeah, the real fascists, you know.
The real fascists, yeah.
Yeah. Where was I? Yeah. No, it's just like, why are they talking about this? Really, at the end of the day, they don't want to talk about the individual. They just want to talk about the group and not the individuals of said group.
Yeah,
Quotation
you can
marks.
never find an individual they'll be happy to talk to, because each individual will have their own thoughts. They've got this kind of abstract concept of what you are as an X. And that's my problem with this kind of, frankly, identity rights, group rights. They really do supersede and suppress individual rights.
Oh yes, and I've managed to get so many of them caught up and confused out their minds. I'm half Thai. I've got half Thai family members. I've got full Thai family members. I'm a bit Irish. I'm a bit English. I'm a bit German for believing.
Okay, now it's a problem.
Sorry.
I'm joking.
It's just, you know, it's like, don't talk about it. You're not got a point to talk about.
How is your race relevant to any conversation we can have?
I know.
That's what I always
It's
ask.
like-
It's like, why do I care?
I've been called here at least 3 times a white supremacist.
He gets it the most. He's my favourite white supremacist.
Yeah, as you can see, I'm not exactly the whitest guy around.
Yeah, exactly. But they don't care. I mean, I went to Berkeley last year, or no, year before, in fact, and I couldn't help. The white supremacy is so inclusive. It's so weird, right? Because I went to Berkeley, and there were a group of white college students at Berkeley University, and there were a group of Mexican and black and white and whoever people opposing them, and they were yelling down at how they were white supremacists. So I just went up and said, "Excuse me, why is the white supremacy so inclusive?" And they were like, "Well, they're just Uncle Toms." And it's oh my god. You know, a bunch of white kids.
That is really racist.
Exactly. A bunch of white kids calling a bunch of black and Mexican people Uncle Toms just struck me as the worst inversion of values in the world. You know, you should not be saying that to anyone. You know, I mean, calling someone Uncle Tom is calling them a race traitor. And that's saying that you, as a black person, are not allowed to think as you want. You have to think as I, the white person, wants you to think. It's awful. It's the worst thing in the world.
It's so degrading as well.
Yes.
It's like I've got some black friends who've been also called white supremacists. Like, they're black. You're talking to a black person.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do with that? Come on.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
No, just as that guy said, black people can be racist. There's plenty of racist black people.
Anyone can be
the
racist.
leader of, I forget, there's a American...
David Lammy? He's a
Oh,
great
David
example.
Lammy, yeah, there's that one.
Yeah.
He's a black racist. There's also, what is it? I believe there's a KKK branch in America that's led by a black
Oh
man.
yeah, now this was amazing. A black man managed to take over a KKK branch in America, and honestly, let's give that guy a round of applause because that is just a staggering achievement. But yeah, he plans on dissolving it, which is an excellent thing in and of itself. So these things are not monolithic. They can be overtaken. They can be overrun. They can be dismantled, and we should do that.
Yeah, it's like back to the rape thing, if you don't
Yes.
mind.
No problem.
Or the lack thereof. It's just like several people I've talked to have tried to say, I've literally gone for the you're guilty until proven innocent approach. I'm just like, that's even more ridiculous. Like,
well, that's the destruction of common law entirely.
Yeah.
I mean, the gift that the English have given to the world is the common law system. It's such a precious thing that we don't. Well, we do. Well, we try. Well, we should. Well, that's true. That is absolutely true. And this is actually one of the. I don't want to have to go on a big rant about neoliberalism, but I will. So if you can give me 5 minutes, I can talk to you in a second, if that's all right. Well, yeah, no, I agree. Okay, give me 5 secs and let me finish talking to gents, and I can talk to you. I can talk to you if you want, because I actually really agree with him.
I
on
mean,
that. But
I mean, just want to say anarchy's coming, I guess.
Well, yeah, I guess it is. I didn't realise there were so many anarchists in Totnes. It seems like such a nice, quiet place. Yeah. Well, as long as they're going to be calm and relaxed about things, I don't mind.
I mean, it's the same with the Remainers that have just upped and left, I guess. They've all gone for their afternoon tea.
Well, they've got to go read The Guardian, Got to go have their avocado.
Oh.
Johnny.
Oh, there we go.
Johnny, I blame you for this. I know. We'll investigate afterwards. But right, was there anything else, sir?
Oh, no, that should be about it, I think.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure meeting you.
Cheers. Oh, do you want to come and talk about it? We can have a chat. Can you hold a mic? Or
the British stole all their wealth.
Do you know the
originally.
empire was actually a drain on Britain's economy?
Yeah. When the English got to Africa, they were dismayed to find that the Africans had been practicing a far more colourful version of Christianity than they had for years.
Where exactly?
Africa, big
yeah,
continent.
I know, but where in Africa? It's a big continent.
Where they first landed, I don't know. I'm not an expert.
Well, no, that's not true. Like, if you look at the where Cape Town was founded, it was actually deserted at the time. So, okay, yeah, yeah, that's the advanced version of Christianity, the bloody Spanish. And I tell you what, if you want to talk about empires, the Spanish Empire is probably the worst thing besides the Belgian Empire. But yeah, exactly. Well, no, there's actually a really great book you should read called Why Nations Fail. I can't remember the name of the author offhand, but he delineates very clearly between what he calls an inclusive economy and an extractive economy. The extractive economy that Spain and Portugal operated, as you can imagine, were slave-based economies. These economies would essentially go over, enslave the natives, bring in Europeans to run this, and then just ship wealth back to the new world, the old world. But the English and the French actually ran inclusive economies. And so that can be summarized in sort of like the 40 acres and a mule. You'd be given a parcel of land and you'd be right, that's yours, farm it, pay taxes. And that's why the English and French speaking areas are so productive and the Spanish speaking areas are so backwards. It's not about race, it's not about ethnicity, it's not about religion, it's just about governmental structure, the way the thing was organized. And that's really important. The governmental structures of a country really matter to the productivity and the prosperity and happiness of that country. There's no getting around it. I mean, look, the perfect example of this is Germany after the Second World War. When the fall of the Berlin Wall happened, you could see how impoverished the eastern side was because of communism and how wealthy and opulent the western side was because of liberalism. North and South Korea are another great example of this. North Korea being a totalitarian, tyrannical communist state, South Korea being a modern liberal democracy. Which one is lit up at night? You've all seen it, Government matters. The way we run our countries matters. It has and Eastern Europe now, even now, like, for example, I've got a friend from Eastern Europe, V, you probably know of him. He keeps going on about how he is envious of Britain for being a high trust society. People in Britain, I bet a lot of people here don't even lock their doors at night. I bet they don't even think about it. Don't lock their cars when they go to the shops. Never happened in Eastern Europe because the sort of social bonds that people form naturally were broken down by the state and people were essentially like ferried into palaces of culture. And after the Soviet Union has fallen, these social bonds have not yet reformed. And this is when he comes over here, he's staggered at how nice and calm and polite and genteel everyone is. Whereas in Eastern Europe, they're a lot more cagey and suspicious of one another. And I think that's a terrible thing. I think that's an awful thing to have had happen to anyone. And so, yeah, it really matters. Your governmental form really matters. It affects the health and wealth and happiness of a nation. And so this is why I am a liberal. This is what I want, because it just works. It's much better than the alternatives. But right, so is there anyone who disagrees with me that would like to take me to task? Oh, mate, I would love a cup of tea. Hold that for a second. Cheers. You are an absolute star. Thank you so much. You know, I'm trying to diet. No, I actually am, but no, I really appreciate it. But exactly, but I've got to get rid of it. Yeah, it's I'm gonna 6-pack. I got a keg, but like I need to sort it out. But yeah, please enjoy that for me, please. Oh, all right, stop it now. That's being cruel, isn't it? Nice shirt, by the way. Right, is there anyone who's on the margins who's not sure what's going on? I'd like to talk to you. I'm happy to answer any questions. Anyone who disagrees with me? Yeah. You'll have to come over here, though. Yeah.
Hiya.
Hi. And what's your name again, sir?
My name's Ian Moore, Interdimensional Wizard, sir.
Lovely to meet you, Ian.
Indeed. There we go.
Yeah, come on. Hang on. The sun's gone, and I can take my sunglasses. Right. Sorry, Ian.
Carl, I've really appreciated your YouTubes. I've thoroughly enjoyed many of your YouTubes. Been very mind-opening.
Thank you.
However, here's a sharp question, just for fun.
I'm ready.
Who funds you?
Well, it's the Koch brothers, as well as George Soros. Occasionally, there's big Chinese money involved. Yeah, everyone looks at Johnny. Sometimes it's the Saudis, but mostly it's just regular folk who are concerned about the state of the world and subscribe to my Subscribestar account and give me like a $5 or a $10 a month because they want to keep me going. Especially as YouTube has just demonetized me. Thanks, YouTube. But yeah, it's just regular folk. I've never done an ad sponsorship. I've never taken a big donation from anyone. It's always just been regular folks, which is why we get so many people out when I'm just coming around. You know, it's just honestly, I like the fact that this is all grassroots, and it keeps me honest.
You're just a bloke that likes to share his opinion.
I'm just a guy who wanted to play video games. I really am. You know, I just wanted to play video games. But they won't leave us alone. They'll never leave us alone. They've got plans for us all, and if we don't speak up and effectively kind of unionize, and I assume UKIP is the best place for this because they're after all of this, if they've not kicked me out yet, come on, they're reliable. You know, you've got to give them that. They've been standing in absolute hell because of me, and they haven't backed down. They haven't broken. And so I think that's why I'll stick with them.
So what would you like to see then from your works? Because you're evidently going from town to town. Yeah. What would you like to see in terms of any change that you could bring about?
Well, there'll be very limited change directly that I can bring about as an MEP. That's just the sad fact of it. But I think the fact that my candidacy has had such a ripple effect on the public dialogue that I think that shows that there is a kind of moral order in this country that believes that words are more important than actions. It's not just that they're equal, they're more important. And so it's okay for them to come in a big mob and try and shout me down and bully me. That's fine. But if I say something offensive, I've justified all of this. And that's, I think, the main problem in this country. Because I think the British way is that actions speak louder than words. Every time. I mean, you can't find a picture of me punching someone. You can't find a picture of me running up and intimidating someone, shouting in their face, like it happens to me. I don't do that because I believe that we do have to treat each other with interpersonal respect. You know? They attacked me, sir. I will never apologize for defending myself against communists, and the next time they bring a flag to me, I'll take that home too. And really, it's that I think that has to be paid attention to, because it is genuinely ruining the tenor of social life. I mean, look at like Danny Baker. You might not have liked the tweet he posted. You might have thought, oh, that is inappropriate or something like that. But he was fired, and now he's being investigated over a joke tweet. It's too far. It's just too far.
I'm very cautious of seeing this idea of making hate a crime. My understanding is that when you actually suppress speech by running around with a megaphone and trying to make it so that you can't talk, that actually communications can become more solid.
Yes.
If they're not allowed to be shared.
Well, I mean, where do we derive the right to censor anyone anyway? You know, it's only an argument from the strength of our ability to do it.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise we've got no particular principle on which we're operating. We can't say in principle I should censor you, sir. It's wrong. It's wrong on the face of it, isn't it? You know?
Indeed.
So it's just an argument for preserving the status quo. And it's
Great.
if you've got the strength to do it, then you can do it. But it'll never be a moral right to censor.
Agreed.
Well, thank you very much
Very
for coming.
good.
Thank you very
Perfect.
much.
Keep up the good work.
I will. I'd shake hands, but got the tea. Right, so is there anyone who disagrees with me? Excuse me, with the protest with the sign. Could I talk to you about your sign, please? I do support racist jokes, and I'm happy for you to believe that I am one. Would you like to chat?
Yeah, sure, why not?
I love the way I look like Neo as well.
Huh? What?
Sorry.
It was a really funny
Would you like to
picture.
come over a little bit
Yeah,
so
sure,
people
why
can
the
see?
hell not?
Sorry, do you mind holding my...
Yeah,
tea
can
for
you
a
hold my sign up so people
Yeah.
can see it? Oh no, don't ruin it. Come on, I spent 5 minutes on that.
What's your name, please?
Samantha.
Can I shake hands?
Yeah, sure.
Samantha, sir.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. Right, so can you explain your sign to me, please?
Yeah, well, I think it's pretty self-evident. I thought you
Yeah.
getting hit with fish was funny, so I drew
That's
it.
okay. That's
So-
all right. But why am I a racist?
I don't know, the jokes, like...
Jokes are racist, are they?
I mean, what's the intent of the joke, I guess?
To make
like,
people laugh.
Yeah, but what is, like, where's the humor, like, derived from, I guess, is
Because
what I would...
it's absurdity. I think that there's no such thing as a racist joke in a racist society. They're always
Hmm.
categorical and serious statements, aren't they?
I guess, yeah.
So
I mean...
to say them outside of a racist society makes it an obvious absurdity. And
I
think
mean,
that's
it
the joke
depends, like,
itself.
what you consider to be, like, a racist society, you know? Because, sorry, I'm not very used to,
That's
like,
okay.
doing this kind of
That's okay.
thing, but... you know, there is. It's just the fact that there is still like racism within our society, you know, and you know, it's just like I would be like conscious about what I'm upholding with humor, you know. I mean,
I don't think humor upholds anything. I think humor
No.
takes away from things. That's the
I mean,
thing.
it can do. Humor is like a powerful thing, you know.
Do you mind aiming that bit at your mouth?
Oh, sorry, I
That's-
don't.
That's
I don't,
okay. It's
I
just
have
so
no idea
people
what
can
I'm
hear you.
doing.
No,
so
don't worry.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, like the first person that the Nazis shot in their invasion of Poland was a clown. Because he was mocking them.
Yes, I heard about
and that's,
that.
Yes, exactly. But that's the thing.
Yeah, it's an absolute
I'm playing
disgrace
the
that
clown
happened.
here. You know,
Yeah.
I'm here to, like you say, I'm a joke. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
I agree. I should never be running for anything.
No.
I should never be standing
no,
for any office.
No,
but
you said that with your own words, I believe.
of course, yeah. This is what I believe. I'm not a politician. You know, I
No.
didn't.
I know, I can
I'm
tell.
a jokester on the internet. But
Yeah, it's me
I think
too,
that
but-
we've come to that point where, I mean, 3 years on, whether you agree with the EU referendum or not, you know,
Yeah.
whether you agree with Brexit or not, it is an absurdity that I can run as an MEP candidate now. Surely
It is definitely absurd, yes.
Exactly. So I may as well enjoy it, and we may as well all show our collective resistance by sending people like me to the European Parliament and telling them what we think of them. I really
guess,
think. I really think we should.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think that racist jokes are funny because we're not racists. We're not a racist society. We're actually a really anti-racist society.
I mean, I'd hope we are, but I feel like
we
there's
know we
there's a lot of evidence that there isn't.
Well,
but,
like where?
You know, there's just like, you know, you hear like police, the way they treat people differently. It's like it's a thing over here. You know, it might. It's more. It's more evident probably in America, but it isn't not a problem over here
Do you
as
know,
well.
I actually did some research into Black Lives Matter in England, and
Hmm?
I found it very amusing. Because not only are they all white,
Hmm.
you might have seen the Heathrow runway protest.
I haven't. I
Right,
don't know anything.
it was something like 24 white people complaining that Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
But if you actually look into the statistics, say deaths in police custody, black people are actually underrepresented. Black and minority ethnic people are actually underrepresented. It's mostly white people
Yeah.
being killed in police custody, disproportionately so.
I haven't really looked.
But
like,
the thing is,
the actual
I actually
statistics, but-
have. So, and again, when surveys are done about this sort of thing, if you ask people, would you be okay with living with next to a neighbour of another race?
Yeah.
Less than 1% of people in this country said
Mm.
no. I wouldn't be okay
Yeah.
with that. But 20% of the French said no.
Mm.
Like we are a massively anti-racist country, and the only places less racist than us is Scandinavia, Norway, Sweden, and Denmark.
Yeah.
That's the only place on earth that are less racist than us. So we're number 4 in the least racist places in the world.
Yeah.
So worrying about racism just seems pointless to me. We know
It doesn't.
We're not.
It does not seem pointless to me at all because it is something that does affect people's lives. You know, there is cases of like, you know, I've had, you know, even around here, there's been like notable hate crimes to
What
people.
hate crimes have happened here?
I believe there was a Polish people who had their like shed burnt down and like their house graffitied in Plymouth. So
Is that racist?
I mean, isn't it? Like it was clearly
Are
it
the
was clearly
Polish a
like
race?
Huh?
Are the Polish a race?
Well, it was still like a anti-immigrant sentiment. So, you know.
Yeah, I don't think I'd class that as racism though.
I don't know. It's just like
and I
it's
don't know
still
what the situation was. So.
No, it was like shortly after the vote. I believe
Right.
there was like some people were, you know, there was a lot of just like get them out, burn this down or whatever. You
Yeah.
know, there was like quite a few cases of that around here. So I think it is like, you know, I would call it anti-intellectual to just dismiss it and just say nothing is happening at all
I'm
when
not
there
saying
is.
nothing's happening, but what I'm saying is. I'll talk to you in a second, sir. I noticed you've got a leave mean leave sticker, so you're not pro EU then. Right, okay, well, we'll talk in a second. But this is the thing, like, I agree that there are things that happen, but if
Yeah.
you compare them to sort of like the overall amount of violent crime, for example, in the UK, like hate crimes are a tiny slither. I don't think it is. Yeah, but what's your standard? Hang on. Well, then what? Don't shout then. Don't shout and interrupt her then. Right?
No, it's fine.
She
She is welcome to join in.
Well, if you'd like to come and talk, we can talk. Well, then be quiet then. So there is never going to be a perfect world. I mean, to address that lady's points, what's your standard? You know,
Like-
if less than 1% of the people of this country are racist,
Yeah.
how much fewer can we make it?
If things are still happening, then there should just be like things done about it. Obviously, I mean, it's not like nothing is being done about it,
absolutely.
but you know.
But what's the limiting principle? I mean, where do we stop in our attempt to eradicate racism?
I don't know, like. I mean, I'd rather just not stop. Like, I think it's not a case where you look at like a simple end goal of, oh, there's none of it anymore. It's all gone. You know, it's like
I don't think that'll ever happen.
No, I don't. Whether it happens or not isn't really the question. I think it's more a case of like, what can we do to stop it happening currently, and just like keep fighting that, because it's like, you know, things just don't end when you've like, oh, you've debated that, you know.
I don't think there's ever going to be an end. I think there will always be people who are racist, but
Yeah.
I don't think they're in any way predominant in British life.
No.
I mean, we know they're less than 1% of the population. So, are we going to oppress them? Should we send them off to gas camps or something? I mean,
Well,
where does it end?
That seems like an awfully extreme thing to say about what
You
I'm
don't
saying.
know where it ends, though. You can't give me a limiting principle.
I mean, like, are you trying to argue that racists are the real oppressed people or something?
Are they
or
not oppressed?
I mean, they
It's
should.
right to oppress them. That's
Huh?
what I think. It's right to oppress racism.
Yeah, I think it is.
But to what extent?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a difficult thing, I suppose, but.
But then why don't we just put them in gas camps?
Well, you're literally asking me whether we should kill people. Like, that's such a ridiculous thing to argue about.
There are times when we have to kill people. There are times when, like, terrorists should be shot if they're trying to kill people.
Yeah, if they're posing a threat, if people are posing a threat to others, like
you think racism is a threat?
direct violent threats, then yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I do not support the death penalty in any means.
Right.
Like, I think it's just a complete absurd leap of
Okay,
logic.
so that's
like,
a limiting principle.
Yeah.
So you do know. So you don't want racists to be killed, right? Okay, so what should now... we can define exactly how far you want to go.
Where are you
So
moving the goalposts
I'm
so
not-
exactly?
No, I'm
you know?
trying to understand your perspective.
Yeah.
So you don't like the death penalty. So we're never going to kill racists for just being racist, right? So do we prevent their free speech?
I mean, people can say whatever they want, you know.
Right.
I don't necessarily believe in suppressing it. I just think in countering it and, you know, just, you know.
No,
like
I'm with you. I'm with you.
absolutely
Right?
criticizing
so
it.
So we come even further in. So you're in favor of you're in favor of free speech. So we don't censor the racist either. So. Why are you interrupting this lady, sir? Why are you interrupting this lady? Are you aware that I'm not Milo Yiannopoulos yet? You know I don't work for Alex Jones, right? Yeah. Right, sorry about that.
Right.
So yeah, no, so we shouldn't censor racists. We shouldn't do anything violent towards racists.
No.
So far, I'm in complete agreement. I agree. We shouldn't do these things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily believe in like platforming racists either, but
But who
you know.
decides that though?
I don't know. It's just like a public thing, I suppose. But
Because I mean, if we could find a racist in the crowd, I would talk to them and give them a platform.
Yeah.
Because I would like to interrogate their beliefs so I could make them look ridiculous.
yeah, I guess we're literally standing in the marketplace of ideas right now. but-
Actually, yes. That's exactly it. Yes. Yes. That's
But-
precisely it, and that's why I've come here, because I want a marketplace of ideas. Because I mean, like, racism is absurd on the face of it. Like, not all people are the same in any one given race.
Yeah.
So to make literally a sweeping statement that's categorical about all of them, it's absurd. Why are you interrupting an anti-race speech, sir? I am literally saying that racism is a bad thing and explaining why. Why are you interrupting this? Racism is bad. Why are you opposed to this idea, sir? So, but no, but I like the no platform in question, because then it's determinate on the person who has the platform, isn't it?
I suppose it is. Yeah. It's
So-
like.
So I mean, if you were running this, you wouldn't allow a racist to talk, right?
Absolutely not. No,
Right.
I believe it would just be giving them free air. That
Yeah. But I think that really works, though. I mean, you're aware of the 2011 Question Time where Nick Griffin was given a platform, aren't you?
Yeah, unfortunately, but
that ruined the BNP. It destroyed them because everyone saw that they were actually a racist party.
Yeah.
You know, and that's good, is it not? Like, we want to ruin the BNP, don't we?
I mean, yeah, but
so it works.
I mean, I guess
Are you
that's
okay?
a shared game, but it's just.
Are you okay? You look a bit angry. Do you want to talk?
If you.
Yeah, okay. Oh, wow.
I mean, honestly.
Just wait till Milo turns up then. If you think I'm narcissistic, blimey. I've got to go on a diet because I keep seeing pictures of myself. It's awful. Yeah, I asked him, yeah. Yeah, he's funny. And by your own admission, he's a narcissist. By his admission, he's a narcissist. Well, we might have something relevant to say. Sorry, right, so is there anything else you'd like to say before I move on to talking to this lady?
Yeah. Huh?
Is there
What?
anything else you'd like to say, sorry?
Oh, yeah, actually, there is. Hang on.
You're not going to assault me with something, are
No,
you?
no, of course not. Don't be silly.
Well, I've already been assaulted today, so...
I'm not that kind of person. Don't worry. I believe in, like... Huh? No,
Would you
no. No, absolutely not.
Can I get a selfie with you?
No. Oh,
I like to show people that I'm happy to talk to people I disagree with.
Yeah.
In the marketplace of ideas.
Yeah, wait.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad.
Don't elect me to anything. Don't do it.
Yeah?
Promising you now.
I stand by anything that you're going to
Don't
place me
elect
at.
me to do shit.
Yeah, don't.
I will be a terrible elected representative.
Yeah.
Don't elect
It's
me to
totally
anything.
true. I
Don't
stand
do
by
it.
it all. I shouldn't be able to
Promising
run.
you now, you don't
But
want
I
to
have
run
to.
me.
I stand by it.
Dummy, idiot.
I stand by it.
Now women are also involved in politics.
I love
And
it.
frankly,
I wouldn't
society.
say those things if I didn't stand by
I
them.
would be a terrible elected representative. Don't elect me to anything. Don't do it. Great job trivializing
You stuck it to the man.
minorities'
Well
work.
done.
I will be a terrible elected
I'd
representative.
be awful. Awful in every way. I mean, I could have just told you this live. You don't need a recording. I'll tell you live. I'm doubtless going to be a terrible representative, but that's better than every other politician who'll lie to you and say they're going to be a good one. Should we allow someone else to speak now? I think we probably should. Okay. How long is it?
Like 5 minutes.
Okay, come on. We're not going to have 5 minutes. Come on. Come on. Okay, do you want to take the mic out, Johnny? I think we've had enough now. But it's 5 minutes and other people are waiting. I think it seems impolite. There's a Polish chap who wants to talk. There we go. We've turned it off. Thank you. Sorry, but I mean, if it was only like 1 minute or something, we'd have been fine, you know. Can I speak to someone else now? Thank you. He's behind you. You're... Okay. Right.
Hello?
Honestly, I stand
Hello?
by it all. I don't know why you think that's... do you think that it's good when politicians lie to you? You want to be lied to by politicians because they're all terrible representatives, you know. They're all bad. Every single one of them is terrible, but I'm the only one who'll tell you that. They won't tell you that because they need the illusion. They need you to believe that they're not going to be terrible, but they're all bad, I promise. I've met loads of them. They're really terrible. This is why I'm doing it. It's like, well, if liars like... Yeah, exactly. They're not honest. They're not honest. I promise you. But, well, I guess if you listen, then you could. Anyway, right.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Stan.
Do you mind if I have that, sir? Nice to meet you, sir. How you doing?
Really great shaking your hand after all you've done.
Oh, thank you very much.
Very appreciated.
I caused a bit of trouble, you know.
Right, so I'd like to say, first of all, that I've actually experienced much more xenophobic abuse from the Remain side than from the Leave side.
Is that because you're pro-national sovereignty?
That is, yeah. I'm pro-Polish national sovereignty,
Of course.
pro-British national
Can
sovereignty.
you angle it so that's facing...
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
there we go,
Yep.
perfect. Yeah.
Not used to this.
That's okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah, so whenever I speak out pro-Leave online, speak to people, I obviously get xenophobic attacks, and
Yeah.
people bring up my Polish background.
As if they have a claim to what you believe because of who you are?
Yep, and whenever I'm an active member on the UKIP Liberalists page,
Good
and
man.
when I went to my UKIP local branch, everywhere very well received.
Excellent.
Feel at home.
Great. Honestly, that's the best thing I've heard all day. Thank you.
So that's coming from somebody of a Polish background. Now I say Polish background, and this is the point I wanted to make, is that I'm actually here as a result of the totalitarianism of the 20th century.
Really?
So my grandparents came here during Second World War because of Nazis invading Poland, and then were not able to return because of the communists there. So I'm still here, because it's a wonderful country. Yeah.
So honestly, I am sorry what the Nazis and communists did to Poland. It's awful.
It is awful.
in every way.
And seeing that kind of stuff happen sort of throughout the 20th century has made me very wary and cautious of big superstates and sort of
Understandably so.
This burgeoning totalitarian system. So that's one of the reasons I'm standing up against it.
Thank you. No, I think it's genuinely important because, like you say, you're in favour of Polish independence, Polish self-determination, as I
am. Yes.
You know, I mean, it's not a particularly big issue personally, but if in principle everyone's like, well, should this nation be have self-determination? Obviously. You know, there's not even a question in my mind.
Of course, being in Britain, I obviously speak primarily from a British perspective, as I believe one should. If you are,
of course,
even if you have another background, I feel that if you choose to live here, you ought to abide by the customs and behaviour of a British person. So,
come on, that's when in Rome. You know, that's an old British saying. When in Rome, you do as the Romans do, and I would do the same if I was in Poland. I would do exactly what they thought was the right thing to do.
Especially when people are free to choose where they live. So
Yes.
if you choose to be somewhere, that's the life you choose.
You've got a duty to do it as well, don't
Yeah.
you? Because you know you're there as a guest of those people. I mean, I've lived abroad many times, you know, and every time I was doing what I thought was right by their standards, not necessarily my own standards. And I think it is wrong to try and impose my standards on them.
Yeah, I completely agree. So, yeah, that's basically what I wanted to say.
Dude, thanks a lot for coming down, man.
Once again, thanks for all the good work.
Oh, thank you. Really appreciate it. I'll take that. Right, is everything okay back here? Great. Yeah, sure.
Nervous.
That's okay. Do you mind? Yeah, I'll stand. Are we still fascists? Oh my goodness. Point out the Germans, sir, and we'll go fight them for you. Oh wait, he's with the Germans. Right, sorry. Right, when you talk, if you can have that pointed at your mouth, that'd be
Okay.
great. Yep. Okay. How can I help you, please? What's your name? Sorry.
Vanessa.
Vanessa. Lovely to meet you, Vanessa.
Thank you. I felt I just had to come and counteract some of the claims from the lady who is before this gentleman you've just interviewed.
Yeah.
And the talk of racism.
Be a bit closer.
The talk of racism.
Yeah.
I'm obviously not from this area. I'm
Right.
from an area in the north. I left the north because it was no longer safe to be there.
Right.
There's a certain ideology up there that
Yep.
people here would say I'm talking in a racist manner. It's not a racist manner. I'm a very kind, compassionate lady. I really am. Anybody who knows me knows that's the truth.
I believe you.
I'm a believer in diversity. It doesn't matter to me, people's colour, creed. That doesn't matter. But what matters to me is how people behave in the communities in which they live, whether they be the indigenous population or from a minority. And if those people, whichever people, behave in a diverse way that isn't acceptable, then we have a right to speak out. Now, this lady was talking about racism. I can guarantee that the racism from where I came doesn't come from the white community. It comes from one of the minority communities.
I think that we should be brave enough to say what
All
we
right.
believe. So, and I won't accuse you of calling names or anything like that, but I think it is imperative that we do say what we believe.
Yeah. And I could write
which
a book of
community do you believe it's coming from?
It's the. I never thought of these people as Muslims. I always saw them as Pakistanis, so because it was a Pakistani community.
Yeah, an ethnic community. From
Yes,
Pakistan, right.
it was Pakistan. There was no problem from the Chinese community, the Hindu community, the Polish community. It was from one particular source.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit nervous, so forgive me.
That's okay.
There's not that people will probably who accuse us of being fascists will actually look on YouTube, but there's a gentleman called Mo Fayez, and there's an interview from LBC on the phone-in program, and he actually talks of leaving Islam. And he left Islam, I think it was 28 years ago, and his life was under threat from his own community.
Yes, indeed.
He had to leave his own family, all his friends. He has a brother who he's never met because he was born after he left that community. Consequently, Mo Fayez went into the white community. And I would say to everybody, if you think that the racism is simply from white people, that is not the truth.
Yep.
And I beg you to listen to this guy. He's called Mo Fayez. It's an LBC.
So what's it? Oh, okay.
It's an LBC interview, and the guy phones in. He had to leave 28 years ago.
Yeah.
He went to live with the white community, and in his words, he said, I could not have had a more accepting, more loving community than the white community, who accepted me with open arms and love. He said, with his own community, he's really ashamed of his own community, which is the Pakistan community.
Yeah.
The reason being is that we have a problem up north that you don't seem to have down here. I know from coming down here, people don't understand what's going on in these areas.
They do not. Just to make it clear why, there's been something like 5% immigration down here. Like it's 95% white British. It's not mostly foreign or large amounts of foreign migration down here, and I guess northern refugees as well.
Well, this is the problem. It's not only do you have the Pakistani community came up there probably in the 50s.
Yeah.
They were in 50s, 60s. They were invited to our country, especially where I used to live, which are classed as mill and mosque towns, because of the high number of Pakistani communities built around there. They came over for industry to work in the mills, but then they consequently closed.
Yeah.
There was no problem at first. You know, everyone got on, but as the Pakistani communities grew and grew and grew, then this is where the problems came. Because if you had a business within that community where the Pakistanis then took over, and I know this for a fact of a butcher's who his shop was sabotaged, by his windows constantly smashed, and eventually they told him, unless you get out of here, we will bomb you. We will set fire to your shop. You will not get a white taxi driver up there. Not that that matters. That doesn't matter. But the reason there are now no white taxi drivers is because all their cars were sabotaged and burned by the Pakistanis. So
But you can't talk about these things.
you can't talk about it, and this is what infuriates me, because I moved down here with my adult children because it was no longer safe to be up there.
Yep.
I could write a book of what goes on. But back to Mo Fayez, he stated that the imams within his community will deny all knowledge of the grooming that goes on. I know girls who've been groomed personally.
Yeah. Well, with the sheer number of young girls who have been groomed, I'm sure everyone does.
Yeah. Well, there's people within these communities down here who'll deny that happens.
Of course,
I know the
'cause
reality.
It's politically correct.
Yeah.
You know, it's a harsh thing to have to think about, that there's a kind of bleeding edge around these communities that is hurting the native community, and not just the natives. You know, the Sikhs, the Hindus, the Chinese girls. You know, anyone contacting that, there is this kind of bleeding edge around the communities, and no one wants to talk about it. But it's getting
That's true.
it's getting wider, and it's causing people to flee. and we can't let
It's
this go on
white
forever.
flight, yeah.
Yeah, we can't let this
Yeah.
go on forever. It's got to be spoken about, even if it's uncomfortable.
Anyway, back to the guy at More Fires. He said the imams within these communities will turn around and say, well, no, these guys wouldn't do this because they're nice guys. But they are doing it. He admits they're doing it. He's ashamed of his own Pakistani community.
Yeah.
He had 3 friends who also wanted to leave Islam, who were almost killed by their own community, and the police did nothing.
Yeah.
The police did nothing to anyone who wants to leave Islam. If they're a Muslim, the police will not protect them.
Well, apostasy is punishable by death.
Yes.
And I know ex-Muslims myself who have been physically attacked. I mean, they've shown me the scars. You know, it's really awful.
It's horrendous.
Yeah.
And another thing, finally, what this guy said is that I am so ashamed of my community. He said, it pains me to be ashamed of the community that I was brought up in. He said, but 95% of those people, Pakistani people, are racist. They hate the white community. And I can honestly say that you just don't hear of any white attacks, to be honest. Attacks from the white community is very few and far between.
Yeah.
It's common. And common for the white people to have racist attacks upon them.
Yeah.
And it's not just one-on-one, it is gangs with machetes and baseball bats who will beat their victim to a pulp.
Yeah.
And I know personally of my son's friends, his sisters, were abducted by Pakistanis, they weren't being groomed, they just abducted them off the street and took them to a secluded area and gang raped them. But this goes on, and these people do not know this, because I've come down and to live in Plymouth. It's a different mentality.
It's a totally different world.
It's a different world.
They don't understand.
You know, and I don't talk from a place of racism. I work with people of all colours.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
But
But
what
I
matters,
want
like you
to
say-
put the reality there. So I would beg anybody who prefers to deny this, look at that video, More Fires, LBC ex-Muslim.
Okay.
And you'll get a different perspective.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
And, you know, being a northerner,
Yes.
you know, we talk about hate crimes too.
Yeah.
Most people have been lovely to since I've lived in this area the past 8 years. But I get people at work. In fact, one of the residents where I worked, and she was horrible to me for quite a while. But I always went in with a polite demeanour, and it turned out she disliked me because of my accent.
Oh, really?
And another girl who works at my place, she hates me because of my accent.
You weren't local.
Yeah. Well, I'm a nice person. I'm a really loving person.
I believe it. And the thing is, I really think that.
But that's a hate crime. That is a hate crime.
It's certainly prejudiced, isn't it?
Yeah.
But this is what I try to explain to people. It's like, look, people like Tommy Robinson don't come out of a vacuum. You know, they don't just appear fully formed out of the ether and then start going around saying, "Oh, I have a problem with Islam." It's not that simple. You can, and if you listen to Tommy's Oxford Union speech,
And the York one. The York.
York
York's even better.
and you can see exactly how he has been made by this kind of bleeding edge around these communities. There's no denying it. And it's very easy when you're in a place that's had virtually zero immigration to say, no, this is because you're racist. It's not because you have real problems. You know, there are real problems and they have to be discussed. It's tough. No one wants to have to do it, but it's got to be done.
Well, one final thing. I'm a real supporter of Tommy because he actually tells the truth of what's going on.
Yes, he does.
And he has a massive following because the people who follow him generally are the people he talks with a knowing truth.
Yep.
And the people who follow him often are people who recognise it, like myself, who have experience of everything that he talks about. Of the Pakistani gangs in school, at my daughter's school, cheering at 9/11, all stood up cheering. This happens. This happens.
I know.
I'm hearing people saying, "Oh my God, you don't know the reality. You can leave your suburbia. You know your privileged lifestyle."
Well, no.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
But
sorry.
She knows, and that's the thing. It's like
I thought you were.
No, but that's the thing, and it's one of the things I find is the most tragic thing is like we know that our countrymen are not racist.
Yeah.
We know that.
Yeah.
You know?
Sorry, I do apologise.
And so when they say, look, we genuinely have a problem here, We instead pathologise them as being racist, even though the day before we didn't think they were racist. And now we're not going to listen. We're going to say, no, you're actually a bad person. My goodness. No, there are real problems.
Yes,
there are real problems. But thank you so much for
No,
coming
thank
to speak.
you. I didn't mean to offend anybody, but
I know.
I think we have to put that perspective forward.
It has to be spoken about.
Yeah.
Have you worked out what my name is,
Then
sir?
go up north, boy, and see the reality.
Yeah. Thank you. Do you know who I am? Have you worked out who I am yet, sir? You didn't know who I was. You thought I was Milo. And then I was Paul Joseph Watson. I guess now you think I'm Alex Jones. Oh, yes, of course you can, sir. Sorry. Yes. Right. Yeah, I know, right? I'm much better looking. Yeah, well, I'm expecting him to come down, but he's getting us train down, so it's probably delayed, you know. I know, but he's funny. He's so funny, you can't... Yeah, right? You know, he should be the most infuriating...
He's a bit 14-year-old boy, just edgy.
But he carries it well. But anyway, sorry, sir, what was your name, please?
Alex.
Can I shake your hand? I think it's a
By all
proper
means.
introduction. Nice to meet you, I'm Carl. And, right, what would you like to say?
Well, first of all, this is my town and I live here. I'm not sure I recognise too many people around, but some of you may know me as the chairman of Save Our Hospital Services, because in the last 2 or 3 years we've had 4 community hospitals closed down in this area, in Ashburton, in Paignton, in Dartmouth, and we're currently fighting to keep Teignmouth Hospital open. I'm also a teacher in Plymouth and a member of the National Education Union. We're fighting for proper resources for our hospitals and for our schools. And I just would want to know, how can anyone put your hand up if you work for public services, apart from the police who are here, of course? Anyone here work for public services? What's your
One chap
job?
here is a paramedic.
Sorry?
Most of us are just private citizens, sir.
So, what you do?
I'm a paramedic.
Right. So what's been happening to your job and hospital services in your experience over the last few years?
Overwhelmed by the customer.
The customer?
But the patients.
Yeah.
I can tell you stories of having to go to hospitals in London where there are where there have been 27 beds in Major's department, every single one alcohol related. Mental health has been declined or neglected, and so when it gets to a point where it can't, or it takes too many resources to treat, as opposed to being nipped in the bud, the management are awful. And the worst, I've worked for the British Army, US Army, I've worked for the United Nations, I've worked for other big organisations. The ambulance service had the absolute worst management I've ever experienced in my life. What else with the ambulance service? I have had calls to hotels in the mid-centre of London to families who've come from abroad, flown in that day, called an ambulance, and it's quite clear that the condition that I'm treating has existed for months, and I have to take them to hospital to get it treated. Would you want me to go on?
Well, what's happening to the NHS in this country, and what should be done about it?
It's been simply overwhelmed. Now, we don't get, if you really want doctors and nurses, we make our own doctors and nurses. Try and go to where I've worked in Nigeria, Kenya, other parts of Africa, Philippines, and try and find not just a qualified nurse, but an experienced nurse. And they're not. They're in Canada, Australia, they're in Europe, the UK, they're in Australia. And that leaves the local population with no nurses, no doctors, no clinicians, and they suffer. Now, those people are the investment of that nation. They've educated them, looked after them, kept them secure, fed them, housed them, and kept their families employed. And then, for some reason, the European Union and other nations think, yeah, we'll have that. It's the worst type of colonialism you could ever. You think the colonies of the past were in any way
can I
bad?
just ask, would UKIP support a pay rise for health workers? Would UKIP support more investment in the NHS? Would UKIP stop the privatisation of our health service,
Can I
which
stop
the
you
Labour government of 1948 established in order to provide working people with access to decent health care. Where does UKIP stand? I understand that UKIP makes a thing about being against neoliberalism and so forth and the rest of it, but does UKIP, where do you stand on paying NHS workers more money?
I wanted to interrupt you because I can't really speak for UKIP. I can just speak for as an ex-member of the NHS. Well, but to give you my opinion and my hope is, yes, in positively act in every way. When if you see,
well, can I just say something? I don't think hope's good enough. We're 11 years down the road of cuts to public services, to cuts in education, to cuts in hospitals, to cuts in social work, to cuts in the probation service. And I don't believe that UKIP or any other political organisation is capable of defending or fighting for working class people in this country except the trade union movement itself. And I urge you, if you are a worker, if you work for schools, if you work for hospitals, then get involved in their trade union, stand up for yourself and fight. Not only against this government, but any politician who promises you the ludicrous idea, frankly, and I support, by the way, getting out of the EU. I voted for Brexit because the EU is not Europe. The EU is a neoliberal stitch-up of big bosses and big businesses. We need international ways of dealing with the problems that are facing us. That does not involve retreating into narrow-minded nationalism, but into fighting collectively as workers through our trade unions for workers' rights, for the right to take industrial action if necessary, and for the right to stand up for workers whichever part of Europe or the world they come from. Narrow-minded nationalism offers no way forward for workers whatsoever. And I live here, this is my town, I'm a teacher, I fought for the National Health Service. I don't hope for anything. I know what I stand for. I stand for a £10 minimum wage. I stand for a reduction in the working week. I stand for workers' rights. Where does UKIP stand for the rights of workers?
Well, that was a socialist tirade, sir. Can you take the microphone for yourself? So my chap can. All right, so I kind of missed half of what you were saying because of the chap over there. You're concerned about workers' rights, yes? Well, I think that we're the country that invented the concept. I mean, the European Union's like the legislation that they have. Hang on a second. Hang on,
Would
hang on, sir. Come on, let me finish what I was saying.
Repeal the Tory legislation which prevents workers from taking industrial action unless they get over 50% of the vote?
I'm afraid I don't know about that particular subject.
No, you don't know about trade unions. I know you don't.
No, I don't. No, I'm more of a free speech advocate. Are you concerned about free speech, sir?
I stand for free speech for workers who are fighting for their jobs and for their futures. Why I was at Honda in Swindon, where 5,000 workers are being laid off by Honda. I didn't notice UKIP being there to stand up for those workers.
I live in Swindon, sir.
Good. Well, why weren't you there?
Do you know why Honda's leaving?
Yeah, of course I do.
Why?
Because they're taking their jobs back to Japan.
Why are they doing that?
Because they can get away with it.
What do you mean get away with it?
They're closing down their factory in Hungary as well.
Yeah, they're
it's
leaving
nothing
Europe.
to do with the EU.
No, it's about diesel. It's about diesel. People don't like diesel.
It's about money. It's about profits.
Yes, but it's about diesel. People don't like using diesel cars because of the particulates they put into the air. And Honda are now moving all of their manufacturing back to Japan because it is cheaper for them. You're right. Yeah. But there's nothing that can be done about that. We can't stop Honda from leaving.
You can't fight for jobs.
Well, how can we stop Honda from leaving without becoming tyrannical?
You can't fight for jobs.
How can we stop Honda from leaving?
What?
How can we stop Honda from leaving?
The real problem, the real issue, is that we live in a society in which everything is predicated on making the most money possible in the quickest possible way. We bailed out the banking system to the tune of hundreds, if not thousands, of billions of pounds, and only 8% of that money was reinvested in real jobs and the real economy. The bosses, the rich, they took it for themselves.
I agree. They gave themselves massive bonuses. And you would think that people who had so catastrophically failed wouldn't be entitled to any bonuses at all. I'm actually completely on your side on this. I think that no one in my opinion is too big to fail. If they messed up, they should suffer the consequences.
So, would UKIP enable workers in their workplaces and their trade unions to take industrial action in support of their jobs, in support of their conditions, to end, for example, the exploitation of nearly 8 million people who are classified as self-employed, but in fact, have no rights, no conditions of employment or work.
Are we talking about 0-hour contracts?
For example.
I've had to work on them myself.
Yeah.
Do you think I liked it?
Probably not.
Of course I didn't. I bloody hated it.
So
it was. I felt it was a form of Tory betrayal against me. I absolutely couldn't stand it. And I tell you what, I would have probably joined the Labour Party if it wasn't led by Jeremy Corbyn. But I can't stand by a man who hates this country. I can't stand by that. It's awful. The Labour Party is currently responsible. I think they're dereliction of duty for the working people of this country.
You want to talk about Jeremy Corbyn? I'm talking about workers' rights.
Yes,
I'm
I know,
talking
but I don't
about the
think he'll
National
help.
Health Service. I'm talking about schools.
If you
My
care about the
son
National
is
Health
at my
Service, you
local
must be
school
anti-immigration,
here in
sir.
Totnes At Kevix, right?
You must be
My
anti-immigration
son
if you care about the
goes
National Health
to
Service.
Kevix, the local school, which is so underfunded that teachers are having to pay for school equipment in order to provide the kids with the things they need to do to succeed. So where would you stand, for example, at reversing the program of privatizing and cutting public services, including schools, including the police, by the way, the probation services, the prison officers? Where does UKIP stand on the question of privatisation and the support for public services?
UKIP stand where any sensible free marketeer would stand on that subject. Any natural monopolies must be owned by the government. Any natural monopolies.
So UKIP stands for the renationalisation of the utilities?
I can't.
Electricity,
I don't want to
gas,
speak
and
on
so forth?
specific parts of that because no. Well, hang on a second. Can I tell you why? Before you start cackling, because I'm not well educated on that subject. But in principle, UKIP fully understands that any natural monopolies, like, for example, the health service, the railways, things like that, I do believe that they would want those things renationalised because that's not a free market. That's not fair to the consumer. That gives these monopolies complete control over... For example, I can't get here without going on a Great Western train. I don't have a choice, right? And so they now have a monopoly on how much they charge me, how poor their service is, and their service is awful. And I spoke to a few of the employees at my local railway station, and they said the reason that they're so late all the time is because they only get charged £200 per minute that a train is late, which is just cheaper for them to pay than to fix the bloody rails. It's just easier for them. It's cheaper, and they don't care. And I, as a consumer, suffer for that. So yes, I would like these things renationalised because I remember when they were nationalised, and they were better than they are now. So yes, in that regard, a monopoly should be nationally owned. I completely agree with that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Would you like to talk? Why not?
I'll be brave.
Hang on a sec, sis. Why can't we talk?
Because I'm a stupid fucking feminist.
Well, I don't agree that you're stupid. I don't agree that you're stupid.
That's a quote from you.
What, to Lacey
about
Green,
feminism.
right? Well, hang on. Do you want to? Right, okay. If you can, let me. Right, if you can hold it up around the top here, because the receiver bit is at the bottom. The receiver bit's at the bottom, and make sure that's facing your face.
1, 2.
Yeah. Why are you a feminist? Just out of interest.
Because I don't think that men have the right to own women.
Yeah, but they don't own women. In what way don't women have self-determination?
I believe in equality between the sexes.
Are they equal though?
I believe that the patriarchy is extremely detrimental to both men and women.
How do you prove patriarchy?
And I think that... You see, this is why I don't want to debate you, because every word I say, you've got a little
but everything you're saying,
thing.
yeah, but everything you're saying is very
training
loaded.
Training against me.
Yes.
I can't afford fucking debate lessons. Like
I haven't
you've
had debate lessons.
Oh come on, or at least a lot of practice.
I just teach.
Can you let her speak?
Yes, but she's making very loaded statements. Yes, excuse me, come on.
I'm making loaded
Yes,
statements.
you are.
Okay, Jesus.
Yes, I can. Excuse me. Come on now, that's rude. Yes, but you're being very rude, and I don't appreciate that. I'm not attacking anyone, I'm calling you rude, because you're being rude. Sorry, carry on.
Okay, so this is from a video.
Sure, I
that
stand
you
by
made.
it.
Okay.
Excuse me, we're not talking to you at the moment, I'm sorry. We can talk afterwards if you'd like.
You have argued that feminism was responsible for the rise in the numbers of men carrying out mass murders.
Yes.
Because the killers felt disenfranchised and out of options. So your point being, it's feminism's fault, it's women's fault that men are murdering them. Okay,
Well, no, hang on
great
a second,
point.
hang on a second. Right, let's discuss this, because it's important, right?
Okay,
no,
I'd quite like to
hang
finish
on. No.
reading the quotes that you
Well,
made first.
Oh, sorry, okay.
because
Carry on. I thought, well, can we not talk about one at a time? Because I get the feeling it's different subjects,
It's very
is it not?
much the same subject.
Excuse me.
This is what feminism has wrought.
Yeah.
A generation of men who do not know what to do,
Yeah.
who are being demonized for what they are, says Benjamin.
Can we applaud that? Because I think that's correct. Yeah, see, we've got ladies in the crowd here who absolutely agree. Feminism is a way of oppressing men by women who are angry at men.
I would
obviously.
argue that it's patriarchy is oppressing both men and women.
But you can't prove
And
that exists.
Okay, so how long ago was marital rape criminalized?
It was in the 90s, wasn't it?
1990s, yeah.
Do-
the
what about bestiality?
1990s.
How long ago was that criminalised?
Sorry?
Bestiality. When was that criminalised?
I actually don't look into that kind of
well, no,
thing day to day.
it was actually fairly recently because it generally doesn't happen very often. And if something isn't really happening very
It doesn't
often...
happen very often.
No.
Marital
Rape-
historically doesn't happen very often. Okay, wow.
Well, okay.
I don't have facts
In
and
civilized
figures lined
areas-
up in my pocket.
I'm sorry?
I don't have facts and figures lined up in my pocket. I was not intending to speak, but I just can't.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well, can I talk about
you
the-
are responsible for perpetuating it. It here being the mass murder of women. By
Yeah.
disenfranchising these poor fucking guys who don't
Yeah.
have any options left.
Don't you feel that you have a responsibility then?
I have a responsibility to sleep with men that desire me, so they
No,
don't
I
feel
didn't-
angry.
I didn't say that.
That's kind of what
Maybe
these
not
quotes
hate men for a start.
imply.
Maybe not hating men
I
as a
really
start.
don't hate men.
Yeah, but you seem to.
I hate men that feel they have a right to influence my space and tell me what I should be.
But who's that?
It's happened, believe me.
Well, who? Who's doing that? Like, I think women have self-determination in this country. I think they can do what they
yeah,
like.
in this country it's not too bad.
And
I
a
will
lot-
admit it's not too bad.
So
but
where's
there
the
are still
patriarchy
issues.
then? Which ones? Tell me about the issues.
Sorry. I can't.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty bad.
That is like, yeah, it's worse. I'm not arguing that this is worse.
I'm glad we can agree.
saying this is like.
So how is it
Okay.
that women in this country don't have self-determination? I'm really curious about that. I think they do. I think like the ladies around are just like, what are you talking about? I do what I want, and that's as it should be. Yeah, exactly. I wish my wife would stop telling me what to bloody do. You know what I mean? I'm looking for self-determination for me, married men. Joking. I'm just kidding. Come on.
The question you and all of your stupid fucking feminist cultists need to
Yeah.
be asking is, why are these men? This is a quote from him.
Yeah, it's fine. Carry on.
The question you and all of your stupid fucking feminist cultists need to be asking is, why are these men becoming misogynists in the first place?
Yes.
What is this feminist-run society? Feminist-run society
We have
doing
feminists
to
in our
them
government.
that is causing them to go insane?
We have feminists in our government. Do you not realise this? Are there any MRAs in our government? I can name you a slew of feminists who are a sisterhood, according to Jess Phillips, a feminist in our government. Maybe Philip Davies, is he an MRA? He probably is. He's one guy, compared to dozens of feminists. I mean, do you not think that there is an influence of feminism on our society? Is it not?
Not
It's
enough
in every
of an evidence.
university?
Not enough.
It's
no,
in
not enough.
every university has a feminist society.
Yeah,
Do they
and
have men's rights
Have you
societies?
looked at like rape statistics in university?
Yes, they're very
Who's
low.
getting raped?
They're very low.
Women.
They're very
not
low.
men.
They're lower than the surrounding
Normally.
cities in which they're found. It's safer on a university campus for a woman than
And
anywhere
so
else.
it fucking should be. There shouldn't be anything
Then
like
what are you
that.
complaining about?
What am I complaining about?
If it says it should
I'm
be.
complaining about being called a stupid fucking cultist feminist.
But you don't seem
Stupid
to be able to
fucking
prove
feminist
patriarchy.
cultist.
Yeah, but you seem to
I
be.
can't prove patriarchy. I can't
Well, it seems like
drag
a
it out
religion.
of thin air. Can I and go, look, here's the patriarchy. I can say that as a woman, I have felt unsafe. I have felt oppressed.
As a man,
for
I
my
feel
femininity.
unsafe. For my masculinity.
Really?
Yes. By your supporters.
And that would you say that? My
Am I not allowed to
support-
feel
I don't
unsafe?
Have supporters. I'm just
Well,
like a
they-
normal person.
No, you're a feminist. You're definitely not a
People
normal
on a
person.
similar angle to me, maybe.
But am I not allowed to feel this way? Is that not is that not
Are you
valid?
not allowed to feel oppressed? I would argue that you're being oppressed by the patriarchy. You're being oppressed by the ideals that.
I think I'm being oppressed by feminists. Yes, exactly. Look at the Middle East. They're bloody strong patriarchies over there. You know?
Are you saying that they're strong, like in a good way?
No, I'm thinking they're just strong. They're very powerful
Okay,
patriarchies.
so-
I mean, every woman in Saudi Arabia is head to toe. That's powerful. I don't like it. I think that's terrible. I think women should have self-determination. I think you should have the right to vote, live where you want, marry who you like, do what you want. And you do. Who
Only
stops you?
be respected if you look sexy.
No, not at all.
That's like the kind of shit I'm
who
talking about.
No, well, hang on. I don't think that women who like dress in a particularly revealing way are very well respected. I think they're generally quite disrespected. Like these ladies here are very respectable and
You
they're
think
not
that's
dressed.
you think that's better?
Well, what do you mean?
If somebody dresses revealingly, they're suddenly like less worthy of
I
respect.
I think that other women disrespect them.
Really?
Yes.
I would call that
Yeah.
ingrained misogyny.
Yeah, I know you would because you're a feminist cultist. I think other women have a right to have an opinion on these things. I think the
This
key
is the
thing.
proudest day of my life,
but
honestly.
the
I've never
key
been called a
thing-
feminist cultist before. He
Yeah, but-
said I was cackling earlier, like
Well,
a
you were.
witch.
You were. You literally were. But the thing is, I really am curious about this because it seems that you deny the idea of female power. And I think that's really dangerous because I think women are very powerful. And I think they need to check their privileges sometimes. And I think you're an example of that.
You don't.
We're currently run by... Theresa May is the current Prime Minister of Britain. Nicola Sturgeon is the current First Minister of Scotland. And the head of the Welsh Assembly is also a woman, but I can't remember what her name is off the top of my head. And then Angela Merkel, people like this. All childless women. The world is being run by childless women. And is it going well? Do you think it's going well under the patriarchy? Run by women?
I would deeply argue that it is run by women. I think that's a massive overstatement.
They are
I think
literally
in
in
government
charge.
it's something like. Is it even approaching a third of women in
It's
government?
over a third. But
Is it over a third?
the women
Is it
are
half?
actually in charge. So the women are telling the men what to do. Is it going well?
So you're saying that women should be at what you're saying, like that the men should be in charge and it would be going better.
I
Is that
don't
what
think
you're
so.
saying to
There
me?
are lots of male politicians who are terrible. I don't think either gender has a monopoly on bad politicians, but I also
They
don't think that
certainly
just
do not.
because I also think that just because someone's a woman doesn't mean they're going to be a good politician. Theresa May, example A, right?
Well, yeah, I would deeply agree with that statement.
Same here.
I don't think that being a woman makes you automatically good at anything. I also don't think that
Okay.
being a man makes you automatically good at anything.
I totally agree. I think you're completely correct.
They're
there.
great at looking after babies. You heard it from him.
Well, hey, listen, as a father, I just want to say men are also great at looking after babies. Good man. And isn't it the best thing, though, being a dad? It's like people don't understand just how great it is to be a dad, you know, 'cause especially you give it back to the mum when you're done. Right, are there any other people who would like to disagree? Go on, chap in the pink shirt. Come and tell... Yes, please. Come and play devil's advocate. I like a bit of that.
I don't have much to say, but I'm saying some people you could say that like.
Well, what's
culture
your
goes-
name first? Hang on.
My name's Ozzy.
Ozzy. All right, keep that pointed.
Yeah. No, so like some people could say that the culture of patriarchy goes a lot further than like the laws. I don't think there's really many sexist laws at the moment.
Yeah.
But like obviously our culture, our male-dominated culture, kind of goes back way back.
Hang on,
in
let's
this
address
country.
that then.
Yeah.
How are we a male-dominated culture? I'm curious about this.
Well, I guess like in the past, right, it was all kings and the bloodline would go to like the sun kind of thing. And it was all just like, you know, far back. Women weren't allowed to vote for a while, you know, and I think now it's a lot better. But
Well,
there
hang on,
might still be a bit
let's stop on that point as well, because women got the vote something like 2 years after men. So it was like, what was it, 1912, something like that? And men got 1910, and in New Zealand they got it in 1889 or something like that. So, I mean, it's not like it was 100 years of oppression for women where men could vote and women couldn't. It was a very narrow window of time, and it's literally over 100 years ago now. So, I mean, is that relevant to today?
I mean, I don't know. There's lots of different opinions on it, to be fair. But I think it is, to be fair, because it's the fact that it was so difficult for them to get the vote. But like, I guess you could say you're saying it's more like it was more like an oligarchy, right, than like a patriarchy.
I mean, you could describe medieval England as a patriarchy. Sure, I mean that's a fair thing to say. But I mean, like, even under a patriarchy, it's not like women didn't have rights and duties. Because I mean, if you look at Richard the Lionheart, in fact, right, when he was on crusade, he wanted to marry his sister to not Saladin, but one of his brothers, I believe it was, to sort of cement a political alliance. And she just flatly refused. Obviously, she wasn't going to marry a Muslim as a Christian girl. Yeah. That was no way going to happen in the middle of a crusade. And if she can just flatly refuse the King of England, asking her to marry, then how oppressed was she really?
That's a good point.
How could she refuse that?
Well, I didn't know that. Like, to be fair, I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate here. I feel
I know.
Probably throughout history, we have kind of been a little, like, we've been pretty bad to women, to be fair.
I think everyone had it bad.
Yeah, I feel like maybe it's like, because like men have a kind of, you could say men have like a kind of a thing for like dominance. That's quite stereotypical. I don't think it's nice to generalize the genders too much. Because, I don't know. I'm not like a professor of gender studies, fortunately, so...
Well, that's lucky, really, isn't it? But I think that really, I mean, if you went to the Middle East and you asked the men there who are forcing women to wear abayas and burqas and whatnot, I think they would say they're doing it out of care of the women. Because, I mean, there's a meme that often goes around like Arabic Twitter that is... what it is a lollipop that's been unwrapped and then dropped on the floor and covered in ants, and then another lollipop that's wrapped up, dropped on the floor, that's not covered in ants. And they say, well, there we go, ladies. This is for your own protection. But the implication is that it's for the woman's health. It's for her safety. It's not because they hate women and want to keep them down. Now, I don't agree that they're expressing that well. I think that's terrible. I think that women should be free to do exactly as they want in this regard. But I don't think... men have ever operated from a position of hatred of women. I think that they've always been, ignorant, possibly, desperate often, suffering under the depredations of being alive in the Middle Ages, undoubtedly. But life was a struggle right up until the modern era. So I think it's unfair to say, oh, men were oppressing women. I don't think that's accurate,
Yeah. Well, it's a good point, man.
Thanks, man. Well, thanks for talking, man.
I don't really have much to be, but I'm not informed, man, on anything.
No, don't worry. Well, how did you feel about the way I've been treated today?
I wouldn't say this as well. I think like most of the people here, I probably disagree with like strongly on like almost everything. But
excuse me, Mr. Fascist.
Good
Sorry,
example.
Come on. We've got a male feminist talking here. Sorry, I'm just joking.
I think it's bad. Like if there's two groups who have opposing views and one is trying to debate people and one is just kind of shouting, right? It doesn't make the shouty group look good. And I feel like I would like to think that the worst of the... Thank you.
You made a great point, man.
No, I would like to think that this is like the kind of like a vocal minority of the left. Because I think in Totnes at least, I think most of the left in Totnes, which is a very left-wing town, are quite, chill and not too bad. Like they would be respectful of different opinions.
Well, I would like to think that too, but I guess the reception I got today didn't give me that impression.
I got milkshake.
But that's all right. That's all right, because it's a hot day, so it was nice to wash off, to be honest. Well, it was.
Well, yeah, man. I don't know, like...
It's just a milkshake. It's not a big deal.
It's sad that people, because I think if you were genuinely confident in your beliefs that they were correct, then you wouldn't be scared to, it's like a lot of people say about, the government and, like, drugs...
Sorry, I don't know. Hand high, yeah, sorry.
No, was it drugs and especially psychedelics that some people think like let you explore different states of mind? They would say they're illegal because the government doesn't want you to like challenge the cultural norms and stuff.
Could be.
And, it could be.
Yeah,
but like the same thing, like if you are totally confident in what you believe and you think it's right, then you should let people challenge it.
Exactly. Yeah. Why do you think I'm here? I genuinely believe what I'm saying.
Like,
is
I do respect you for doing this.
Thank you.
Hey.
Right. Well, thank you very much. Cheers, man.
Right, nice to talk to you.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, sorry.
Check. Hello, Carl.
Do you mind if I grab a drink first? Sorry.
Yeah, go
Has
ahead.
anyone got a water or, God forbid, I say a tea? Oh, thank
God
you very
forbid
much.
we say a
Thanks, man.
milkshake.
Can you open it, please? I can't do it with one hand. Thanks. If anyone's got a milkshake, I'd love one. I really like milkshakes. Well, I'd like to drink it rather than wear it, if that's all right. You know. Chocolate, please, sir. Thank you. What? I don't know. I'm very progressive. Yes, sir. What's your name, please?
Okay, my name is Maciej.
I-
I'm Polish myself. I've lived here in this country for around 14 years, give or take.
Okay.
I'd like to talk to you about your sort of adamant free speech absolutism.
Mhm.
That's how I see it.
Yeah.
I think that's like a core tenet of you. Just
I'm certainly a free speech activist. Yeah.
absolutely. And I kind of want to talk about why I fundamentally disagree with that,
Mhm.
especially in this sort of political climate that we have, notably in America. Basically, what I want to talk about is, and also, moreover, with your sort of free speech absolutism, is why I believe that you won't get far anywhere as far as your this political career goes. And I'm not really trying to like slander you or anything like that.
No, don't worry. I'm used to it.
Basically, so everyone is pointing out your sort of comments about the Labour MP,
My jokes, yeah.
about various other things that you've said on different podcasts. I'd like to preface this that about 4 years ago, give or take, I had followed the sort of Gamergate controversy and sort of had anti-feminist leanings, but I believe I grew out of that, basically. And
How old are you exactly?
19.
So you haven't grown out of much yet. I mean,
Well, you could say that.
honestly, by the time you get to my age, you realize there's a lot you grow out
I mean,
of.
yeah. I mean, everyone. I believe everyone has leftist tendencies at this sort of age, right?
Yeah, in a way, I guess they do. Yeah. Look
Right. So, what I basically want to say with this is, your comments. You kind of the media sort of reported on it. Everyone's kind of talking about how you're vile, you're this, you're that, and the other. And while I partially agree with that, these sort of comments there, I think they're absolutely unnecessary. You kind of believe that we should have no limits to the humor for everything to be like fair.
Yeah.
And well, I disagree because I think there are some societal taboos that we should sort of avoid joking about.
Okay, hang on a sec. Let's stop there, right? That's a very conservative position. That's
Right.
incredibly conservative.
Wha-
Who would you put in charge of deciding what societal taboos cannot be joked about?
Well, just people themselves, really. It's
Well,
not.
who?
It's not just collective circles of people who dictate these platforms.
Okay, well, stop again. I'm a person.
Right. Go ahead.
I'm making the decision then. I'm deciding what can and can't be joked about.
No, just people as a collective. Multiple people, collectively, as a society, will decide. There's about
Here is a collective that think it's
there's
okay to joke.
Absolutely, there's about 50 of you people, but you should the count demonstration earlier. I'd say much more people that
So?
kind of fundamentally disagree with
So,
you. and
okay,
cause-
stop again. Sorry. So it's just about who has the larger mob.
Well, you could. I mean, yes, you could say that.
Well, okay,
But
well, stop
here's
again. Stop again. Sorry. What's the principle from which you're operating when it comes to censorship?
Sort of just established societal norms and just I think
traditionalism.
Not traditionalism because again I think rape jokes are distasteful. I think racial jokes are pretty distasteful, and I think there's a point where we should shy away from them. We shouldn't talk about it in this context, especially because in America they are, I believe, and people will laugh at me at this, they are being, this sort of humor, this sort of absurdist, you call it absurdist, I call it sort of radical humor.
Okay.
People are weaponizing it. People are using it in the context of, so basically with the American far right, I believe that a lot of online culture and social media, people are using this sort of distasteful humor, as you say, about racial humor, about anti-feminist humor, whatever it is, right? This sort of humor is being used and repeatedly, I believe, by a lot of people to sort of instill the values behind them.
Okay, stop there then. Did the Nazis use humor to promote Nazism?
No. Well,
did the communists use humor to promote communism?
well, you could argue that there was like satirical, propaganda posters that may have had some satirical undertones, may have had like caricatures and stuff like that.
But it's
I'm
generally
pretty
not a
pretty
very effective way, right?
I'm pretty sure it can have a political message.
Well, no, hang on. That's okay. So
Humor can have.
Okay, no,
Okay, go ahead.
Because I agree with you that comedy can have a political message, but usually it's a negative political message. It's a joke at the expense of a positive position. For example, you sound very conservative to me. Right? You say, you seem to be arguing for established social norms, for restrictions on speech. I mean, this could have come from a 1990s religious fundamentalist.
Look,
this is their exact point. Their exact point.
I
right?
think there's a distinction. I think we should. I'm an advocate for free speech, but not to the point where it can be confused as hate speech, or
how do you define
used as
that?
hate speech. Well, just targeting targeting specific groups, targeting minorities, targeting ethnicities.
Okay, stop again. Sorry.
Religious groups.
So
Go ahead.
we can't make jokes about Christians.
That's a good point.
Okay, no, stop again. So we can't make jokes about Russians or Americans or Germans. Because I tell you what, if I can't make my German jokes, we have a problem.
I think we should shy away from those sort of things that are currently relevant right now. So,
well, hang on. Before we go on, then why? Why should we do that?
Well, because, like I've said previously, there's a big wave of, I'd say, Islamophobia right now.
Right.
I'd say there's a big wave of, say, sexism and anti-LGBT values right now, and we should shy away from taboos that are currently like being discussed, like avoiding. What I'm saying is avoiding jokes that are sort of just distasteful and are relevant now.
So, because it sounds like what you're saying is we should let the racists dictate what we do. Because racists are doing something, then we should do something else. And that puts us in the control of the racists, because then they can keep doing, like, the OK symbol. Like, the radical left at the moment are trying to make it so that the OK symbol, an internationally recognized symbol, that the ADL have said this is not a racist sign, they're trying to make it as if it's a racist sign.
Well,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know.
Just because the radical right would do
there
it.
should be absolutely pushback against this, and we should absolutely reclaim some things that are not from ethno-nationalist, far right, whatever. But the thing is, like, the whole controversy about, I'm glad you bring this up, the whole controversy about the OK symbol is that there's this concept called dog whistling. I'm sure you're familiar.
I hear about it a lot, but I never do it myself.
Where I
think the radical left do it all the time. Sorry, carry on.
Where basically, when the far right will use these symbols, like the OK sign, in their own context, right? In the context of, say, ethno-nationalism or far right, of the far right, whatever, when they will use it in their context, right?
Sure.
It'll appeal to them, and it will be like a symbol to them to basically, as like I said, it's a dog whistle only to them.
Yeah, but who cares what they think?
Promote their idea, to promote this sort of ideas and sort of stir.
Okay, hang on a sec. I don't agree that there's anyone who watches that and thinks, that's a promotion of alt-right ideas. I don't think that's true.
When you see,
hang on. I think what they're doing is using the radical left in order to promote themselves. Because if the radical left starts saying, oh, by the way, the OK symbol's a racist dog whistle, then everyone who does it is now going to have to be taught, by the way, that's a Nazi symbol, that's a Nazi symbol. And so now they're the ones giving that to the alt-right. The alt-right, no regular person thinks this at all. They have no idea what the hell you're talking about until some, radical leftist in the press comes along and says, right, that's the Nazi symbol, you're not allowed to use that. And suddenly, you guys make it the alt-right symbol. It wouldn't be that way on its own.
What should I say with this? So with the whole, like, you see sort of, like I said, you see the far right using it. Like, you see,
I don't watch the far right, man.
You don't watch the far. I want to disagree with that, because you've been on podcasts with, say, on the I forget what it's called, the Ralph Retort. I don't know if you've been on this podcast.
Yeah, he's an idiot. He's not far right. He's a moron.
The Kill Stream podcast. They're not far right, but they platform people like, say, Nicholas Fuentes.
Sure, but I've debated agaginst almost all of these
Nicholas Fuentes, who are far right, who are sort of people.
Yeah, but I've debated against them.
You've debated against them.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't actually know that.
I'm sorry?
I didn't know that, actually. Should you imply that you've debated
I've debated against almost all of them. Richard Spencer, Jared Taylor, Millennial Woes. Name one, and I've debated against them.
And you've debated against Richard Spencer, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I've debated against them all.
Okay.
And I've got the channel with nearly 1 million subscribers. And where's
Yeah.
Richard Spencer now?
Well, that's a good. Yeah, he's pretty much gone. But
He's gone.
I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
I'd be
'Cause
willing
he
to.
was he only had a platform because of the left wing media. They wanted to show him as the face, but nobody was supporting him.
Here's the thing. I think you're losing your platform gradually right now. You've been flagged for demonetization lately by YouTube.
Yeah.
I don't know what the end result will be of that. We shall wait and see.
I guess.
Furthermore, Milo's been deplatformed. Actually, I want
Yeah.
to see Milo. Will he show up?
We are. I'm hoping he shows up. But yeah, he's missed his flight. But yeah, we are being censored. That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree to with this sort of censorship is that we're handing power to monolithic corporations to
Yeah.
dictate what can be said and not said on these platforms, like on
Yeah.
Twitter, like on just in social media. I can understand this sort of concern of this monolithic entity just suppressing free speech.
Yeah.
However, I want to say that there should still be accountability for what you say, for what other people say,
Sure.
and there should be if enough people decide that we should get rid of this. He spouts vile ideology. He
Yeah.
says this, that, and the other.
Well, okay, hang on, stop there then, because I think there is accountability, and I think that's exactly the point. That's what I'm trying to say with Richard Spencer. Like, I actually had to go and find where Richard Spencer is actually podcasting on YouTube now. I was watching; he has like 200 people watching. You know, it's tiny views,
Yeah.
and yet I get hundreds of thousands of views. You know, if I do a stream, I'll get like 10,000 viewers. You know, like live concurrent. I think the public are voting with their feet. I think that they are being held accountable by the public. I think that what they're saying isn't resonating.
Well, now what I want to bring up is with this sort of free speech absolutism that you travel.
Yeah.
And I believe, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
I believe that you're here in Totnes specific because you know there's a leftist audience here.
Oh yeah, I want to talk to leftists.
It's hippie
yeah.
country. I'm not going to deny
Absolutely.
that. It is.
I want to talk to them. Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted that. Yeah, sure. But I think you did it mostly just to get a rise out of people, just to get. I believe that you've mainly did it just because you were well aware that there'd be sort of a radical, sort of an extremist.
Okay, well, don't you think that's scary that there are a bunch of left-wing radical thugs who will try and shut someone down from having free speech in a place as innocuous as Totnes?
The people
Don't you see that as a problem?
The people here, I don't see them as thugs. I don't see them.
Well, I think the way they were treating me was pretty thuggish.
Yeah,
if I was doing that to you with this audience, you'd call us thugs.
Yeah,
and so
I'd be
let's be
inclined to say
consistent
that.
in that
Right.
regard, shall we? Come
Go
on.
ahead.
What happened to me was unacceptable,
Here's the
but I'm not afraid of them. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of them, and
Okay.
I'm going to stand my ground on
And I'm
this.
absolutely not. And I'm. for
I know
people
you
su-
don't advocate it. I
For
know you
people
don't.
such as I'd be willing to label you as alt-right, not alt-right.
Well, what does that
alt-right.
mean?
So
What does
what
that
does that mean? Well, it's been a label kind of adopted for people who are sort of not exactly radical, say as Fuentes or Richard Spencer, that they're essentially classed as alt-right now. People who like in sort of lefting more in the center.
Okay,
That's what
hang on.
That's
Right,
what
okay,
I'd be inclined to call you.
Let's speak more in political philosophy, because like I'm a liberal individualist. I don't like identity politics, and I don't like identity politics because it politicizes every individual member of a group. For example, to Richard Spencer, you are a political unit. Your existence, wherever you go, is as you as a political entity because you're a white male, right? You can't get away from that. You're a white person, so Richard Spencer is speaking for you when he speaks, right? I'm not in favor of that kind of politics. I want party politics. So you politicize yourself when you choose to join a political party like UKIP. So I've chosen to become a political actor. It's my choice. I get to decide that. He doesn't decide that. That's my kind of politics. Now, I don't think that's alt anything. I think that's English liberalism. That's what I'm describing. And what I think that Richard Spencer and honestly the radical left as well, they do exactly the same thing, but just for black people and for women. This I would call this continental collectivism. This is a very German way of thinking, frankly. And it's very much the way the Nazis thought. And I think it's terrible. I think that's really bad. And so I don't agree that I have anything in common with the alt-right because I hate them as much as I hate the radical left for that particular reason.
Well, the alt-right consider, for instance, who do you who do you currently associate with as far as your sort of your sort of other people in communities. But say Stefan Molyneux, do you know him?
I've spoken to him a couple of times. I'm not. I think isn't he more of an anarchist?
Anarchist?
I think he,
No,
yeah,
I wouldn't say Stefan Molyneux.
Not a
is an
left-wing
anarchist.
anarchist, but like an
No.
anarcho-capitalist.
No, I think
not
he's
too
on the
familiar.
right, I'd say.
Yeah, but like you can still have right-wing anarchism. It's just
Yeah.
anti-state libertarianism.
Yeah,
Like,
libertarian.
like look at the Gadsden flag chap there. He knows. Yeah, see, he knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Stefan Molyneux is an anarchist almost, isn't he? Oh, right. So very, very close to that. Right. Yeah, exactly. So exactly. So very close to that, right? But I'm not an anarchist. I'm a liberal. I think that there is a role for the state, and I think it should be accountable. I mean, I'm friends with Dankula and Paul Joseph Watson, and we're both classical. We're all classical liberals, you know. Dankula's a lot more like him, actually. He's a bit more radically like, get the government away from me because he's been persecuted. Oh well, how dare you, sir? You know. Yeah, exactly. How dare you have a thought of your own?
One thing that I want to say, basically, sort of as a closer, I'd say, is
Mhm.
that this is a funny thing. I was in your Discord at some
Sure.
point, and I remember at the early stages of the campaign, you have yourself wanted the primary sort of target audience to be, in your own words, boomers. So just older people,
Yeah.
and you kind of wanted to target sort of older people.
Yeah, we need to talk to them.
And I think that that sort of strategy will not work for you. Because
maybe
they're not really they don't really care about far right free speech absolutism, and
I guess we'll see.
I think for me personally, when you call all of these mainstream media press outlets smear merchants, this, that, and the other,
dirty smear merchants.
Yeah. What you've said, what caught my eye in particular is when the Daily Mail put out the same piece regarding your comments against the Labour MP, and at that point, to me, when the Daily Mail put that piece out, I think you have very little traction now, because I mean, you could argue there's absolutely
I seem to be
a
able to
strong minority that are sort of for
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
but I think on the political sphere, you have little you have little traction in that regard. Because you have little traction because there's so little people, little boomers that are free speech absolutists now and would understand the context of, if there was any underlying context about what that tweet in particular.
I guess we'll talk to the boomers in time. But thank you very much.
I mean, we'll see. I doubt it.
Cheers. Chap, would you like to speak? Would you like to speak to me? Come on. Yeah, I know. Don't worry about him. Would you like to speak? Come on, sir. We can have a selfie if you want. Come on. Can I have a selfie with you? It's not often that someone would dress in such an embarrassing way, so I think it's totally worth it. Would you like to talk? Okay, hang on a second.
I could talk through this, it's louder.
Yeah, I know, but this will actually record so people will know what you said to me. Right, if you want to stand there and hold it so it's pointing at your face. Right, so who did you think I was originally?
There was some guy, I knew that of your offensive tweets, but you're so much of a nobody, I didn't actually know what you looked
Right,
like.
so you didn't know who I was? You
I read enough about you.
But you thought I was minor.
Do you want a second referendum on...
no, certainly not.
Well, that's because you're anti-democratic, because you know you would lose.
You only want one because you lost.
No.
You only want one because you lost. If you won, you wouldn't be saying it.
So it's okay to win an election by lying.
You wouldn't say you want a second referendum if you won.
Well, because if it was fraudulent...
Yeah, but you wouldn't be saying it if you won.
Well, why are you so scared of?
I think we'll
the
win again.
Electoral Commission...
The end of democracy.
Notice how he talks over me after he invites me to speak.
Oh, sorry. Come on, sir. Come on.
The Electoral Commission ruled, because the referendum was advisory, not confirmatory, that had it been confirmatory, they would have overturned the results of the fraudulent referendum that was interfered with by Cambridge Analytica, dodgy foreign donations,
The European Union.
lies about 350 million for the health service.
Guy
Brexit
Verhofstadt.
has cost this country 600 billion already and made us a laughingstock. You're a bunch of loonies.
Is it only about
and
money,
that's why
sir?
a few hundred people turned out here.
Is it only about
earlier
money?
to speak about you?
Is it only about money?
What, you think it's a good idea to waste money so we don't have so we have less police on the street?
I think
have
sometimes...
less have less money to spend on the NHS.
What's that got to do with Brexit?
Well, our GDP will go down.
Yeah, but you don't know what that means.
Of course I know what GDP means.
No, you don't. You absolutely don't. What's the good of a high GDP if the wealth is concentrated on the top?
How is that the fault of the EU?
Well, it's a neoliberal superstate. It's completely
This is
corporate friendly.
conspiracy theorist.
What are you
bollocks.
talking about? How is that a
You're
conspiracy
talking utter
theory?
nonsense.
That's the Labour position on the EU.
I'm not Labour. I'm a Liberal Democrat.
I didn't say you were Labour.
Even-
I'm saying I'm parroting the Labour position that it's a neoliberal
The Labour
superstate.
position is wishy-washy. Nobody.
I
don't-
agree.
If you
I
know
agree
what the
with you,
Labour
sir.
position is, then you know it better than I do.
Yes, I think honestly, I think I know it better than Labour does, to be honest. But
Well, that wouldn't be hard.
Well, exactly. I completely agree. But really, what is good about the European Union? I really want to know.
Well, European Union stopped us from dumping raw sewage in our waters.
Can
British government fought them on that.
Can we not do that ourselves?
Which
though?
EU law would you like to see abolished?
I'd like to see the very structure of the way that the EU gives us laws to be abolished. I don't like having directives from Brussels. I don't like that.
But only about 12% of laws come from the EU.
That's not true.
Oh, well, it is
That's
true.
not true.
It is true.
I mean, for example,
we
Nigel.
could go.
hang on
We
a
can do
second.
it like a pantomime. No, it's true.
How
It is
about?
true, it isn't true. It
how
is true, it
about?
is true.
How about? I finish
But
what I'm
you're
saying.
a UKIP
Right?
liar. You're
I'm
not
not lying
wanted
about
in-
anything, sir.
In Totnes.
So, how
You're
about
not
this?
wanted
How about
in
this? Right,
Totnes.
Nigel Farage said that it was 70% of our laws made in the EU, and the Guardian. Listen,
Nigel
the Guardian
Farage is one of the biggest liars in the
he was
country.
wrong. He was wrong. I agree. Right, and I only know this because the Guardian fact-checked him and found only 50% of our laws are made by the EU.
It's
as
about
if that's
12%.
acceptable.
And
No,
we have a
that's
say
not.
and say-
Not
and
according
if
to the
we
Guardian, sir.
leave, in order to trade with the rest of Europe, we're still going to have to keep to those guidelines because the EU guidelines are seen to be the very best. We'll be giving away sovereignty because we will be subject to EU laws but have no say in influencing them.
But
or shaping
EU
them
laws.
or right of veto.
Why
you don't
should,
know
why-
what you're talking
I do.
about.
Let me
Fuck
finish. Why should people who don't trade with Europe have to follow EU laws? Why should people, sir, who don't trade with Europe have to follow EU laws? If you want to trade with your neighbor, you have to follow EU laws. Why? Any of them. They're the ones setting the directives, as you said.
I have a saying. Most laws are not.
But what if it's not good for you? What are you going to do
You
about
can't name a
it?
single EU law that you
What
want to
difference
get
does
rid
that
of.
make? It's
I want to work-
hypothetical.
Pollution doesn't observe.
What if-
You're a bunch of
what
racist,
if-
xenophobic bigots. Pollution does not look at national. And what about taking away the right of freedom of movement from my children?
How do you
who can
hold
now
the
no
EU
longer-
accountable?
Through the European Parliament elections.
But what
you
can they do?
moron.
What can they do? What can they do?
Have you never read the Lisbon
I know what
Treaty?
they do, but you don't.
Have you
What
read
can
the
they do?
Lisbon Treaty?
Can they propose legislation or repeal?
Can they?
Can an MEP propose
No
or repeal
law
a
has to
legislation?
go through the.
It's all in the Commission and the Council, and you don't vote for them,
You
sir.
don't know what you.
I do.
I don't vote for the civil servants who
Yeah, I
work
know.
for the British
But you vote for
government.
MPs.
There are 400,000.
But you
civil
vote for
servants.
MPs.
Yeah, in a very
And what can an
unfair
MP do
electoral
that an
system.
MEP can't do?
And a very
Propose
unfair
or repeal
electoral
legislation.
system. In a
You
very
actually have some control there. In the European Parliament, you don't. And it was deliberately set up that
So
way.
what? Are you in favour of a no-deal Brexit?
Yes.
Well, then you're a loony.
Immediately.
You are an absolute
Well,
loony.
thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Yes.
Oh,
yes. Thank you.
She's had 4 tyres slashed.
What? You've had 4... Sorry, tell me. Tell everyone. I'm just going to grab a drink if that's okay. Oh. They've shut them all down, right? Is it a tea, is it?
Milo missed his flight, you know.
Yeah, I know. You missed it, yeah. Bloody idiot. No, they've demonetized me. Yeah, so it won't be mad, but it's okay. I know, he's like a caricature, isn't he? Well, I promise you I didn't pay him to be here. If I'd known he was going to be here, I would have paid him. So, who's that? Hi guys, how's it going? Hey, far lefties, would you like to come and talk about something? I noticed that when I call you far lefties, you look over. Come and talk to the centrists. We've got a lot to discuss. That's why we're here. We'll have a cup of tea and a chat. I think that sounds good. Come on. Why not? I bet you guys secretly hate the EU. I bet you hate the EU. I mean, the EU is awful. It's the most capitalist thing in the world. It's the most capitalist thing in the world. You must hate it. You must. Or you're not true to your principles. Sorry, okay, right, while they're percolating.
No, just wanted to
right.
come and say bye to you, really. 'cause
Oh, right,
we've
you're
got to
going,
go now, yeah, we've had to be towed home because while we've come and listened to
Bit-
you
bit closer,
speak,
sorry.
somebody very kindly slashed all 4 tyres on a working man's vehicle used for work every day. So we've had to go and sort that out.
Well, middle-class socialists help out the working man once again. I'm sorry to hear it, but thank you so much for coming down. I really appreciate it. Oh, hey. Right. I'm going to... sorry, thanks. Hi, how's it going? Come on in, come on in. Which one of you would like to speak? Which one of you would like to speak? I'm going to have my back to the sun now because I've had my face in the sun for a while and I'm gammoned enough as it is, you know. So, would you like to speak, sir? Why is that? Well, one, you don't know what I think. You don't know what I think, do you? How do you know? Well, then come over and tell me why you stopped. Well, why don't you now? What do you believe? What's the... No borders, no nations. Yeah, I can imagine you'd think I've gone too far. I think that borders and nations are a good thing. A moral good, in fact. I think that being against borders and nations makes you a bad person. Yes. Because I would love to give him a microphone, but he won't take it. I can tell you why if you'd like to come and have a conversation. Okay, I'll tell you. Come over. I'll tell you. Because there are really bad people in the world. Really bad people. And we need to make sure that they don't come in and do bad things in our countries. Easy as that. Well, we can't exactly do anything about them, can we? You know, we can't exactly prevent them from coming in because they live here, you know. But there are bad people in other countries that I'm sure you'd really dislike. Real patriarchs who'd really like to do terrible things to women, for example. And we should probably keep them out, shouldn't we? That's why we need borders, my friend. Sorry? Oh, is it your taxes then, isn't it? Are you prepared? You want to lock up all the criminals of the world at your expense, do you? Come on, that's silly. Come on, that's just silly. Well, who did we bomb? Do you want to come and talk? Yeah, absolutely. Come and talk. I'm happy to talk about Iraq. Because Hello. Because hi, what's your name, please? Sorry.
Tabitha.
Tabitha, lovely to meet you, Tabitha.
Nice
Thank
to
you
meet
for
you.
coming and having a chat. Right.
I'm all for getting everyone out of our country, but I think we should help them.
Hang on.
No, I am. I think
No,
we
but-
should go and let them be in their place, and we don't go and bomb them. We let them get
I-
on with their lives.
Yeah, but
and
I don't want to kick people
enjoy-
out of the country.
I don't either, but I don't want them to come over here because we've ruined their homes
I
and their
agree.
places, and we've killed their
No,
friends,
that's fair,
their
that's fair.
families. You know,
Yeah.
I think we should help them. Help them get
I agree.
their land back and stop telling them how to live. And also those people, my mum was saying in like South Africa, they get told that if they go to England, they'll have like all the money, they'll get a house, England will give them everything. So they give
Yeah.
their entire life savings to go over on a boat to come here for like a broken dream that was fake promises, basically.
But who's promising that?
I think it's like my mum was saying hi, Mum.
Hi.
how are
Yeah,
you?
yeah. Oh, thank you. So I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm
So basically, it was the documentary Borderlands.
Oh,
with-
yes,
And
right.
so she was saying that the
Yeah.
criminal gangs,
Yes.
and the kind of mafia, if you like, the cartels, they tell people, yes, the land of hope and dreams is
Yeah.
over there. If you
Yeah.
give us your X amount of thousands of euros,
Yeah.
we will take you to Libya. We will get you
Yeah,
a
yeah.
boat.
People trafficking, yeah.
People trafficking,
Yeah.
and so then they end up over here, not necessarily in this country, in Europe,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they end up selling drugs on the streets
Yep.
because, of course, it's not the land of
Prostitution,
hope and profit. So
all
I
sorts
think
of stuff.
that's what you were meaning.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to mean.
Well, this is honestly why I'm an advocate of strong borders, because one of the problems is when you get people. I mean, like Libya has a slave trade. Don't know what's going on there. Sorry, can you come around here just slightly? Sorry. Libya actually has a slave trade now, which obviously it didn't for hundreds of years. but now it's come back because of the people trafficking and people, like you say, they.
And the intervention in Libya by the
I-
Democrats.
exactly. You know, I mean, Gaddafi, I wouldn't like him myself, but you can't say it wasn't better with him in
He was
charge.
a bit of a hero in sub-Saharan Africa, and according to my Ghanaian friends.
Really?
They thought he was a hero because he kept. It was the most prosperous country
It
in
was.
Africa.
Highest
so
standard
they
of
thought
living.
He was a great guy. So just very
Understandably so.
interesting, and so to yeah.
And it
definitely
certainly was
foreign
Western intervention there,
in
yeah.
wars and
Yeah.
taking down.
Yeah.
I get we go in for the right reason because we want to bring all
Yeah.
peace and love and all
Well,
of
that-
that.
that's
or
the- that's the
democracy.
mythology of it,
That's
isn't
the
it? Yeah.
mythology of it, but let's
Yeah,
dig
yeah.
a little deeper. So I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that's what you were saying to help people in their countries.
Yes.
To and then
Yes.
the mafia and the cartel, we
So-
should deal with that.
I completely agree. I mean, any kind of, and honestly,
All right, well done, my darling.
thank you so much for coming up, though. I think, yeah, come on, let's give her a round of applause because that was very brave. That was very brave. But you raise a really good point, and there is a general sort of amount of lawlessness when it comes to being anti-borders that I think is a real problem. And this is honestly a problem that's not going to go away as well. Is if we have countries that encourage a lack of respect for borders, then that encourages all of those kind of people to start making an industry of it. And honestly, it's human trafficking. It's the slave trade that was
Watch the
returning.
documentary Borderlands. It's a real eye-opener.
It's shocking, isn't it?
Real eye-opener. I was very shocked, and
Yeah.
for me, that's what we need to tackle because these people are
Yeah.
being
A little bit closer to you, man.
The people in sub-Saharan Africa are being exploited because they have dreams and aspirations
Yeah.
also, and whatever's going on in their country, corruption,
Yep. Yeah,
poverty, all of that.
Yep.
So it's a complicated issue, but I
It
think
is.
that's what she was trying to say.
Well, look, and you're absolutely right about that. And the reason that their countries are not doing well is their governmental systems. Because the most key thing is the rule of law, because that guarantees that your private property is
absolutely.
protected. That guarantees that people's lives are safe and they can be prosperous and they can be sure of that prosperity. Because if you can't be sure of that, there's no reason to invest. There's no reason to put your back in and actually make a better
Absolutely.
world.
That's why I'm not into socialism.
It has to be. It has to be law and order, and like you say, constitutionalism. It has to be that. And if it's not that, you end up with poverty, corruption, and desperation, and people dying to leave. And we've got to stop that. You know,
We've got to stop that because
Yeah.
it's creating all kinds of problems
It is.
all around. But you talked earlier when the whole hoo-ha was going down, and you
Yes.
talked about our constitutional democracy and how, like in America, obviously they got it written down, the Bill of
Yeah.
Rights and the Constitution. So you were saying something about wanting to have a similar thing here? Or to make
It's
it more-
complicated.
yeah, it's really complicated.
It's really
isn't it?
complicated.
I can't get my head
Now,
around it.
I like the sort of traditionalism that we have in this country, as in we inherit things from the past that work, and we ignore the things that don't work.
Do we educate our young about it?
Yes, I would like civics taught in schools. That's what I would like to see. I don't know if I necessarily want a full written constitution, but I would like some kind of First Amendment that is then brought into the historic constitution. Say, right, this is us guaranteeing free speech. You know, whatever happens, Brits should have the right to express themselves, regardless of whether you like it or not. You can hate it all you want, but it has to be a right that we have that is inherent to us that the government can't interfere with. That's how I feel about it. I really do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank
much, and thanks for coming.
Oh,
and
dude,
taking
anytime.
the milkshakes.
Ah, it's all right. Again, it's really not the worst that can happen. You know what I mean? Well, that's true.
I am a vegan who's going for a laugh. All right.
Sorry, what's? Oh, okay. Okay, hang on. Okay, we've got 2 seconds so we change the battery.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, man, how's it going? You didn't flounce off very far, did you? we can have round 2 if you'd like. If I win, can I have your hat?
I want to see a rap battle right now.
Honestly, imagine dressing in a drape with the EU flag on it. Yeah, right, he has a cape, yeah. Oh!
That's it. He's just and he's educating us with love.
Yes, he is. Good point. No, that's a great point. He is a uniter. You know, no matter where you fall on the spectrum, he looks like an idiot. Oh, right, we're back. Right, right, okay. Sorry.
Great.
Hi, sir.
Yeah,
What's
I'm
your name?
Chris.
Chris. Nice to
Yeah,
meet you,
good to
Chris.
meet you, good to meet
And
you.
you're a vegan, and you want to
I am
debate
indeed
the-
a vegan, right? So
Right.
you made some actual quite pro-vegan comments in the past. In fact, you called out vegetarians once, saying that they were basically hypocrites.
Yes.
Hope that's oat milk in you.
No, it's cow milk.
So yeah, I'm kind of interested in your stance. So obviously, I'm a big animal rights activist and advocate, and I want to know what your kind of views on that is, and where you stand on bringing that in kind of political stance as well.
I think veganism is the most first world of first world concerns.
Okay.
I think it's only possible when you live in the lap of luxury and you have
Okay.
the sort of like think of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. When you're at the very top and the thing you're concerned about is not where your food whether you're going to eat, whether you've got housing or anything like that.
Right.
Then you start worrying about moral self-actualization.
Okay.
And I mean, it's hard to make a moral case for killing and eating an animal. Usually it's out of necessity. And so it's not really fair to morally shame people for doing that because they do need to do that.
So you're saying you think veganism's expensive? Is that what you'd say?
Yes, it is. Yeah,
Okay, I completely disagree.
Well, no, it's not that. It's not that the act of eating something that's not an
Yeah.
animal is expensive, but to get to a position where this is a moral concern is expensive. You have to live in a first world country.
I completely disagree. For a start, eating vegan is one of the cheapest things you can do. Obviously,
Well,
beans,
how do you mean?
legumes. Pardon?
What do you mean? Sorry, go on.
Oh, I mean, actually, to buy vegan products for anyone, even if they are on low income, it's extremely easy. Pasta, rice, beans, legumes, fruits and vegetables.
Wow, they've got eggs in.
Pardon?
Pasta's got egg in, doesn't it?
No. Egg pasta has. Normal pasta.
Oh, right. Sorry, I
No, that's
didn't know the
fine.
difference. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Sorry,
no.
I thought all pasta had egg in.
No, there's more than one.
Right,
so
okay,
that's fine.
right, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Fair enough. So yeah, it's completely cheap as well, and also as it being a first world problem, it's a problem for the animals. These animals are getting exploited, they're getting killed for completely unnecessary reasons. It's been shown by the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. We have no biological need for
Hang on,
animal
let's stop
products.
there because the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, right? Or
Yeah.
whatever it was. That doesn't exist in Africa, does it?
No, but it's
No,
it's
but that's
basically
the-
the
that's-
world's largest collection of nutritions
Sure,
and
but what I'm saying
dietitians.
is this is the product of a very advanced first world society.
Yeah.
So it's not really fair to look at some Indonesia or something
Okay,
and
no.
say, well, why aren't you guys like us? Because they are not like us. They're at a slightly less advanced stage of civilization.
No,
and
I
so,
agree.
but I do agree that this is an undeniable moral trajectory, and I think that in 100 years people will be shocked that anyone ever ate an animal. They'll be like, oh my god, how could you barbarians? But it's really unfair to kind of like pathologize people and try to moralize at people who have just inherited this state of affairs. But I do think that like consumers will. I mean, like, I love oat milk, right? I absolutely love oat milk and hazelnut milk as well. I only discovered these recently because my wife went on a bit of a vegan kick, and she was whining at me a lot about stuff, and I was like, okay, I'll try some of it, and some of it was really nice, But the thing is, I do happen to also like animal products.
Okay.
So I think that.
But you just agreed though that we don't need it, and we are in a first world situation where you could
True.
make that change.
But the question is, do we consider animals worthy of that level of moral consideration?
Well, I would ask, what is the traits present in animals that, if present in humans, would mean that we could do the same to us to them? And I'd argue that doesn't exist.
I would say reciprocal moral values.
Reciprocal moral values. So, what about a disabled person that can't reciprocate moral values? Would you say we could eat them?
I think they can reciprocate.
Well, a severely disabled person
I
could
think they're
reciprocate
still-
morals.
I think they're still moral, yeah.
If a human couldn't, though, would you say would be okay to eat and
Well,
exploit them?
no, because I think there's
No.
a different limiting principle that cannibalism. I mean, there's a practical reason.
Yeah, yeah.
Cannibalism will give you, was it kuru, that makes you weird and twitchy.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's unhealthy for you to do it.
I
but
mean, it's
like-
unhealthy to eat animal products.
Well, I don't agree.
Yeah.
I don't think it is. Yeah, I don't think it is. But the thing is, the problem with the vegan argument is that there is actually no limiting principle in that. So, I mean, once we've said, right, okay, no one's going to eat animals anymore, why do we still eat plants?
Why do we still eat plants?
Yeah.
Because they're not sentient?
Yeah, but they do feel pain.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
There have been
I will argue this to death with you. They do not feel pain.
Exactly.
Can
but
we get- have you got this on
hang on a
record?
second.
You think plants feel pain?
No, they do suffer. They apparently do suffer.
No,
Right?
no, they have
listen,
no central nervous system, no
listen,
brain.
they-
That's
you d-
scientific.
Yeah, but that's a very privileged position, isn't it? To
No, that's
suggest
just
that-
science.
No, listen. you don't need a central nervous system to suffer. You can suffer in other
Prove
ways.
to me that plants can
I
feel
can
pain.
if you let me.
Okay.
I didn't say pain because they're
Okay,
not
or-
animals,
or
right?
suffer.
But they can suffer. And there was an experiment done where literally they yelled at a plant every day,
Okay.
and they didn't yell at another plant as a control group, and the other plant flourished and this plant didn't.
Okay.
There is actually science to suggest that plants, as living beings, actually do suffer from active environments.
I would say that's reacting to external stimuli
Yeah, but
in the same way that a
is.
barometer will
Yeah, but
react to.
everyone's reacting to
air
external
pressure.
stimuli.
Yeah, but
Everyone is.
we have sentience.
Yeah,
we can perceive the world.
Well,
we can
animals
feel.
aren't sentient then.
They are sentient.
No, they're not.
Prove it.
Because they can't think. You
Of
can't.
course they can think.
Well, no, they
Of
can't. They
course
can
they
only
can think.
intuit. They don't have language. You
The
can only
Cambridge
think with language.
Declaration of Consciousness completely states by scientists that animals are sentient and are conscious.
I don't agree. I don't agree they're sentient. They're conscious.
You'll need to
obviously.
prove that, though.
Well, yeah, but they don't have a language. How could they possibly think?
Well, I mean, like some humans don't have a language. How can they possibly think?
All humans have language.
Well, that could severely
Yes, it
disable
does.
people.
You need a language to think. You can't think without
Severely
language. You can't have a thought that doesn't involve language. You can't do it.
The thing is, they do have language. Animals can communicate with each other.
Some animals, no, but now this goes into what is language and what is just other methods of communication.
Yeah.
It is actually a very complex subject. But the thing is, everything that vegans say about animals will also be argued to be true about plants. And so, really, it's just about how you feel about it.
No, because I'd say the big difference between plants and animals is sentience. Plants are intelligent beings. They're alive, obviously.
I don't agree they're intelligent.
No, well, they do. They're intelligent in the same way that they can react to external stimuli. Like, for example...
Yeah, that's not intelligence.
Well, what do you class intelligence?
That's life.
in?
Well, intelligence is cognitive ability,
It's
right?
intelligent enough to pick up on, say, particles in the air or something and react to that.
I don't think that's
which a
a form of
calculator can do, or a barometer, or a microwave. But we don't say that microwaves
Are intelligent.
Or we try and give them rights and say we
Well,
can't.
yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. Well, that's exactly the point I'm trying to make. Anything you say about animals will also be able to be said about plants with enough study and with enough detail.
Yeah, but
So
there's no
it's-
evidence of plant sentience.
Well, I didn't say
That's all.
sentience.
Yeah, but I mean, if
but
they're
they're living.
not, if they're not sentient and
Yeah,
they
but-
can't feel or perceive, then why would they have moral
Yeah,
value?
but
and why would we worry about them?
But this is it. What you consider to be feeling, I think people will. They will argue and be able to demonstrate that plants also suffer. So any argument you make about suffering for the animal will also be able to be made about the plant, and so eventually,
if they can prove that, which is
they will do.
No,
and
it's not
and
proved.
honestly, I think
Okay.
that everything you're saying hinges on the idea that that's not true. But obviously, I don't
Okay,
have any
well,
of the
let's
studies.
say you're
Well,
right.
Hang on.
Let-
Obviously, I don't have any of the studies in front of
Yeah,
me.
yeah,
So
please.
let's just assume that I have read these because I have.
Okay. Well, let's assume that you're right and that plants have feelings. For one, moving to a plant-based diet would actually reduce plant deaths due to the amount of plants we're feeding to animals.
I'm okay with plant deaths. I'm okay with it.
Secondly, we actually require plants in our diets to survive. Therefore, we have the justification of necessity and survival, which we don't have with animals.
But you can
so moving
you
to a
can
vegan
survive
diet
on
would
an all-meat
save
diet.
plants as well as animals.
You can survive on an all-meat diet or a 90% meat diet.
That hasn't really been proven. There's a lot of carnivore dieters out there and stuff. There hasn't been enough studies to show that that's
There
the
are
case.
people living on it right now.
Jordan Peterson is a very intelligent man, but not when it comes to veganism.
Well, I'm not arguing about the point of that. But that's the problem.
Most of the animals, plants grown are fed to animals, so you'd actually reduce deaths. Next.
I think you're looking for a categorical moral right here when it comes to veganism, and I don't think one exists. But I don't think it's a categorical moral wrong either, or to eat animals. It really is depending on how you feel about defining these terms.
Well, if you look at the definition of veganism, it's basically to, eliminate.
Hang on. Okay, we've got a Burger King fan
I'll
here.
debate you after. Right?
Yeah,
It's
he'll do it. He'll do it.
I'm cool with it. It's basically to eliminate exploitation and death to animals where possible and practicable.
Yeah.
That is the actual definition. It's not about perfection. We all know that it's impossible.
Yeah.
I walk along the floor, I can step on a beetle or whatever.
Yeah.
But the elimination of animal foods in our general diets for people like me and you is completely possible and it's completely practical.
But I like animal foods though.
But is taste a justification to take a life?
Yes.
No. So you could.
But that's just
if
my
I find this
preference,
man here tasty, I'm allowed to eat him.
No, because he's a human.
Okay, well, what's the difference between a human and an animal? That if the animal possessed that trait, or the other way around, would mean it's okay to eat him?
Yeah, it's called human privilege.
Called human privilege.
Yeah.
So what about
humans have rights, animals
Okay.
have rights, but these are not the same rights, and we give different forms of moral consideration to each group.
Okay.
I mean, we even do it with delineating between types of animals.
Okay, so let's take someone outside of humanity.
Yeah.
Let's say an alien came down and wanted to eat
Yeah.
you. It didn't need to. That would be fine.
Well, it depends on whether we consider them persons.
We're talking about personhood. is that
Yeah,
what you
personhood's a very interesting concept. I mean, like some animals are basically considered persons.
mean? I mean,
dogs.
there's a
you know.
river that's classed as a person as well.
Really, is
though.
there?
Yeah, yeah.
That's very interesting.
People
I
try and
know.
get for like buildings and
Really?
stuff. It's really weird.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, yeah.
No, that's great. But that's the thing. I mean, if these aliens look like cows, then maybe we would eat them. But
Right.
if they look like people, we probably
But
wouldn't.
would it be justified, morally justified to do it?
Maybe. I don't know. We'd need a bit more information.
I mean, is there really a moral justification to take a life of an animal when we have alternatives available to us?
Well, it really depends. I mean, sorry. I'm gonna have to take the life of an animal here. Sorry, it's
rescue
too
it,
late.
let it go on my hand. We'll set it free. We'll set it free.
There we go.
Let's
Right.
keep it peaceful.
Okay, so now I'm a murderer. But no, well, again, it depends on the moral consideration you give animals, and I don't think we give all animals the same kind of moral consideration. Like I just squashed that bug. No one cares. Well, I did say reciprocal moral understanding because I think that is exactly, like, for example, you can never have this kind of pact with a lion, so you have to understand that if a lion's coming at you, you've got to shoot them, and you may as well eat the lion afterwards,
I mean,
right?
and if it's in self-defense and you need to kill the lion, then fair enough. The thing is, we're not in that situation. We're in a situation where we can quite easily go into Tesco and pick something else off the shelf and save a pig from being factory farmed.
Yeah, but if people want to eat a pig, there's no reason that your morality should supersede theirs on that issue, is there?
I would say that human rights are a natural extension of human rights.
Sorry, say again.
I would say that animal rights are a natural extension of human rights because there is no trait that animals possess that if you transfer to a human would justify the harm that we do to them. I say that doesn't exist.
I think the fact that we are talking about other humans, because really it's about self-interest there, isn't it? We don't want to be eaten by a fellow man.
Yeah.
But I do think that the sort of the clause of sentience is an important thing, because I don't agree that animals are sentient in the way that humans are. I think that...
Oh, no, I would totally agree. There is a sentience hierarchy to say. Like, obviously a fly is not going to have as much moral value as a human or a dog, for
lobster,
example. Yeah, so it does. Yeah, there is a scale, but what we should give them is a basic right to not be harmed if it's unnecessary, no matter what it is.
I think that we do, but like again, if you're farming animals for food, and I agree that we should give them good. I mean, I hate battery farming. I hate that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I would rather pay more for meat and eat meat less regularly if the animals are free range and happy and healthy until we butcher them,
Yeah, but even a free-range animal is still going to go to the same slaughterhouse in the end and get a bolt gun in the head. Or
well, yeah, but otherwise that animal wouldn't exist, would it?
But I mean, if that's saying that we could, bring a human up or a dog up and say, well, that was the reason we brought them up, so therefore let's kill them.
Well,
that wouldn't be a good reason, would it?
Humans aren't just animals. Humans are something special to us.
Well, we are animals, really.
No, I'm not saying biologically, but I mean philosophically.
Yeah, okay,
humans are not just animals. There is something more to a human that distinguishes it from an animal.
We definitely have a higher consciousness.
Exactly. So, but that's the argument done with then.
No, not really, because again, it doesn't matter where on the sentience hierarchy, we should still give them a basic right to non-exploitation and harm when it's unnecessary. And I don't think eating animals is necessary. When we don't need it biologically, we have alternatives available to us. So why are we doing it? I'm
not sure that we don't need it biologically, but I don't agree that we are exploiting animals. I don't think the animals understand what exploitation is, and I don't think
you don't think so. You don't think the animals in these farms know that they're living in hell?
Well, in these ones, they undoubtedly understand they're living in hell.
Right.
But like, if you've got a free-range pig who's wandering around a field somewhere, he's not going to say that he's exploited if he suddenly gained the ability to talk.
He will when he ends up in a gas chamber in a slaughterhouse.
A gas chamber?
Do you not know most pigs are put into gas chambers?
Oh,
in the UK. That's the most common way of killing them.
My goodness.
Just so you're aware, I run an animal rights organisation.
Right,
I've also done undercover investigation.
Right, okay.
I've seen all these things firsthand.
Well, I mean, I would like to see. I would like to see
terrible.
I would like to see them held to account if they're making the animals suffer. Obviously,
yeah, of course.
And any way of butchering the animal should be as quick and painless as possible. But I don't agree that the animals have the same kind of rights as humans in regards to being considered to be exploited. I just don't agree with that.
How are they not exploited?
Yeah, but to exploit someone, you have to be essentially fooling them, and animals don't have the kind of
They're totally being fooled. They're being brought up into a world.
No, hang on. You're anthropomorphizing them. They don't have the cognitive ability to be able to understand this concept.
But that's the same way as a baby doesn't know either.
But a baby's a human.
Yeah, but a baby doesn't know when it's a baby what's going on either, right?
But it is also
we wouldn't eat the baby, and we wouldn't exploit the baby.
A baby is a human,
of course,
and an animal is not.
But what's the difference? What is the trait?
Cognitive ability, and I would say biological reality.
Animals have cognitive.
No, they don't have the same cognitive ability as humans. We accept
Pigs
that humans
are as intelligent as a 3-year-old child. Therefore, a pig is like, yeah.
I don't agree.
No, that's just science. You can't not agree.
3-year-old
It's just
children
science.
can speak. 3-year-old children can speak and think. Pigs don't have a language.
Well, pigs are more. That is just science. You can't.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing.
But then take a 3-year-old child. Let's go to a 1-year-old child.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because anything that we classify as human is, by the way we classify it philosophically, not an animal. And so it doesn't matter what age it is or what the ability of the human is. It is a human. It is part of our moral community as a human.
Of course.
So then what are we talking about?
Because why are they outside our moral consideration?
Because they're not humans, and they're not entirely outside of our moral.
Again, I'd say if an alien came down and said, "Would you be okay with that same excuse?"
It depends.
You would not be okay with that excuse.
It depends on the alien.
Okay, so if an alien came down and said, I'm going to eat you, I've got no necessity, no biological need, and I'm going to factory farm humans, and they say, because you're not a part of our alienality, you would agree to that. Of course you wouldn't.
Well, no, because I'm intelligent enough to be understanding of what's happening.
No, you just wouldn't agree to it. Therefore,
Yeah,
you're
but I
using the
don't-
same excuse.
I don't think we need to give animals the same moral consideration we give to humans. I just don't agree with that.
But you haven't given a valid reason why, because you've already...
Because they're not human. They don't have the same cognitive
Okay, so,
abilities as
again,
humans.
if
They
a-
don't have the same rights as humans.
If a species came that wasn't human and wanted to do exactly the same to you for exactly the same reasons, would you be okay with that? If
Well,
not,
no,
you
because
hold a
I-
double standard.
yes, it is. It's a complete double standard. It's,
Okay,
it's only
we
because
agree.
it would be happening to us humans.
Yeah.
We hold humans in a privileged position for being human.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you're
of
in
course
the
we
same
do.
situation, so you're holding a double standard.
Yeah, okay.
For animals as
Okay.
well, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm oppressing the animals, yes.
Okay.
They can live with it.
They don't live with it, they die.
I tell you what, they
This
can,
is the thing, they die.
I tell you what, they can write a letter to the editor or something. Like, that's the thing. You're trying to give moral consideration for creatures that simply don't understand the things you're talking about in the way that other humans do. It's just not.
But again, disabled humans do not understand.
Yeah, but it's a human.
Yeah, but they still understand, and we've already discussed the human thing.
But it's yeah, but I know, but you don't seem to be
You keep
listening.
coming back to that.
Yeah, but you're not listening. There is
Okay.
humans have a privileged position in human society.
Yeah, of course.
That we will not extend to animals.
Yeah, but why don't we?
Because they're not humans.
Yeah, but
that's what makes it human privilege.
Yeah, but we're just doing that.
Yes.
Okay, but
Because
there's,
we
no,
can.
but there's no reason that we can't extend that out if we
Well,
wanted
it is
to.
because
Troy.
an animal can never give you reciprocal consideration in that regard.
But why would we necessarily need it? Again, there are humans that can't give us reciprocal thing. We can't do it. Why can't we open that circle out to other living beings? It doesn't have to be humans.
Why
does it?
should we?
Why wouldn't we?
Yeah, but why would we?
Because they're living, breathing beings that
So?
don't want to be killed for something that's not necessary.
Yeah, but you don't know that.
Of course we know it.
You're just assuming that.
How am I assuming it?
You don't know
Have you, ever
what they
seen,
think.
have you ever seen animals in slaughterhouses? Do you think they willingly want to get bolted in the head?
Look, I'm
straw man, right?
That's not a straw man. Come on.
We're
no,
not
but
talking about fast fashion, but we can have that
I don't
discussion
think
as
you're
well.
listening, right? Look, we can't make humans out of non-humans, and that's what you're effectively asking. You're effectively asking
No,
us
no,
to
no.
create persons out of things that don't understand the concept of
I'm
person.
asking for other living beings to have a basic right to
They do.
non-exploitation
Well, no,
and,
well,
and
again,
being
I don't
killed
agree
when
that's
it's not
exploitation.
necessary.
You're actually asking for the genocide of all of these things because they won't exist.
That's not
All
ge-
of the no, hang on,
They will
stop,
100%
stop,
exist.
stop. These are domesticated animals. They
Yeah.
are the products of human beings. When we say we're no longer going to eat meat, they will all stop to exist, cease to exist.
Okay, this is an easy argument. Okay, all the originals of those, like I said, yeah, domesticated, of course,
Yeah.
which means they never existed in the first place. Like there is no
Yes.
such thing as a wild Jersey cow. There's
Yeah,
no
yeah,
such
yeah,
thing
yeah.
as a chicken. But if they all went, for a start, there would still be people like sanctuaries and stuff that would have them. But the originals of those animals would still exist, like the red jungle fowl for chickens,
Sure.
for the anak. For
But they
the,
still exist now.
For cows, they do. So if the elimination of domestic species did go extinct, the original animals are still there. It's also it's like arguing
So what-
Frankenstein's monster came into existence,
no,
so
but-
now do we have a moral obligation to keep him alive because
Well,
now
no.
he exists?
Well,
Of
no,
course not.
listen. You're not. I don't think you're listening. Like, I agree that like we shouldn't harm animals, right?
Yeah.
But I don't agree that domestication of animals is exploitation because that is an inherently negative and demeaning thing. And I don't agree that just having animals as domestic animals is a form of exploitation, even if we're using them for products. I don't agree.
So you don't believe that forcing an animal into existence for our own use is not exploitation?
No, because an animal doesn't understand what you're talking about.
It doesn't matter if it understands. If
I
we did
think
that
it
too,
does.
like I said, I don't want to go around
I
in
think
circles with you, but
exploitation
you know
is
where
a
we're
form.
gonna go.
No, I think I think exploitation is a form of coercion. I would say, but there's no real reason to think that you can coerce an animal because again, they just can't think of these concepts like that. Like it's like saying we're coercing plants by making them grow in a certain spot when we're throwing the seeds. We're
Again, I would
exploiting
argue
the
about
plants.
they have a lack of sentience and they're not aware.
But so do animals.
The animals feel pain, they suffer.
so do plants.
Because of what we do. No, they
Plants
don't.
suffer. They apparently do. Anyway, I
It's a
think
bit-
we're going around in circles now. So thank
Yeah,
you.
anyway,
Thanks
lovely
very
to
much.
chat to you
Yeah,
anyway, I
you too.
really
Thank you.
appreciate
This has been very fun.
Yeah, make sure to go vegan.
I will. No worries, man. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, go for it. Right, what time is it, man? How long have we been? 4 o'clock. Right, okay, so should we stop? How much more battery? You got, oh, okay, let's go for... All right, one more and we'll wrap up. Right.
All right, no pressure.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Kieran.
Nice to meet you, Kieran.
Nice to meet you, sir.
How you doing?
I suppose this is a nice little continuation from what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
I've been watching your videos for a number of years, and a couple times you've addressed abortion, but you've never really gone into it. And I apologize to everybody who's immediately recoiling about the abortion
Yeah, I'm so
discussion.
glad you brought this up. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a tricky one, and often the conversations
is, yeah,
deteriorate
yeah.
really quickly because I find people are often having them in bad faith with one
Yeah.
another, that they assume either the pro-abortion side wants to kill babies, or the anti-abortion side simply hates women. And maybe there are those people out there. I've never met one really on either side. But I was just wondering if you could go a little bit more into it, and if you are pro-choice, which I believe you've said a few times,
I am, yeah.
can you give a consistent or definitive definition of or why, a justification of why, from an individualist point of view?
It really depends on what point you define a person.
Precisely.
And yeah, so exactly, and this is the real sort of crux of the argument. Obviously, pro-choice advocates would suggest that a person is when the baby is created, or at certain, whatever arbitrary distinction in the actual gestation period. Again, it's just arbitrary. It's just where we feel like it's about right. Personally, I really don't like abortion on a moral level. I think it's really gross.
Right.
And I'm saying this as a father and someone who has had 2 miscarriages with his wife. I mean, this is not something I like to talk about, obviously. And I don't like the idea of abortion. However, I can accept that there are going to be extenuating circumstances in which, say, a rape victim or something like that, where the act of having been made pregnant is a particular violation in and of itself. Or there might be, oh God, this is a horrible subject to have to talk about in public.
It is a horrible
but there are also like severe deformities. Perhaps that's a particular reason to terminate a pregnancy or something like that. But for me, it would have to be fairly extenuating circumstances. And I tell you what, the worst thing I've ever seen in my time doing any of this was a feminist campaign called Shout Your Abortion, where they were proud that they'd had abortions and wore it on T-shirts.
Yeah.
And I'm just sat there thinking, okay, look, it should be a necessary evil, not something, a point of pride, of virtue. I think it's horrible.
Okay.
But would you like to talk about it? So yeah, I'm not really a fan of abortion. But again, when it comes to it, it's like, and then you get arguments about government intervention. What should the government be able to prevent you from doing and such like? And so really, and the worst part about the entire thing is there's no good principle involved. You either have to go for the hardline pro-life position, where it's like, right, life begins at conception, there's no question of it, and that's the end of the story. But that leaves out a whole slew of people who have certain things forced upon them or have other problems. It can be like medical complications. This needs to be done and things like this. So it really is about where you're prepared to tolerate. But I mean, the way that in America the left has been pushing it, we're going right up to point of birth. I mean, that makes me want to go and do something terrible. I really hate that. I really hate it.
Okay, so the problem with the arbitrary reasons you're giving, so often ones that when you're having a discussion with someone who's in favor of abortion, they'll go usually immediately to the rape and incest one. Those are usually the outliers, but I can come to those in a second. Often there's one about personal circumstances. I'm too young. I'd like to go to college. I'm not ready.
See, they're just selfish reasons, aren't they?
Well,
I really don't like that.
But the problem is that you need a consistent definition, because the arbitrary reasons that you, or not you, but one would use, can be applied equally to, in terms of the stage of development, can be applied equally to people who are not in utero, who are not fetuses. So if you're doing it, which is why I followed up from the animal guy, if you're talking about intrinsic moral value, whether you consider it by when they recognize themselves or when they recognize other people, when they're conscious, when they're sentient, when they can feel pain, when they have a nervous system, when they have a beating heart, all of these instances can apply to people who are outside of the womb. So people with pacemakers don't have a beating heart, or people who are in medically induced comas are not sentient. People who are sleeping are not really sentient.
Just to address that, though, I think there's a kind of deliberate ignorance of other extenuating factors when we start saying things like that, because no one's going to say, well, we should abort people with pacemakers because they don't have a beating heart.
No, but why is that?
It's this kind of anal specificity to a particular principle while ignoring other things. Because, I mean, there's no reason that in an abortion debate you bring up a pensioner who's got a pacemaker. That's an unreasonable place to go to. That's an unreasonable place to go to. That's got nothing to do with the debate. Because, and it's moving the subject as well. Because, I mean, we're talking about people who have not yet been born, not people who are almost dead and kept alive by medical necessity. So it's a very American thing to do, actually. I notice the Americans doing this all the time.
Right.
It's just unreasonable to start bringing in things that are just unnecessary. You'd never apply that argument to a pensioner, so there's no need to bring it up.
Well, I wouldn't apply it to a pensioner, and I'm not accusing you of having said this.
I know.
But people hypothetically will say,
Sure.
well, when the heart starts beating, that's when your life begins. If you don't have
Sure.
a beating heart, then it is. But that's the reason I do it, is that all these
Yeah.
things are arbitrary, and they can be applied
They
equally
are.
to
They are arbitrary. You're right. You're
So one of the things that I think is interesting that you've said is that you view it as a necessary evil.
Yes.
Why do you view it as an evil at all?
Because I think it's wrong to take human life.
So you do. So in your head, you accept that it is either human life or potential human life, or
Well, yeah, I mean, again, this comes to the distinction of being a human and being a person, because we're not always persons, but
Okay.
we are always human, and so...
or potential humans.
Well, yeah, but that's not a
hypothetically.
person, is it? A potential human isn't a person.
Well, it might be.
No, but it's not.
But we don't know.
No,
That's
but-
the
no,
thing,
no,
is
we
that-
do. We have specific categories and criteria that make someone a person.
Okay.
Like, for example, you wouldn't actually consider a person who's completely brain dead to be a person. They can't interact with you in any way.
There are instances of people who are brain dead recovering from it.
Okay, I know.
Or
There-
what
there-
if, or
yeah,
what if
but-
there was
but
someone who
as
was
a
brain
general-
dead
hang on,
for a
yeah, yeah.
predictably long
Sure,
short period of time,
I'm sure,
like 9
I'm sure we
months?
can find outliers, right? But,
Okay.
but someone who has no cognitive ability,
Okay.
you don't really consider them to be a person because you can't have any kind of interaction with them. There's a certain form of criteria that we all have that classifies things as persons, and that's why we love animals, because there are a lot of animals that act in a way that we actually consider them morally to be persons.
Okay.
And so if you've got a fetus in utero that heart isn't yet beating, it's very hard to consider that a person, even though it is definitely a human.
Okay, well, the heart begins beating around, I think, 14 days.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure about that.
Yeah, I'd have to check.
Oh, it's like 14 to 18 days, I
Yeah,
think,
yeah.
which is
It's quite
a good
early on,
week or
yeah,
two
yeah.
before most women find out they're pregnant at all.
Yeah.
It's usually between about 5 weeks and 7 weeks that women
Yeah.
discover they're pregnant. I'm not clear on what your defining principle is about if you consider it wrong to kill people.
I don't have one. I don't have one. Like, this is why I call it a necessary evil.
Okay,
there are going to be because there are going to be the outlying situations, like you say,
Yeah.
where there is actually a good reason to do it. But in general, I think
would
abortion
disagree.
is a moral wrong.
Okay. Well, the problem I find with there is the extreme abortionists on the left who go, well, it's my body, my choice. It's
Yeah,
total
I
autonomy.
hate that, yeah.
And I can go up to 9 months.
Yeah.
The problem is that that's a consistent argument.
It is.
That makes sense internally.
Yeah.
The position
It
that
also makes me wanna
centrists
go on a
have-
crusade, so-
Well, the thing is that the position that centrists have, or
Yes.
the moderates who go, oh, I don't like it, but I see it as a necessary evil.
Yeah.
It can't stand up on its own because there's no way that you
Oh,
can
it's a
apply it to
compromise.
outside.
Yeah, it's a compromise.
The problem is that this is such a serious thing to compromise about because we're talking about killing potentially. It's either human babies being killed or it's the same as cutting your hair. That there cannot really be an in between. It's it's the same as removing a polyp or a tumor or cutting your toenails, if that's the argument. And the rational or the necessary evil argument was the precise argument always used in the darkest parts of our history. It was the exact justification.
Well, I don't think that's
well,
true.
Maybe,
I mean,
well,
like,
many
like
of the
in what-
darkest parts.
give me
Okay.
a- give me an example.
So the slave trade, the North Atlantic slave trade, the
That was never considered. Did they?
The
I mean, I
the
imagine
argument
by
was
the
that
time by the time it reached the American context,
Mhm.
probably. But for most of human history, slavery wasn't even considered a moral wrong.
Well, that's why I'm talking about the North Atlantic slave trade. So
Right.
the idea that sub-Saharans
Yeah.
were less human. Therefore, I would never enslave a human. I would never
Yeah,
whip
yeah,
a person
exactly.
to death.
All men
But
are
they're not
considered
humans.
equal, but they're not men.
Well, they're
You know?
not human,
Yeah.
so it's okay to do that to
Yeah,
them.
yeah,
The
absolutely.
precise. I mean, I don't know how much people actually really believe this. This is,
Hmm.
it's touchy subject.
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
little
yeah,
bit dicey. People
yeah.
get a little upset about it, but. It's the exact same definition for the pogroms that happen in Poland or in Germany, is that these people
I
are
agree.
vermin,
I
they're
agree,
wrong,
yeah.
it's a dirty job, it's
I
a
agree.
necessary evil, we don't like it, and there needs to people, in my opinion, again, I'm not accusing
No,
anyone
of
of
course,
anything,
yeah.
you need to have a firm line where you either go, this is a human being, or it isn't. And the scientific definition and the developments of embryology over the past 30, 40 years have been pushing it constantly in one direction, not the other.
Mhm.
And if you believe humans have intrinsic moral value, which I'm not sure if you do,
I
you
think
believe
I
that
do.
philosophical-
I think
philosophical
most
argument.
most liberals would agree to that. Yeah.
I agree as well.
Yeah.
Then how can you rationally justify, well, some abortions are necessary?
Because you can't always stand on a point of principle, because sometimes there will be other mitigating factors that require you to compromise on your principles. I mean, that's just life. I mean, no one, there is no one person who can live their principles purely, and even if you did, your principles would end up conflicting anyway.
I agree,
So
and I'm not asking you to.
No,
I'm
no,
just
I know,
saying-
but and like you say, you're absolutely right. Any line we draw is arbitrary. And any line we draw is going to be a kind of messy compromise between different forces pushing in different directions. That's why I really hate this argument.
Yeah, it's tricky and it's uncomfortable because people don't like this level of introspection.
Yeah.
I'm not accusing you of anything.
Oh, no, I know, but you're right. You're absolutely right.
The argument against slavery was that it was a moral evil to do this to other human beings.
Yes.
And there were pragmatic arguments on all sides.
Hey, would you like to have a chat? This is very performative. You're very good. Can we give this guy a round of applause, please? Look at this big performance he's putting on. Woohoo! Quick, keep shouting, keep shouting. Keep shouting, oh hateful one. You really do hate everything, don't you, sir? Sorry.
So I'm trying to give you some of your lefty cred back.
No, well, yeah. Well, no, but the thing is, like, you're making very strong arguments. That's the thing. You are absolutely right, because you either have to say it's all okay or it's not okay. But a lot of people just aren't willing to morally commit to either one stance because of the outliers or because of any kind of fundamental philosophical problem there.
I believe most people are, because, again, maybe
think
this
so?
is my naivety, but
Yeah.
people I genuinely believe are intrinsically good or want to do good to people. Maybe
Yeah.
that's a
No,
lefty argument.
I think
don't know.
that's true. I think that's true. I think
But-
they do. I think even our shouty friend there wants to do good.
Yeah, I mean, he thinks you're a fascist.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, what would you say then is the principled argument against slavery? It is the same as the principled argument against abortion.
Well, yeah, but again, it really, and all of these do come down to what you define as a person.
Right.
What you define as a man, as a human, as someone worthy of moral consideration. And I think that there are a lot of people who don't consider like a fetus
Right.
to be a person.
Okay, so-
It may be a potential human or a human life,
Yeah.
but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the same as being a person. And if we only give moral consideration to people, as in human consideration to people,
Yes.
then that means that the fetus actually does fall outside of it. In the same way, like you say, cutting your hair and things like this. you
Okay,
know.
so where would you set the threshold in the fetus development of being
I am
worthy
no
of-
expert, I'm afraid.
Okay,
I
so-
don't know.
Okay, just pause for a second, because I'm not trying to do any
No, no,
gotcha
no, no.
questions
I know,
or be
I know,
why don't
I
you
know,
agree with
I
me. Given that we don't know, let's err on the side of caution.
Yes.
So I'm not 100% certain of it. I mean, I'm very pro-life, I suppose, or anti-abortion. I don't want to,
Yeah, yeah.
pro-choice. Everyone argues about it, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm pro-life, but I'm always doubting myself, and I want not to think this way. I want
Yeah,
not to
yeah,
believe this.
yeah.
But let's just assume for the sake that no one knows. There's no moral authority. Doctors aren't moral authority.
Yeah.
Making an appeal to God or my religion says you can't do that. None of that makes sense. Let's err on the side of not killing lots of innocent people.
I agree.
And if you can make an argument about why an abortion is necessary, which there are instances where I can agree.
Yeah.
So if a mother's life is threatened if she needs an
Yeah.
operation, then fair enough. But it's precisely the same justification
Yeah.
I would use in my own head in order to kill somebody outside of the womb. So I can't kill someone because they have a bad quality of life, and I can't kill them if they're poor. I can't kill them if they're
Sure.
disabled. Something like 3,000 people
Yeah.
or babies are aborted in England and Wales simply because they're disabled. It's over 3,000. It's like 3,700
Right, yeah, yeah.
something. And if there was anything else in this country that was killing 3,000 innocent disabled babies, it would be uproar. But people, for some reason, lack, I don't know what it is, the fortitude to say this is objectively wrong, or we need to set some sort of objective threshold that we can define on either side.
But I don't think there is an objective threshold. That's the thing. And it's one of those things where you're right. It is a moral inconsistency that people hold. But I think the important thing is, moral consistency is probably never going to be perfect. And
No, I
I
agree.
can't think of a single person who is. And this eternal struggle is always going to be a struggle. It's never going to stop. And either, unless you come down very hard line on one side or the other, and you know that, as you say, there are outliers that will be automatically left out. So there are people who are going to suffer if we take a particularly hard line stance on one side, and the other side, where it's up until the point of birth or after birth abortions, all this sort of stuff. I mean, honestly, again, I want to go on a crusade just thinking about it. So,
Okay.
I'm not saying I have the answer here, because I really don't. You know,
So-
and obviously you don't either. This
No,
is
of
why
course I
we're
don't.
discussing it. You know.
But given that neither of us know, would it not make sense to err on the side of caution?
Oh, I totally
and we
agree.
can
Yeah.
sit here, and I'm very pro-life, but I
Yeah.
can make concessions or agreements.
Of course, yeah, yeah,
So if we were to say hypothetically that, okay, if the child is conceived either through rape or
Yeah.
incest, or is causing a life-threatening
Yeah.
illness, then okay, abortions are permitted. But in all circumstances, abortions are not permitted. Most people, I believe, who are pro-choice would not like that. They would go against
Agreed.
that because they're using the outlier
Yeah, yeah.
in order to justify the majority of abortion cases. When you say, okay, well, how about we agree with you about the outlier? They go, no. And what it baffles me because you're literally using victims of rape
Yeah.
in order to beat people who oppose with you into. Again, and people who are pro-life are often accused of being pro-rape or hating women or wanting to control their bodies.
It's
Listen, I don't
nonsense.
care if you want to cut your hair. If a woman came up to me and said, "I'm going to cut my legs off," I'd say that's probably not a good idea. But I wouldn't try and
Yeah.
control her body. The thing is that often these conversations aren't had in good faith, and the body in dispute is objectively not yours.
Yeah.
By week, it's something after I think less. It's like 14 days. It has its own circulatory system. It has its own blood. It might be an entirely different blood type
Well,
to its
sure,
mother.
but it is still entirely dependent on the mother for any kind of nutrients or
So are
sustenance or
infants.
existence.
So are infants. So
no,
are
no, that's not
elderly
true.
people.
An infant could be nurtured by someone else.
But they're still dependent on other people.
Yeah, sure, but
So they're
that's not the
independent.
same. They're not dependent on a certain person's body.
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree with that. That it's the unlock.
Yeah.
A biological reality that unfortunately there doesn't exist the procedure in order to move
Yeah, yeah.
a conceived child into another woman.
Yeah.
And that's the. It's not nice. It's a shitty
it's horrible,
situation.
yeah.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
And often, sorry, I mean, I'm happy to give
No,
the
no, no, no,
microphone to
it's-
anybody
well,
else. I feel like
yeah.
I've taken up already a lot
No,
of your
no, no,
time.
don't worry about it,
But
'cause
I've always
this
wanted
is-
to ask you about this because you
Well,
always skirt around it in your videos.
I know. I skirt around it because it's a hideous subject.
It
right?
is, it's
because
horrible.
I tell you, if
But
I
it's
mean,
important.
It is important. That's and you're right to raise it because it is important. But I mean, I do very much try to avoid thinking about it because I know Hang on, I know exactly where you're going, right? Because I agree with you that it's an evil thing to do. I agree with you. It really is a disgusting thing to have to do.
Mhm.
But there are reasons why I do think there are reasons why it can be permissible to do it.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, I don't think we're ever going to achieve any kind of moral consistency on this because life is as messy as you can imagine.
I agree with that,
You know?
but I disagree with you in the sense that we'll never be able to achieve a point of moral consistency because, especially in the West, but broadly the world.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not trying to strawman you with
No, no, no,
the
of course
slavery
not. I know,
argument,
I
but
know.
it's useful because it is about precisely the same thing about
It is.
when are people
Yep.
and do they have autonomy over themselves.
And the thing is, that's an old debate that's been going on for thousands of years.
But it's an important one, and
It
it is one in which we can achieve some moral consistency. There are very few people, I know of literally no one, who is arguing for the reestablishment of slavery because it is broadly accepted. It was a minority opinion at one point that sub-Saharans in North America should not be slaves because it was a moral
Yeah,
wrong. And
yeah.
many people went, well, I personally don't like it. I would personally never own a slave, but I
Yeah.
wouldn't stop another person from owning a slave or saying, well, to free the slaves would be nice, but we need it for our economy, and
Yeah,
we're going to put all
any
the people out.
pragmatic
So there's
argument will
always
lose.
pragmatic
Yeah.
arguments in favor of things,
Yeah.
not morally objective ones.
Yes, and any pragmatic argument will eventually be overturned by a moral argument, I think, given enough context.
So do you think it will be overturned, or do you think we'll just
honestly,
never
yeah,
settle it?
I can't imagine. I mean, how many black abortions are there in America of yet? It's literally
in
millions.
New York, there was more black children who were aborted than born.
Yes, and
in the
I
state of
can't
New York.
I can't imagine that historically is going to age well.
I don't think any of this ages well, which
No.
is why I think it's important for people to, again, in this country, it's not even a debate, it's not even a discussion.
No.
Jacob Rees-Mogg came out and said, look, I'm against abortion because of my Catholic principles, and everyone was tripping over themselves
Yeah,
left
yeah,
and right
yeah.
to condemn him, and it was
Yeah.
like a competition who could condemn him the most.
Oh, yes.
And I can't remember the name of the guy, he's white hair, he's older guy who's on LBC. He was one of the most. He said, "Oh, I think his opinions are disgusting and horrible and reprehensible.
I'm
but
so
I think
virtuous."
you should be able to have them." That was the most defensive thing anyone
Yeah,
said about
yeah.
him. No one actually said, "Well, actually, people might agree with that
Yeah,
you
yeah,
shouldn't do this thing."
yeah.
So, I don't know. I guess I'd ask you to think about it.
Well, I have
it's
thought
horrible.
about it, and not
It
as
is
deeply
horrible.
as you, obviously, but like, but
I mean,
but this is the thing. It is a horrible thing, and I swear to God, like, I would rather it if we didn't have to worry about this. I would much rather it if we could just treat every human life as sacred. That would be my preference in this regard. And this is honestly one of the reasons why I just avoid the thought, because I end up tying myself in knots exactly like you're doing now. And I don't blame you for thinking of it as a moral wrong that is going to age badly, because I agree with you. I think it is.
Is it not incumbent then, or at least to voice that and go, there may be reasons in which you can go, I'm very sympathetic and I would want you to be able to, I don't know, have an abortion or whatever. But because it's a moral wrong, that it shouldn't. Again, I'm not even asking for any policy prescriptions or you saying, oh, I would enforce this law or I would prosecute this doctor, or I would do this. Again, I'm not proposing any of that. And I want more than anything in the world to be wrong about this.
Yeah.
And I'm not doing this in a sort of bravos way. I have these discussions with people, and I want someone to say, Kieran, you've got this wrong. You don't understand. You haven't considered this thing. I don't want this to be the case. And again, I disagree with people on my
You're
own
not
side.
wrong when you say it's a moral wrong. It is a moral wrong. This is why it's so disgusting when feminists are trying to treat it as a virtue. It's not a virtue. And this is why I describe it as a necessary evil. Yeah, of course. Could you give her the mic?
Yeah, sure.
You've got to hold it so it's pointing at your mouth.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
I think that maybe if you made a safer space for women to talk about it, then it wouldn't, and stop using words like moral wrong or disgusting, then people wouldn't, it wouldn't carry on in the way that it is. And I don't think feminists, I don't think feminists are making it something to be celebrated, but they're retaliating against people who make them feel. Pardon? I mean, sorry, it's really hard to talk with.
It's
loads of
okay,
people
take your
looking at me. There are two people to consider when someone's considering an abortion, and quite often in these situations, it's just discussed from the point of view of giving the fetus or the baby, whatever stage it's at, the space in which to consider their life or their future life, when the life of the woman has to be considered as well, because otherwise that gets pushed aside. And I think that's where the problems can occur, because life is sacred for both people. And I think no, it takes two people to get pregnant.
Yeah, but it is the woman's choice ultimately, isn't it?
No, it's not the woman's choice ultimately.
I think it is.
I'm sorry, I've been in. Can I just finish my sentence, please?
Well, we've already spoken about that exception. We've already spoken about that, and this is one of the necessary evils that I would agree to. But it is a woman's choice to have sex, and it's a woman's choice to have unprotected sex.
But it's not always unprotected sex. You can have protected sex and it can not work.
Then, what's the alternative, isn't it?
No, it's not actually, because I've been in that position, and.
Well, hang on a second. Would you like to have the microphone? Are you up for discussing?
Can I tell you my?
Yeah, please.
Yeah?
Excuse me, would you like to come up? Because you're probably better positioned here as a woman, and I can have a cigarette hopefully.
Cigarette and a sit down. Thanks, Carl. Thank you. Well done. Okay, hi.
Hi.
I'm Monica, by the way.
Izzy.
Hi, Izzy. I think I've met you before. Anyway,
I'm local, so you know.
Hi. Just good to have a conversation.
Yeah,
'cause it's
good to have a couple of women talking about it as well.
So you were finishing your point?
Sorry. Pardon?
You were finishing your point.
Oh, I just think that it's important that we have a safe space for women to be able to talk openly about abortions or about choosing life. And it's both. If you have an unplanned pregnancy, you can choose to have an abortion, or you can choose to keep your child. And both of those, I think, for a lot of women, has stigma attached to it. Using words like disgusting, I don't think helps at all. So
I think that I think he used the word disgusting as in because it is a horrible procedure. But
I think
I think it's an inflammatory word.
I don't think a lot of women take it lightly at all.
So I've recently started to listen to the pro-choice argument, because in this country we don't have that. It's just blasé. I think we take it really casually. I've heard some young people speaking, and they were like, well, if I get pregnant, I'll just have an abortion. And it was used as contraception, and that really shocked me. Like, oh my God, this is just like, throwaway comments. So
but I think the way to tackle that is to just make sure that everyone's more informed about what the procedure is and
So where
safe
are they
sex.
getting that exactly? So where are they getting that point that it's just, oh, well, I'll just use that as a contraception. So the pro-choice, I don't know where that guy's gone. I think he's American, and that big conversation there. Pro-life, and then there's the pro-life. Sorry, and then there's the choices within that, which are contraception, which I get that there are issues around contraception. Don't have sex unless you want to get pregnant. That is a choice. Well, then you're out of the whole thing. Not abortion, adoption, or have the baby. So that's the pro-life, 4 choices that you have within the pro-life movement. And we do need to self-reflect as men, as women, as a society. What are we doing? Hello? Oh, machine. Oh, it's working again. So I welcome... yeah? Oh, battery's running well. I welcome this conversation because of the blasé attitude and a blasé attitude to sex, blasé attitude to abortion. We can get it for free. I'll just go down to my GP. I'll book myself in. It's like a routine procedure. That is, for me, the important conversation to have around abortion. That's really what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I'm sure there are women who don't quite take into account how big a procedure it is, but I don't think it's normalized, and I really disagree with the point that the feminist movement is trying to normalize it. I don't really know what to say to it because I don't agree with that.
Yeah, you don't agree with it, but that's been my experience. It's just like, oh, abortion, normal, in, out.
I think it just really depends on who you speak to.
Well, you don't have to pay for it, so we don't have to think financially because we get it on the NHS. It's just taxpayers are paying for my abortions and my mistakes. And for me, that's a conversation to be had.
I don't think it's fair to say it's a mistake because, I mean...
No, I don't think... Yeah.
I actually think that we'll look back on this period of history where abortions are legal in a very, very odd way, in the way that right now we are deciding which lives are worth living and which aren't. And that's a really for me to underpinning that. I just feel very unsettled by that actual notion.
But that's coming back to the point where you're only thinking about the life of the fetus. You're not thinking about the life of the mother.
Again,
or the father, to be fair. I mean, it's a big impact on anybody to have a child. Let's not forget that. And if maybe you have a woman who has a history of mental health issues, what if she ends up having a child and then... Yeah, all that. There's plenty of things.
Absolutely, but my argument would be that there were 197,000 abortions performed in 2017. And I think that, like, most of those are not people who were mentally ill, are not fetuses that were unviable. 197,000. In fact, I'll pull up the statistics for you now.
197,000 abortions. Sorry, I'm just letting that settle in. That is a blasé attitude.
That's not a
but that's not. It's like, how do I put this? It's the woman's choice. If she has been raped, if she's in a horrible situation, she cannot. Yes, but if you're in a tricky situation,
it's not just rape.
If you don't have the money, if you're in a horrible financial system, if you have a horrible upbringing, you don't have a good space to bring up your child, then
it's your choice to fucking...
It's your choice.
And
it
there are
doesn't matter
plenty
about
of
the
men who
numbers.
will be forcing women to have abortions.
Exactly. No, but if you think of that number, how many have been aborted? Think of how many haven't been aborted. Well, no, there's so many that haven't been aborted as well, and people have brought up children when they shouldn't have been brought up because they don't have a safe space to bring up their child.
Hi, I'm Monica, by the way. I'm Monica. I'm Billy. Billy. Thanks, Billy.
Apologies, can I just put a correction there? There were 192,900 abortions for women resident in England and Wales in 2017, and 197,533 abortions including non-residents. This is an increase of 4% since 2016, the highest increase since 2008.
But the problem with these statistics is that they are just statistics. You don't know the situations of the women or the families. You don't know. You can't.
In
you can't
amongst
put it out of
that,
context and
in
just
amongst that, there's going to be some very horrible situations: incest, rape, medical crime. You know. But I believe that the majority. I would bet that the majority of
just
those are
believing
like,
and
"Oh,
imagining."
sugar, I'm pregnant. What a bummer." I had a drunken night and now I'm pregnant. A lot of them is going to be that as well.
Some of them will be that, but we can't.
Some
just
of them will, and some of them will be the rapes, and
Yeah,
some
but
of
we
them
can't. We
will be
don't
the-
know. We can't just.
The vast majority of those abortions will be,
How do you know?
well,
I'm not saying that the vast majority.
Sorry, can
aren't.
I
I'm just
can I
saying
just
we
interrupt?
can't
So
say.
I think to summarise what you're saying, you're making an argument for personal responsibility, and you think that a lot of young women are not being personally responsible, and I think that is true. I do think there is a lack of personal
I
responsibility.
can't speak on behalf of all women.
Well, no, but just my experience in the world, I think young
It
people
does
are not
take
being
two,
taught about
and
personal
also
responsibility generally.
Contraception doesn't always work.
Well, I didn't say it does. Don't worry.
No, no, I'm just
you
saying
don't
that
have to. You don't have to give us reasons for why there might be failures. We know that there are lots of reasons there might be failures, but I think that as a general trend, we can. There isn't a drive towards teaching young people personal responsibility these days. I think that's a general tone of the society we live in, and I think that's fair to say.
I agree with that point. And that's the point I was going to come in at. I think that the problem is far deeper than really just looking at what people are doing today, because the culture is swamping people with images and early sexuality and all this paedophilia that's going on in society, which is really dreadful, and sexualizing children. Now that's where the problems come in on our society. And we know that those issues are real. We're constantly being told about that. And so people having abortions is really a byproduct of what is being perpetuated by some forces of government that are actually, seeking to possibly undermine the family unit through and turn people into consumers. And so really, we need to go through to like healing. That's what really this these conversations are great and it's brilliant. I love everyone airing their views, but really fundamentally, this fucking system is really fucked. It's totally fucked up.
I think we can all agree that nobody would ever want a young woman to be put in that situation.
Yeah, and that's why you have abortion, because if there's a young woman put in a really tricky situation, she doesn't have a good upbringing, she might not have a good family, she might not be physically able to have the child without her hurting her body, and she has to have an abortion. And if you make that illegal, then she's going to do it anyway, and it will hurt her, and it could put her in danger as well.
I'm not saying make it illegal, but I'm saying try and prevent it getting to that point.
Yeah, obviously you can prevent it.
So
but
sorry
contraception doesn't always work.
to
It doesn't
summarize.
always work.
Summarize what you're saying. I think treat it as a health issue rather than a criminal issue, right? So obviously we don't want to criminalize young women who have found themselves in positions. Of course not. But there has to also be, on the flip side of that, an understanding that there is a personal responsibility of young women not to get pregnant when they're not trying to. And I appreciate that contraception isn't 100% flawless or anything like that. But well, I agree. Young men. I mean, when I was growing up, my father was very, 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 very firm on this. He was saying, "Listen, you're going to do things. Make sure you're being as safe as possible, because you don't want to end up in that position." And luckily, I didn't. Luckily because of his advice, I didn't. Well, they were just the topic of discussion. We were these young ladies brought that up, so I didn't want to change the subject, But you are right. Obviously, young men also have to be taught the same sort of personal responsibility, of course. Of course, yeah, absolutely, of course. We were just speaking in the context of young women at the time. But right, I think we have to wrap it all up now. So can I thank you guys for taking part? Because honestly, I don't think you're going to get discussions like this elsewhere. And if we could all give everyone a round of applause for taking part, thank you. Honestly, it's been my pleasure. I don't even mind getting milkshaked. It's fine. Yes, mate. Oh, God. Oh, no, I didn't even realise. That explains all of this. Well, yes, me too. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes. Well, we did try to be civil. And again, thank you all so much for coming out. I really appreciate it. Is there anywhere local we can go for a drink and a meal? No, there's not. No. Right. Okay. I'm being told by the men who keep me safe that we can't stay locally to go and eat. So is there anywhere not locally that is worth going to? Oh, sorry about that. Well, yeah, but I assume that if we're going out, then they're not gonna.